I'd request the audience to take their seats as we are beginning with our next session in another 2 minutes.
This is a test of your grit and versus nature. No GPS. Danger lurking every turn. Season 22 coming soon.
We've been watching this for 21 seasons.
Has more adrenaline.
तुम्हारा कितना लीड बचा है?
You got a girl zigzag, zigzag. Hang your back, get your swag, move, tap, get away. You got a girl, you got a girl, you got a girl.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
Yeah.
Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today, and the speaker for the session, Mr. P. Chidambaram, member of Rajya Sabha, former Union Minister of Finance and Home Affairs.
We'll just give a minute for everyone to come in. Some people have just messaged that they would like to come in within the next minute or so. So may I request anyone who's finished lunch to all come in, please. We'll start exactly at 3, sir. It's 2 minutes to 3. We'll start at 3 o'clock. We'll start at 3 o'clock sharp. So we are... Timer. The timer needs to go back to 30 minutes now. We'll start at 3 o'clock sharp. Friends, once again to the India Today South Conclave 2023. We are coming to you from Kovalam in Kerala, a long way away from Delhi. And in many ways, this distance has become for many a source of friction. In fact, the growing divide between an all-powerful center and state governments has become a running narrative of our times, and one that possibly poses huge challenges for the constitutional vision of a federal India. What is the future of Indian federalism? How will the North-South divide play out in the years ahead? And indeed, more importantly, the growing concern of a divide between center and states. Who better to answer some of these questions than my guest today? He has been both finance minister and the home minister of the country. Please welcome Mr. P. Chidambaram. Mr. Chidambaram, am I exaggerating this concern that many opposition parties in particular have over the future of cooperative federalism? Or do you believe that this is going to become a major friction point in the years ahead?
In my view, you are understating the problem.
Understating it.
Yes, you're not exaggerating. every state is now bristling with a kind of encroachment which the center is making into its executive powers and legislative powers. And therefore, I think the problem, if it's not addressed upfront with reasonable debate, will become more and more acute.
Give me an example of when you say that there is a sense of center encroaching into state powers. Give me an example that you believe is a sign, an ominous portent for the future.
I'll give you two examples. One is education. Now, a state government uses state government funds, sets up government medical colleges, and naturally it is meant for most people who belong to that state, domicile of that state, but nobody denies the right of anyone who migrates to a state like Tamil Nadu or Kerala to claim domicile after 5 years or 10 years. Now, today, the state governments have no power to decide who will be admitted to those colleges. State government funds, tax paid by the people of that state, they set up government colleges, largely to admit students who are domiciled in that state. Why should the center decide who will be admitted and who will not be admitted? Another example, cooperative sector. Now, for the last 73 years, the cooperative sector has been entirely under the state government. And there have been very, very successful cooperative movements in this country, cooperative societies, cooperative banks, cooperative milk societies. Now, why should the center now create a ministry of cooperation and put the most powerful minister, apart from the prime minister, in charge? And all the banks, all the cooperative banks, all the multi-state cooperative societies are all reporting to the center now. Now, these are clearly encroachment into the executive and legislative powers of the state government.
No, is this center versus states, or is it an all-powerful BJP government versus opposition-ruled states? Because I don't sense, say, from example, from a Naveen Patnaik, who seemed to be close to the Modi government, or indeed BJP-ruled governments objecting to what you're claiming is misuse of center's executive powers. It's primarily the opposition-ruled states. So is the real problem that the compact between an all-powerful center ruled by the BJP and the opposition-ruled states has broken down?
The correct way to describe the problem is center versus state. Except, of course, the BJP chief ministers are mute witnesses. If they protested, they may not be chief ministers tomorrow.
You know, Mr. Chidambaram, it's almost as if you're suggesting that these problems emerged only in 2014.
I didn't say that.
You
I
are
didn't
a
say
Congress person. The Congress for 90 times, Indira Gandhi, Mr. Modi said this on the floor of the House, said Mrs. Indira Gandhi used Article 356 90 times and used the article 50 times to dismiss governments in the 1970s and 80s.
We are mixing up issues. You asked me about the all-powerful center encroaching into states' rights. And I gave you examples of executive encroachment, legislative encroachment. Now you are switching to a completely different subject. Article 356, imposition of president's rule. Until S.R. Bommai's case, the law was understood differently. Not only Indira Gandhi, Charan Singh, Morarji Desai understood the law differently. Therefore, after S.R. Bommai's judgment, where has the center, whenever it's ruled by the Congress, exceed its powers? Therefore, I think the watershed is S.R. Bommai's case.
Yeah, there was one case in Bihar, for example, when Abdul Kalam, while he was in Moscow, was virtually forced to dismiss a Bihar government. You're saying that's an exception? That's not the real issue at the moment. You believe governments will not be dismissed?
I think dismissing a government, unless there is a very, very well-documented case of constitutional breakdown is wrong. Article 356 did not allow for such dismissal. But then again, this is part of legal history of India. We can only look back and say the wrong things were done by all governments of the center, and the law was set straight in S.R. Bommai's
Okay,
case.
so you admit in a way that there was this overreach in the 1970s when Mrs. Gandhi was in power. You're admitting that. We'll now come from there to the present.
You're making it as though I'm in the witness box and you're a prosecutor and you want me to make a confession. I'm stating a view, a legal view.
Okay, I
The
was
law
just,
was differently understood. The
Okay.
law was later better understood.
okay, I was stating facts. Let's come to certain facts of today. One concern, for example, particularly in the southern states where we are and increasingly across the country, and we saw a Supreme Court verdict on it in Maharashtra a couple of weeks ago, is the role of the governor. In your home state of Tamil Nadu, there's a growing friction between the DMK-led government there and the governor. Governor is allegedly sitting on legislation, even wants the name of the state to be changed. In Maharashtra, government was allegedly toppled with the help of the governor. How do you see that? Is that all part of what you're seeing, a breakdown in trust and the misuse of constitutional functionaries?
You are making it a legal issue. It's far more sinister. The BJP's agenda is one India, centralism. Centralism of the kind we find in Turkey, we find in China, we find in Russia. They believe in centralism. And centralism has a history in world political history. The BJP does not believe in states being near equal partners with the center. Therefore, what is happening over the last 4 or 5 years is, I think, far more sinister than saying misusing this power or misusing that power. They are moving towards a one India concept, which with a dominant principle will be centralism. One voter list, one ration card, one language, one syllabus, one history, one culture. We are all rebelling against that strongly, and at the grassroots level, at least as far as the southern Indian states are concerned, there is very deep concern about this marauding BJP.
So you're saying the governor is only a tool to push this idea of one India, this
The
sinister
governor-
idea that you're calling it.
The governor you mentioned is clearly part of this game. The governor of Tamil Nadu is clearly a part of that design.
No, but Mr. Chidambaram, the question emerges, will there be a pushback? Will the states, there are powerful chief ministers as well. Will you see a pushback, and will that pushback deepen the friction? We had the Prime Minister, for example, have a meeting the other day of chief ministers. Only the BJP ruled chief ministers attended it. The opposition ruled chief ministers, Congress and its allies did not even attend that meeting. We've seen even when the new parliament building was inaugurated, the opposition boycotted it. Are we seeing, therefore, a complete breakdown in a way of trust between the center and the government and unwillingness to talk to each other?
I hope it doesn't lead to a complete breakdown of trust. There is a pushback. I can name at least half a dozen chief ministers who are pushing back. Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Kerala, some other states, Chhattisgarh, Himachal, they are pushing back. And if some regional parties get elected or re-elected to form the state governments, they will also push back. The BJP won't push back, but the BJP structure has already adopted centralism.
You see, it's very interesting you're saying there will be a pushback. One of the chief ministers you didn't mention just now is the Delhi chief minister, Arvind Kejriwal, who claims that this latest ordinance of the center taking over services against a Supreme Court judgment is designed for complete control of the center over Delhi. He's going across the country seeking support. The one party that is ambivalent over supporting a Kejriwal is the Congress party, because Congress has its own problems with Mr. Kejriwal. So is this a principled fight or is this an opportunistic fight?
The issue that you mentioned has two dimensions. One is legal and one is political. The legal view, I have already expressed myself. The legal view is that this ordinance, which eventually will become law, may not become law, I don't know, is clearly contrary to Article 239 AA. So I think this ordinance is bad. It will be struck down. 2018, there was a 5-judge bench delivering a judgment. 2023 was another 5-judge bench delivering a judgment, reiterating the principle. And there will be another 5 judges bench which will pronounce on that. The political conclusion, the political lesson that has to be drawn and the political step that has to be taken is beyond my competence. I can't say that. It can only be said by the Congress president after consulting all the stakeholders.
No, what is your view? Mr. Chidambaram, you can't escape that by saying the Congress president will... Because you see, then I say it's not a matter of principle.
No,
if you say an ordinance has been brought in illegally, wrongly, why doesn't the Congress stand up and say it's illegal and wrong?
Listen, you are accusing me of not expressing my view. I will express my view in an inner party forum. I cannot express my view in an India Today forum. How can I express my view? I still am a member of the party.
Okay, we thought this was as important a forum as the Congress party forum for a moment.
I wish you good luck.
But Mr. Chidambaram, let me give you another example from the center's perspective. And this is in the context of Tamil Nadu, your home state. The NEET exam. Tamil Nadu says, we don't want one common, you say one India. The BJP says there will be one common entrance exam, medical exam for the country. Tamil Nadu says we are moving in legislation, we will be out of the NEET system. So states also are rebelling in a way, virtually saying even for the manner in which a national exam is to be held, we will take the call, not the center.
What is this national exam you're talking about? Great doctors of Tamil Nadu, Dr. Rangachari, Dr. Gurusamy Mudaliar, Dr. Lakshmanaswamy Mudaliar, they were all admitted to these very colleges by the state government and they became world famous distinguished doctors. Why can't you trust a state government to admit competent, qualified students to state government colleges? In a central university, let the centers writ run. But I am the state government. I build colleges out of my funds. It is largely meant for the domiciles of my state. Why can't I select the skilled, qualified students and admit them? Are you saying all the doctors who made medical services in Tamil Nadu famous at least throughout the country, were all incompetent doctors and only the NEET-selected doctors will be competent? What kind of an argument is? It's an argument that should be stated to be rejected.
One of the other friction points, for example, is the alleged misuse of the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate. That the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate are swooping into states run by the opposition to target opposition politicians. ED raids jumped 27 times during 2014 to 22 compared to the previous 10 years. Do you believe that these enforcement agencies are also part of this growing center-state conflict? Because the center says, look, we are targeting those where we have found prima facie instances of corruption, of money laundering. Why do you accuse us of simply targeting opposition ruled governments? That's the part of the ED and the CBI's remit.
Do you believe in any principles of statistics?
Do I believe in?
Any fundamental theories or theorems of statistics as a science?
Facts.
How is it that the accused, alleged accused, 95% of them belong to the opposition party? How do you explain that? If the law of averages, if the underlying principles of statistics will apply, I hope it applies in India, then there should be a certain proportion of the BJP ministers, BJP MPs, BJP MLAs, BJP party leaders who should also be raided, isn't it?
The BJP
I
turns
must-
around and
I-
says, please tell Mr. Chidambaram to go to the court. If Mr. Chidambaram believes that the ED is being misused, that there are cases which are not being investigated against BJP ruled states, please go to the court and get an order.
Listen, we are not talking about involving the court. All I'm saying is, if the agencies are completely independent, not goaded by somebody, not nudged by somebody, why is the numbers so skewed against the opposition and so skewed in favor of the BJP? And then, worse, people against whom raids took place, notices were issued. You go through that washing machine, the giant washing machine, all of them become innocent. What happened to the notices? What happened to the raids? What happened to the searches? You want me to give names of people who were raided, notices issued by ED and CBI, inquired, and then all those cases have been buried? You know them as well as I do.
So are you suggesting, therefore, given what you're saying about enforcement agencies, CBI, who should step in? If you believe that this has resulted in a situation of a complete misuse, in this case, I'm using the word misuse of central agencies to target opposition state-ruled governments, do you have a solution? Who should step in to ensure that every case which is followed follows due process? Should it be the courts? Who does it?
See, the courts interfere by exception. The court can't run the administration. Court can't run the agencies. That's not the business of a court. It's only when a case comes to the court can pronounce a judgment. You are giving executive powers to the courts to supervise investigations, to supervise the agency. It's not so. That is the duty of the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, and the Minister in charge of the agency. Now, those ministers bow down to the wishes of the Prime Minister and nudge agencies to go after the opposition leaders. It's a complete breakdown of the system. The only way it can be corrected is for the people to decide, this is not on. This will lead to disaster.
What is not on?
This kind of misuse of agencies at the instance of the political executive.
Many will say, many observers of politics will say that all of this is because, as I said, a fundamental mistrust between the government and the opposition, as evinced in your decision to boycott parliament. Here is a new parliament building coming up. The opposition says we will not attend a ceremony because the Prime Minister is not inaugurated, we don't accept the Prime Minister inaugurating it, the President has to inaugurate it.
No.
What's the message again?
Please don't mix up the non-participation in the inaugural function with the misuse of agencies. They are very two different things. All right, I'll give you an answer.
No, I'm just
I'll
looking
give
at
you an
the yes.
answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Has anyone got a copy of the Constitution? Read Article 79. What does Article 79 say? Parliament shall consist of the President and the two houses of Parliament, called Council of States and House of the People. We are focusing on the first 10, 12 words. Parliament shall consist of the President and the two houses of Parliament. Now, the two houses of Parliament are brick and mortar, of course, but they have about 750 members, including me. We all got an invitation. Inviting the 750 members is inviting the two houses of Parliament. Why was an invitation not sent to the President of India? I'm not talking about inaugurating. Why was an invitation not sent to the President of India when the Constitution says Parliament shall consist of the President and the two houses of Parliament?
The argument again there, and I'm sorry to do whataboutery here, is what happened when the Congress was in power. What happened when the Parliament Library, for example, was being inaugurated, or the Parliament Annex, Rajiv Gandhi and indeed Mrs. Gandhi at the time.
I expected the question.
Good, I'm glad.
I'm ready with an answer.
Oh, I'm glad.
Unfortunately, there's no Article 79, capital A, which says Parliament shall consist of the Parliament Library. Parliament shall consist of the Parliament Annex. I mean, these are additional buildings. We are talking about Parliament House. We are talking about the two houses of Parliament enshrined in the Constitution, along with the President. When you invite the members of the Lok Sabha, we invite the members of the Rajya Sabha, why did you forget to invite the President?
A senior BJP leader told me that the real problem is many Congress leaders, he didn't mention you specifically, have not come to terms with the fact that Narendra Modi is a two-time prime minister. That is fundamentally the problem. He isn't seen by your leadership as someone, therefore, who deserves to be in that post. And in some way, therefore, there is this boycott almost of Prime Minister Modi.
Completely wrong. Wherever I've written referring to the Prime Minister, I refer to him as Honorable Prime Minister. Wherever Mrs. Gandhi has met with the in a Parliament's Central Hall function or any function, she has been extremely deferential and greets him. Congress President has been in conversation with him. We have seen videos. We accept the fact that Mr. Narendra Modi is the elected Prime Minister of India. Nobody questions his legitimacy. What we are questioning is his actions, his decisions, like the recent Tughlakian decision of introducing a 2,000 rupee note and withdrawing a 2,000 rupee note. On the day it was introduced, I said, this is a foolish decision. The withdrawal is a good decision, but a good decision that corrected a foolish decision.
So, Mr. Chidambaram, the reason again this is asked for, if you were in Mr. Modi's position, if you were advising him, what would you tell him? How would you repair this divide? It is a gaping divide. It's a friction point which you say is only going to get worse. What, therefore, would you advise him?
Well, the first caution I'll tell myself is your advice will not be accepted. One. And nevertheless, if you want me to advise, I'll say, listen. Governments are elected. Governments are also unelected. Everybody who's occupied that chair will have to vacate that chair. Maybe 5 years, 10 years, 12 years, whatever. I wish him well. So you must always remember that these are temporary seats of power, which is why I believe in limiting the term of chief executives, like the US president. Is there anything, any job in this world more complex, more difficult than the President of the United States? Why did they impose a two-term limit? Because I think it's important to impress upon every elected leader, listen, you are elected, no doubt, you are legitimate, but one day you'll have to vacate the seat. So I would tell him, Honorable Prime Minister, let's proceed on the basis that one day this seat will be vacated by you and somebody else will occupy the seat. And keep that in mind before you take a decision.
So you're saying 10 years, maximum term, two-term Prime Minister.
I'm not imposing a term.
But you're suggesting a term.
All I'm saying is limiting the terms is good for the state and the center.
Let me come, sir, to another dimension of this problem, which is perhaps going to become more and more important in the years ahead, and particularly because we are here in deep south, or up south as we are calling it, will become more critical, which is delimitation. In 2026, there is a belief that the number of parliamentary seats from the most populous north states will increase, and the south could either suffer a loss of seats or their numbers will certainly not increase in the same proportion. How worried are you about what delimitation could do to already the fraught relationship between center and the southern states in particular?
See, my party has not yet taken a view. Therefore, you have to take my words with a large dose of caution. This is not necessarily my party view. I'm concerned because either the states which have reached a replacement rate of population growth or even less. For example, many southern states have reached 1.6. The replacement rate is 2.1. They will suffer either by a loss of seats or by their seats being frozen. Whichever way, relatively, as a relation to each other, relatively, the northern states, the states where the population is growing at more than 2.1% will gain. This, I think, could become a cause for friction. How it will be resolved, I have not thought through it. I'm thinking about it. I have not thought through it because I think the unalterable principle which is in the Constitution is one man, one person, one vote. Now, therefore, one has to think through. And I think it's good if all the political parties sit down and calmly think it through. I don't want a situation where nobody thinks it through and then 2026 dawns on you and then the thing gathers its own momentum. That will lead to serious issues. I think all political parties should start thinking about it even now, what we should do in 2026.
What you're saying is whatever decision is taken must be by consensus, not unilateral.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is far too sensitive an issue for a government with a majority in the Lok Sabha to take a decision.
Mr. Chidambaram, in conclusion, your leader Rahul Gandhi is in the United States, and as always, every time he goes abroad, he creates headlines for some reason or the other. Today's headline is he was in Washington, where he has said the Muslim League, when asked a question, and presumably it is a reference to the Indian Union Muslim League, which is in your state and in Kerala, is a secular organization. Do you concur with his views that the Indian IUML is a secular group?
I know the structure of the Muslim League in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Many of them are known to me. Tamil Nadu leaders are known to me. I believe they are secular.
You believe
I believe they are secular. I don't know about the Muslim
What's your
League.
definition of secular?
Secular is that you don't indulge in hate against any other community. You don't inject a dose of religiosity into every statement, action, and you don't create a communal divide between the Muslim communities and the non-Muslim communities.
But now you are referring to the Muslim League in Tamil Nadu, not necessarily in Kerala.
Those are the only two units I know. In many states, the IUML is not a very significant organization.
Would you see Mr. Owaisi's organization differently?
Owaisi is not the Indian Union Muslim League.
I know, AIMIM, but you see him as not secular?
I don't agree with Mr. Owaisi's thinking or speeches.
Okay. In conclusion, as we end, the southern Indian states also feel that they account for 30% of the country's GDP as per RBI figures, around 30%. The 5 states, some of them could become trillion-dollar economies on their own. Do you see that also becoming a point of friction going ahead? You've been the finance minister of the country. Many of these states feel they are contributing disproportionately to the national exchequer and getting disproportionately less.
See, I believe in a united India. I believe that the more prosperous states must take some part of the burden of the backward states. That's my belief. But there is a serious concern in the southern states that when it comes to the Finance Commission, their share of the revenues is dwindling from one commission to another. When I was finance minister also, the share dwindled.
Yes.
Share dwindled and everybody protested. Therefore, we have to rethink the Finance Commission's mandate. That is one. Secondly, there is a feeling that in the grants and aid, which are not necessarily Finance Commission directed, where the central government has a large area of discretion. The grants and aid also, and in the borrowings, right to borrow. For example, Kerala Chief Minister is protesting that his right to borrow is being severely restricted. I think there are serious issues. I know the language of the Constitution provisions, but they were written at a different time. They were different. They were written in a different scenario. So we'll have to review those provisions of the Constitution so that the more advanced states don't feel that they are being shortchanged compared to the less advanced states. I won't call them backward, they are less advanced states. I think it's absolutely necessary to look at the center-state fiscal relations chapter of the Constitution and take a second look at it.
So what you're saying basically, whether it's center-state fiscal relations, whether it's delimitations, try and build consensus, try and work together, have more all-party meetings, hopefully attended by both sides.
I'll give you an example.
Yes.
We built a consensus on a GST. In fact, if our government had been in office, the GST law would be a very different law, more in line with the paper put out by Arvind Subramanian. But the animal that's come out today, the GST, has no resemblance to the consensus we built. Remember, Yashwant Sinha constituted the group of ministers, and I took over, and we worked with them for 7 years, building a consensus on GST. We successfully built a consensus on VAT, and all the states fell in line. Nobody has any grievance about VAT. Next step was VAT to GST. We were building a consensus. The consensus was ready when Arun Jaitley took over as finance minister. And what has this government done? It has completely distorted the consensus of GST. GST today, many finance ministers have told me, non-BJP finance minister, and even one BJP finance minister has told me, and this is not the consensus that we arrived at when we agreed to sharing sovereignty as far as taxation is concerned. This is completely now dominated, dictated by the center.
Even though decisions in the GST Council are to be taken by consensus, Mr.
That is on
Chidambaram.
paper.
You're saying it's on paper.
That's on paper.
Okay, so we need to embrace the spirit of consensus. And in that spirit of consensus, I hope your idea of a united India and Mr. Modi's idea of one India can merge.
United India is very different from one India. Don't conflate the two. Okay. United India has a very different connotation. One India has a very different connotation. In fact, I would say United India is a noble idea. One India, I'm afraid, is a rather sinister idea.
We'll leave it at that. Mr. Chidambaram's vision of United India and Mr. Modi's vision of one India, you choose which India is the India of the future. Either way, what we do need is some element of collaboration above all else. Mr. Chidambaram, I hope in the same spirit, you'll write a letter and send that to Mr. Modi and tell the Prime Minister of the country that these are my suggestions for a united India. Thank you very much, P. Chidambaram, for joining me here on the news today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai and Mr. Chidambaram. I'd like to invite Ms. Sushmita Nag, CMO Fenesta, on stage to hand over a token of appreciation. All right. All right, the next session is judicial overreach versus executive intervention, how to strike a balance. And I'd like to invite the session moderator, Mr. Kaushik Deka, executive editor, India Today, to introduce the speakers on stage.
Judiciary in India, in many ways, have functioned from the independence as the protector of our democracy. It's actually the safeguard for our constitution. That's the provision we have made. And yet, judiciary has many flaws also. And there are judges who have never shied away from candidly talking about these flaws. And today, we have with us two of the Supreme Court judges, very renowned judges, who have often been labeled as rebels as well. So I'd like to introduce first Justice J. Chalameswar, former Chief Justice, former Supreme Court judge, and Justice Korean Joseph, former Supreme Court judge. They were both colleagues, and if you all remember, they were part of that famous press conference on January 12, 2018, which was unprecedented in many ways. I'll first come to Justice Chalameswar, and the topic today, as we are talking about judicial executive overreach versus judicial independence, the current debate is about judicial appointment of the judges. And interestingly, you were the one who actually supported that executive law, that law passed by Parliament about appointment of judges, National Judicial Commission appointment. And interestingly, Justice Joseph later, who said that he regrets opposing that bill or that act. So first question is to Justice Chalameswar. How do you see the current situation? Now, the current situation that the debate is going on, and the way the former law minister actually levels some of the Supreme Court judges as anti-national, and this... okay, he didn't name anyone, but if you are trying to take...
I said I topped the list perhaps.
But how do you see this debate? What's the way out now? Because the government is delaying many appointments. They are even picking up peculiar reasons like the sexual orientation of a judge to negate the appointment. So under these circumstances, do you think that you did the wrong by opposing that bill?
No, I don't think I did anything wrong in writing the dissenting judgment. Please remember, it was a bill passed by the Parliament unanimously. If I remember right, only one vote went against that bill. Ms. Chidambaram will correct me. I think it's Ram Jethmalani who voted against that bill. Rest of them, including Ms. Chidambaram, supported that bill. No, this question is not one of party, this party or that party. In constitutional law, as a student of constitutional law, I found it difficult to believe that an elected government, irrespective of the hue of the government, which party it is, which name it carries, would have no say at all in the matter of the appointment of judges of this country is something as a student of constitutional law I never understood in a democratic country. Forget about less democratic countries, is a different, this kind of a debate would never arise. Even in a democratic country, to tell them that you will not have any place in the matter, and I fail to understand that they are abusing that position. Some party or some minister is abusing, or some minister is abusing individual judges is a different story. But on a principle, I still believe that is a correct legal position, and I have no reason to change my views.
But the current Chief Justice, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, he says that collegium system is the best. And you actually declined to be part of the collegium.
Yes.
Once you wrote to the CGI that you do not want, you cited lack of transparency. So could you elaborate? One incumbent Chief Justice is saying this is the best system. You you alleged lack of transparency.
Yes, I did.
But why? Means how do you respond to this statement that it is the best possible system, that collegium system is the best possible system for appointment of judges?
Sorry, and it's not very clear. Can you come and keep it slightly away?
Yeah, I am asking you, how do you respond to this statement that collegium system is the best possible system for judicial appointments?
I don't agree with it. I never agreed with it.
But why?
I gave the reasons because the process is absolutely opaque. Quite a large number of decisions, nobody understands why they are taken. You want concrete example, but that will annoy a lot of people, a lot of unpleasantness will be generated. I can take one, anyway, I don't want to put others in.
Please go ahead, please go ahead.
See, this is once again, it happened all the time, not only in the last 10 years, earlier also. Notwithstanding the declaration that the Supreme Court judgment, collegium is the last word. Quite often we see that some recommendations are made, they are not acted upon. Time later, the collegium withdraws the recommendation. Now, what does it indicate? What does it indicate? So therefore, do you still think it is the best mechanism available for appointment? There's something fundamentally wrong with the logic. So what is more important is the process is made more transparent. There will be some amount of accountability. That transparency is missing. That's my complaint. Therefore, I abstain from that.
Justice Joseph, do you still regret that decision, sir?
You are right, Mr. Kaushik. I said in a platform which I shared with Mr. Justly that I would rather start regretting now. Reason was that I firmly believed, and I do still believe, that the independence of judiciary will be better protected if the collegium system is followed. But how does this collegium system function? That is the big question. In fact, if any one of you would have read the last paragraph of my separate judgment in the NJC, both of us were part of the NJC, I've said that the system requires a transparency. There should be a secretariat. It's all in the hands of just one assistant, one who is now a registrar now, one person who has been the secretariat in the collegium for, I think, for over 20 years now in the Supreme Court. Only one person. Nobody else knows as to maybe around 30 years. Justice Chalmers says only one person. He handles all the files of all the judges in the country, and only he is. We said, you know, in fact, Justice Lokur, Justice Chalmers, Justice Lokur, and just me, all three of us said, no, this is not the way they should function. But having said that, and having upheld the independence of judiciary and struck down the National Judicial Appointment Commission, the picture I saw in the country was certainly disappointing. Disappointing in the sense, I agree the government should have yes say, but the say is the problem. Every decision that was taken by the collegium was just a farce. I really understand that the decision actually was taken some other quarters, and it's only simply endorsed by the collegium. This is where I said the commission that was suggested would have been better. In that sense, I said, I regret. It would have been more independent. It has become absolutely under the control of the executive, which was, according to me, 100% overreach.
And how do you see that famous press conference? Do you think you achieved the goals that you wanted to achieve through that press conference, or you think that was unnecessary, or you missed the main objective? To both, sir. First, Justice Joseph.
I don't mind starting, absolutely no problem. To me, it's a story of It was a story of great expectations, but it turned out to be a story of lost expectations.
Justice Yalamaswari.
So far as I am concerned, there was no purpose to be achieved by this press conference in that narrow sense of it. We believed that there's certain things which are not going right. We tried our best to set the course correction. We realized it was beyond our ability for various reasons, which I may not be able to discuss now. In which case, the thing is, I thought at least the people of this country are required to know that something. Well, afterwards is for the people to decide what to do with it. Ultimately, all these institutions, all these offices, in my view, exist for the people of this country. And in fact, there's an old this thing, I don't know how many of us remember it. In some meeting with the Viceroy, the Viceroy told Gandhi, Bapu, this is a confidential discussion. Gandhi asked him, what is so confident? Matter of state affairs. Gandhi asked him, whose state is this? He asked. That is still the relevant question. The state is not a mythical animal. It's all of us together constitute the state. And these are the affairs of the state which are required to be known by the people of this country. Now, my views may not be the right views. My views may not be the final views. Today people may accept it, today people may reject it. But as a free citizen of this country, which I believe I am a free citizen, I am entitled to put my views on record. I placed it on record and my brothers agreed with me that day. I didn't force anybody, of course. The picture was being painted that I dragged these innocent people to that press because the venue was my residence. In fact, I offered that day to let the venue be some other place. I don't want to mention the name. Then everybody said, no, brother, you are the senior most among four of us. It's your place. I said, fair enough. That doesn't mean I drag these people against their wish there.
But is everything all right in the Supreme Court now? Is everything all right in the Supreme Court now? How do you see the Supreme Court
I
and its
don't
role?
know. I'll tell you something, Mr. Dekha. It may not be a very wonderful thing to tell you people. I don't have a TV at my residence. It's 12 years since I watched the TV. And I stopped buying newspapers 5 years back. Of course, I still watch the important pop-ups in the telephone. So you ask me how the Supreme Court is now, I perhaps may not be the right person to answer. Ask the
Justice Joseph, would you like to answer the question? Is the Supreme Court all right now?
Yeah. Both of us were Chief Justices in the High Courts of states. Justice Chalameswar was in Kerala and I was in Himachal for 3 years and the brother was, I think,
18 months.
18 months, yes. See, there is something called Master of Roster, the Chief Justice. He decides which case should go before which bench. This is a very important jurisdiction of the system. I don't want to say the Chief Justice. To me, I was quite clear when I went for the press conference that this will send some message as to how the system should function in the Supreme Court and in the High Court. Unlike the High Court, where you have, little more homogeneity, where in the Supreme Court, people come from different states. And though we call each other brother and sister, I don't know how much that collegiality and fraternity and warmth, affection, etc. are there. And so it's a big question. You can read from the smile of my brother. Yes, we function in our own spheres there, unlike the high courts, where we have regular meetings, etc. You won't believe, Brother Chalameswar, in your 6-year term, how many full courts were there? Maybe 2, 3?
In the Supreme Court.
Supreme Court?
Supreme Court, 3 or 4.
Maybe 3, 6 years. Whereas in the High Court, in the state, there will be a full court at least
Once in 2 months?
once in 2 or maximum 3 months. Yes, definitely. Even in the largest High Court of Allahabad also, I checked, there are full courts. Because see, these are institutional decisions which we have to take. It does not and should not depend on one person. If it depends on one person, then it's called arbitrariness. Which is the something that we should avoid, particularly in that institution. So that was one thing which I strongly advocated and I hoped will be the corrective measures. And for your information, which we have not shared anywhere else, post this press conference, we had meetings several days where we included all the incoming Chief Justices, including the present Chief Justice was part of our in-house meetings as what could be the corrective measures which we could take to put systems and practices in the place of a person alone taking a decision. There were several suggestions and all suggestions, of course, there's no question of somebody taking a decision, but we thought these discussions would help all the incoming Chief Justices thereafter to streamline some sort of a system in the Supreme Court as far as this distribution of work is concerned. There have been judges, you won't believe, who despite being in the Supreme Court, the normal term of a judge in the Supreme Court is maybe around 4 years. Brother had 6+ years and me 5 years and 8 months or so. There have been judges who never ever had a chance to head a constitution bench, who was never part of a constitution bench. And there have been judges who have been heading the constitution bench benches in the Supreme Court successively, or quite a few times also. So this is something which we need to streamline in the interest of the institution. This was one great thing and one most important thing which I had in my mind when I won that, because that was the triggering point also, the way decisions were taken in the distribution of work in Supreme Court. It was absolutely in the hands of one person. There was no consultation at all, which I said is not good for an institution like judiciary. But I regret I did not see, and rather I'm sorry, I did not see any signs of change thereafter. I hope and pray that the present incumbent in the office, who is well aware of our discussions and who himself had noted certain ideas, would keep in mind what he had suggested and take the institution forward in the interest of administration of justice.
I may just add a couple of sentences. Over a period of 75 years, in the institution of the Supreme Court, a great paradox has come into existence. The highest court of the country, in my view, in fact, I stated so on more than one occasion, should sit as one body while laying down the law. On the other hand, we have 16 or 17 Supreme Courts today, division benches, 14, 15 division benches. And then what happens thereafter, the lawyers know conflicting views, and for every conflicting view, there is a reference to a larger bench to 5, 7, 9 judges. I think there are quite a few matters which are to be adjudicated by the 9 judges for the last 2 decades. That bench was never constituted. On the administrative side, though originally under the letter of the Constitution, the Supreme Court had hardly any administrative functions in the sense of high courts by an express provision have administrative superintendents over all the courts and tribunals within the territory over which the High Court exercises jurisdiction. Such a provision is not there. It's not a supervising court over the high courts. For various reasons, historic reasons, it so happened quite some power came to be vested in the hands of the Supreme Court, quote unquote, whatever it means today. There, my belief is the minute the court is exercising administrative power, like transferring of judges, appointing of judges, so on and so forth, it is the wisdom of the whole court that is required to be taken into consideration, not one individual. I can give you just one example, which is now it's all irrelevant today. When all that turmoil was going on, there were some complaints about a particular judge of a particular high court. A lot of things happened. It appears that the then Chief Justice of India ordered for an in-house inquiry against that particular judge. None of us, I was number J1, he was J3, none of us knew that such an inquiry was ordered. would you accept this kind of a system on the political front if the chief minister were to decide everything or the prime minister were to decide everything? Now, the members of the cabinet are so subservient not to discuss things with their chief minister or prime minister, as the case may be. That's a different matter. But are we willing to live in a country like that, where all the decisions are taken by one individual? On a principle, it is wrong. The time-tested statement for millennia all over the world is concentration of power is always dangerous to the people. All the constitutional systems are designed to avoid that kind of a that kind of a concentration of power. And then we come up with this formula. Where from it came, God alone knows. Of course, it requires a whole debate. Half an hour is not possible to finalize. That is the basic paradox in the thing. What ought to be done by the entire court is done by one individual. What ought to be done by individuals is done by the entire court. All kinds of things happen. That's all.
Now, about judicial overreach, recently the Supreme Court is hearing that same-sex marriage case, and the government is saying that it's a kind of judicial overreach because the parliament needs to legislate on such issues. What's your opinion? Do you think that it was a judicial overreach or the CGI did the right thing by hearing those petitions?
Well, I don't want to talk about same-sex marriage because it's a pending case, but on a principle I can talk. See, the Prime Minister is saying, present Prime Minister, past Prime Minister, politicians, with due respect to Mr. Chidambaram and his friends in politics, they talk in different tones when they are in power and when they are in opposition. As Mr. Chidambaram was pointing out in the previous session, the watershed, from his point of view, is Bommai's case. Till Bommai's case in this country, nobody believed that the decision of the president to dismiss a government is justiciable. For the first time, the Supreme Court in Bommai's case said something. But what happened, even after all that, it's a long judgment. Finally, none of the 4 or 5 states, the governments were restored. And we know all this thing. Same thing happened in Maharashtra. After the grand declaration, the factual consequence didn't follow. Now, when the Supreme Court gave that judgment in Bommai, those who were not in power that day welcomed it, saying that this is a very progressive judgment. This is the high constitutional principle is upheld. And I'm sure if somebody else were to come to power tomorrow, the story would be the same. So therefore, let us not get into this Lakshman Rekha business. It's all rhetoric. The only Lakshman Rekha which I know is the Constitution itself. Constitution has made clear provisions delineating the functions of each one of the 3 organs, the legislature, executive, and judiciary. It is there in the Constitution. How we understand it and how we twist, but don't go by this the ad hoc statement. Somebody has crossed. When I don't like something which the executive does, I say, when I presume I'm still in office. Anyway, I say the executive has crossed the Lakshman. These are all rhetoric statements.
But as a former judge of the Supreme Court, how do you see this? The Lakshman Rekha in this case has been breached or not?
Which case?
In this same-sex
I told you I'm not going to comment on it. It's a pending matter.
The question is whether the Supreme Court had the right to hear these petitions.
Well, certainly it has a jurisdiction. But question is whether the priority... See, if I were to be the judge or the chief justice, hypothetically, what would be the priority? I know as a matter of fact, there are appeals preferred by convicts who are suffering life sentence for the last 10 years. Appeals are pending in the Supreme Court. If we believe really in the Constitution, my principle is top priority should be given to that, because nothing like personal freedom. After 10 years, let us say in a given case, the Supreme Court comes to the conclusion the person, the man or woman is innocent. What benefit it is, those 10 years are lost to that person. Priority should be given. How do you prioritize the hearing is a question. On that ground, I have reservations about this matter.
Justice Joseph, you have very strong views about issues like abortion, divorce. In this case, do you think that the Lakshman Rekha was breached by the Supreme Court in trying to hear these cases, these petitions on same-sex marriages?
Kaushik, you yourself gave me a hint saying that I have my very strong personal views about it. I do have. But disassociating myself with what is now being handled by the Supreme Court, of course, is a matter pending consideration by the Supreme Court. I would say that, marriage has a different purpose altogether. Marriage is a union of man and woman, basically, essentially. Now, there is an association and united forever for purposes of the nature, procreation and recreation. Well, that is my personal view about it. So I'm 100% against this same-sex marriage. It can be a union, it can be an association, it can be whatever, because it's not a fundamental right. Marriage is not a fundamental right of a person. So you can have your own choice as to whether you want to be living together, to be a friend, close friend, intimate friend, particular friend, living together forever, etc. Those are all different concepts altogether. The moment you touch on the concept of marriage, it's actually the basic unit in the society. So when we speak about the unity, if we speak about the integration, etc., it's all something which affects the roots of the issue. That is my personal feeling. But since you asked about the jurisdiction aspect, I do not say that there is no jurisdiction. But I agree with my island brother that, jurisdiction depends on the discretion that you exercise as to which you should exercise your jurisdiction and which you should refrain from. Because ultimately, as an institution, your role is to have a judicial review on the law, policy, and conduct of the legislature and the executive. And of course, the judiciary also, because there's a judicial review of the judiciary as well. There are several provisions in the procedure laws and the constitution also. As brother pointed out, the High Court jurisdiction under Article 235 is to oversee the administration of justice in the state, unlike the Supreme Court, which does not have any such jurisdiction. So there, in the matter of administration of justice, this institution should function on that manner. So your primary duty is to see whether the law is constitutional, the policy is constitutional, the conduct is constitutional. If you want to examine that, then there must be something which has been made either by the lawmaker or introduced by the executive, and then you have to see whether this is a policy which is constitutionally valid and to be upheld. That's scrutiny that you don't get. And you don't get a platform there, because what is law? Law is actually, we call it a mirror of life. It's actually meant to order the society, to create order in society and prevent disorder in society. So this is actually a province. I always say people's court, not the judiciary. It's a court of the people where they should have debate. They should know, because India is such the diversity of this country, where we have religions, cults, because this essentially has a lot of intimate and intricate relationship into the culture, into the religion, into the beliefs of people. So all these are to be, according to me, debated, and then a policy needed to have been taken. That would have been a better way of looking at it. But since the matter is now in the court, I do not want to comment any further on that.
My last question, as we are running out of time, so brief answers. My little understanding of law says that bail is the norm and jail should be the aberrations. But now we see that in most cases, the bails are denied, and the executive in many cases, irrespective of political dispensation, they use this provision not to grant bail to make the process itself a punishment. We have, and it's being used now politically also. There are several examples. We have one example here, Mr. P. Chidambaram ji. So this is happening increasingly from the common citizen to political opponents. The executive is taking advantage of this judicial disinterested in giving bails. How do you see that can be solved? What would be your suggestion for the judges, particularly in the lower courts? They just do not give bails, where the provisions say that in most cases it should be the norm. How do you see that can be solved, sir? Justice Salamishwar?
There is no provision which says it should be the norm, barring a judgment of the Justice Krishnaiyer, which said bail is the rule and jail is the exception. The point is, apart from those high-sounding words, a system which takes number of years to adjudicate the guilt or otherwise of an accused person, bail should be the norm, agree, logically. Now, the only other way we can get rid of that norm is improve the efficiency of the system, that trial in no case shall be pending in any court for more than 2 months, 3 months, or whatever it is. If we can raise the level of the efficiency of the system to that, which is, is a huge task. Mr. Chidambaram is smiling at me with all his experience as a lawyer, lawmaker, parliamentarian, so on and so. But that is the problem. In fact, there are some high courts, without meaning any disrespect to them, where criminal appeals of life convicts are pending for 2 decades. In fact, in one case, when I was sitting there in the Supreme Court, we called for reports and we asked certain reform and whatever it is, things is going on. Unfortunately, the kind of prominence which is given to these same-sex marriages and so on and so forth, they are more, I don't know, one wrong word, I might get into trouble once again. But these are the things which gain lot of prominence and publicity. The problem of these people who languish in jails under trials for a number of years, that's not being addressed. I think that's something more important for the nation, for the common man of this country. Now, instead of addressing it now, in a particular case, bail is granted, not granted, it's being used. But naturally, everybody tries to take advantage of the existing system. That's what happens.
Justice Joseph, final answer. Same question.
Yes, see, we must have a clear distinction as to this concept of why a person should be in jail. Of course, post-conviction, if he is sentenced to imprisonment, yes. But pre-trial, there are definite norms, because this affects the civil liberty and the dignity of the person. This is where people, unfortunately, the system does not understand. The moment a person is pre-conviction and pre-trial, somebody is arrested and put in jail, it affects his dignity, it affects his liberty, it affects his psyche as such. So unless there are compelling reasons for somebody to be kept in jail before trial, one should not, according to me. But there are a system, there are people who used to say, ultimately these people will get away. But this is the only thing they should be getting rewarded. This is a very wrong approach. This is definitely should not be encouraged at all. There should be systems and practices, right from the Supreme Court up to the magistrate level. People should know what is the value of liberty and what is the price that this country has given for liberty. Then only we will be able to understand how precious it is and how seriously we must safeguard it, protect it, and promote it. Unless for absolutely compelling reasons, one should not be put in jail pre-trial stage. It is in that context, Justice Krishnaiyer very emphatically said, bail is the norm and jail is the exception. But as Kaushik said, it has become a tamasha now. It is the other way now. It is jail. It appears even to the system, the judiciary also. Jail seems to be the norm and bail seems to be an exception. The way the prosecution also sometimes presents this story that there are very serious things to be investigated. Yes, you do. But why should you interfere with the personal dignity and liberty of the person if you want to investigate? I don't want to say anything further on that. I would have said, but for the presence of somebody here, I would have said many things about that.
Thank you, Justice Chelameswar and Justice Joseph. As usual, you are both forthright with your views. Thank you so much for being part of this conclave.
Thank you very much, our panelists, for joining us here. It was truly an engaging session. I'd like to call upon stage to felicitate our guests here. Sandeep N, Sham Steel, and Suresh M from Sham Steel, please up on stage. big round of applause. Justice Jasti Chelameshwar, former Supreme Court Judge. Justice Kurian Joseph, former Supreme Court Judge, in an enriching conversation with Kaushik Deka. A big round of applause. All right, up on stage next is our Kerala State Minister for PWD and Tourism, Mohammad Riaz, PA Mohammad Riaz, who will be giving enough and more insights on Kerala's tourism, an industry that seems to be booming forever. In fact, Nagarjun Dwarkanath to be moderating the session for us. Nagarjun South Deputy Editor for India Today. I'd like to welcome on stage PA Mohammad Riaz. A big round of applause. Kerala State's Tourism Minister joining us.
Okay, and then you can do the speech. Then I will go because that meeting is important meeting. Okay, live program. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the God's own country, and the man handling the portfolio for the same topic is Mr. Mohammad Riaz, Kerala Tourism Minister. Welcome to India Today South Conclave, sir. The minister would deliver a keynote address as to why Kerala is the tourist hub for the country. Mr. Minister.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to Kerala. Indeed, travel and tourism sector, the worst affected one when the pandemic created havoc on human life on this earth, has shown incredible resilience to bounce back. The revival is not complete in all respects, yet it could show the valor and vigor for a speedy recovery. Akin to the global scenario, Kerala tourism too faced harsh realities when the movement of people got started. The sector suffered job loss, revenue loss, closure of business, and the like. Yet Kerala tourism could regain the confidence earlier than rest of the tourist destinations in the country. The government and the industry joined hands together and took varied measures to overcome the unforeseen consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic. We took no delay in responding to the issues of the tourism sector, and the results are in front of us. We progressed at a tremendous pace. By the end of 2022, Kerala could bounce back extremely well by posting incredible growth in tourist arrivals. The state could receive 1.88 crore domestic tourists during 2022, which shows remarkable and unmatchable growth in tourist arrivals in the post-COVID era. Number of foreign tourists is increasing gradually. While the recovery was progressing within months, Kerala tourism could bag laurels, bringing yet another feather to the cap of Kerala tourism. God's own country has been featured in the 52 places to go in 2023 by the New York Times. The Kerala has been ranked 13th in the New York Times list, which lauds the responsible tourism initiatives of Kerala tourism. In addition, Kerala has been declared the best wedding destination for the year 2022 by the leading magazine Travel Plus Leisure, India and South Asia. Also, Kerala tourism has bagged the prestigious Responsible Tourism Global Award at the World Travel Mart held in London for its street project. Also, Kerala tourism has bagged the Popular Gold Award of Pacific Asia Travel Association for 2022 in the printed marketing campaign category. Before that, Condé Nast Traveler recognized Kerala's AIMIM village as one of among 30 best places to visit in 2022. The year was capped with India Today ranking Kerala as the topmost performer in tourism in the big states category. Moreover, Kerala has taken the stride to be the first women-friendly destination in the country. As part of it, a comprehensive project to encourage the participation of women in all tourism activities and attract more women tourists to the state is being implemented. Kerala always attempts to diversify its potentials that can be offered to the tourism markets. We ensure quality human and physical resources for tourism sector. The attempt for innovation is always there, and that instills dynamism in the tourism sector in the state. We are a multiple USP destination which forms the core of our marketing and promotion. For instance, backwaters have been our most important USP for the last decades. We added Ayurveda into it by having Kerala's unique traditional Ayurveda treatment types. The quest for innovation has been continuing. Recently, we added caravan tourism, which could add flowers to the tourism potentials of the state. Also, heli tourism is in the pipeline. We have a wide range of resources and attractors include physiography, climatic condition, culture and history of destination. Mix of activities being carried out, special events, superstructures, and the market ties. They are vital in attracting tourists from far and wide. In addition, in order to enhance competitiveness, we strengthen the accessibility and related infrastructure greatly. For instance, our NH, National Highway widening, will surely benefit tourism in the near future. From one end of the state to the other, the NH66, which has 45-meter wide, it will be completed in year 2025. The connectivity and the speed of movement among the destinations within the state and with outside the states will certainly be improved. This is a state with international airports at every 200-kilometer distance. The role it plays in enhancing the accessibility is great. Moreover, the road infrastructure and corresponding connectivity is being improved greatly. We are in the process of introducing a design policy which is applicable for tourism as well as public works and infrastructure development. The constructions in the state need to have a common and aesthetic background and maximum utility. Tourist destinations will have better attractiveness by implementing the new design policy. The state design policy will bring about a qualitative change in this crucial sector by turning the entire spectrum of physical infrastructure into tourism and people-friendly and optimizing the unutilized spaces. Our marketing efforts tend to be more oriented for promoting, positioning, branding, and selling destinations. We focus on both domestic as well as international marketing strategies. With regard to inbound tourism, our major source markets are from European countries, and we understood the importance of such countries for the state's tourism. Therefore, we regularly undertake much focused promotion efforts in those regions. Recently, we started focusing on Russia as well, along with the GCC countries. During the year, Kerala made a deep impression at major tourism and travel fairs in India and abroad like BIT Milan, IMTM Tel Aviv, ATM Dubai, and WTM London. Also, we organized series of road shows in major source countries. As part of product diversification, we are committed targeting premium tourists. We are planning to introduce heli tourism, connecting popular tourist destinations in the state. Heli taxi services, connecting Kochi with popular tourist destinations such as Thekkady, Munnar, and Kumaragam, are being finalized. The necessary infrastructure shall be in place of a PPP mode. Moreover, we are working on an integrated plan to give a major boost to cultural, food, monsoon, wellness, and beach tourism for the entire state. Cultural tourism calendar is getting ready. 10 most popular beaches have been identified to organize events on the lines of the highly successful Bepur Waterfest. Also, Kovalam is going to be developed at par with popular international beach destinations. It will be a model tourist destination very soon. The second edition of the IPL Model Champions Boat League, CBL, snake boat races, received greater domestic and global attention. the Kochi Muslims Binale is back in full swing. Bepur International Waterfest was held on a bigger format. The first edition really spurred the revival of tourism's confidence in the state. Heritage tourism has been strengthened by phased development of projects like Travancore Heritage Tourism Project. Furthermore, Kerala tourism has been promoting adventure tourism, MICE tourism, and farm tourism, in addition to the introduction of literary and biodiversity circuits. It is the first time in our country a state government is announcing a literary and biodiversity circuit in its budget. Of late, activity-based tourism is being promoted. Our vision is to have experiential tourism all over, which can benefit more the people of the state. Also, the tourists can enjoy the visit better. Sustainability and inclusiveness do underpin the tourism development model while living up to the expectations and demands of the modern tourist. Economic empowerment of the local societies are being incorporated as vital component of tourism. For effective destination management and molding our young generation as tourism ambassadors, tourism clubs are being formed in higher education institutions in the state. Another opportunity in the hospitality sector is to establish more quality accommodation facilities in Kerala. Joint venture efforts will be promoted. Each and every part of this land is gifted by nature's bounty. To identify and promote tourist spots in every Grama Panchayat destination challenge initiative was introduced. To sum up, I would like to inform the distinguished audience that Kerala Tourism is planning to conduct an investors meet shortly to showcase the opportunities in the tourism sector for the investors. In this backdrop, it is also important to note that the ministry is taking all the efforts to uplift the status of tourism industry by declaring industry status. This will benefit the tourism industry and its stakeholders in multiple ways. I am not extending any further. Being a land of scenic beauty and rich cultural heritage, we would like to promote Kerala sustainably, provide high quality tourist experience, and to generate utmost benefits for the people. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Wishing you all the best for the investors meet for the tourism. The minister is running out of time, so we'll have to cut short our session. He'll have to head out for an important meeting. So I'll right away conclude the session. I'll now call upon Mr. Ashish Nair, Vice President Corporate Affairs, RP Group, to hand out the token of appreciation to the minister.
Performing, you need this.
Where are you headed?
Shopping.
The Agio Big Bowl sale, 50 to 90% off. Shop now.
The next session is of India's startup ecosystem, the success and the challenges. I'd like to invite The moderator on stage, Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing, India Today Group. Also the speaker, Mr. Chris Gopal Krishna, co-founder, Infosys.
Let's give Chris Gopalakrishna a very warm round of applause and welcome. He's the billionaire tech guru and who currently, apart from being the co-founder of Infosys, has his own venture capital and startup accelerator called Axelor Ventures. He's also chairman of Itahasa Research and Digital Evolution that is looking at the evolution of technology, and the author of a book, Against All Odds, the IT Story of India, which I advise everybody, not just youngsters, to pick up, because here is a man who knows everything, and we are very fortunate that he is here to talk about startups and the challenges that are there. Now, many of us know that Mr. Modi in 2015 started the whole startup movement in some senses. It was there much earlier, but he gave it a prime ministerial, let's say, stamp to it. And after that, we've seen startups sprout enormously. We've had the last figure I saw was there something like government registered startups around close to over 90,000 of them. We've also had unicorns. We have seen on our own backyards, my city and your city now, Byju's, a whole range of Unacademy, Zomatos, all of them turn not only just unicorns, but also some of them decacorns. It seemed like a great story. I mean, and Prime Minister Modi described it as the backbone of India. The startups is the backbone of India. Unfortunately, after the boom that we experienced during the COVID period, startups began to have a certain, I wouldn't say fall down, but if you look at the funding that this quarter, it has decreased drastically as compared to, say, $30 billion that startups were getting in 2021. They're down to $10 billion this particular quarter, and they don't expect it to grow. So let's begin with this. Are we seeing the fall down of startups, or is this a temporary phase? What's your view on that?
So first of all, thank you, Raj, for having me. And thank you for bringing this conference to Trivandrum.
As a hometown.
As a son of
This is his
Trivandrum.
hometown. Please give him a... he grew up here.
So, Thiruvananthapuram janichu valarna oru kutti. Thank you for bringing this conference to Trivandrum. I feel this is the ideal place to have an intellectual discussion. So thank you very much. Your question about is this a permanent feature decline, or is it something temporary? I believe it's temporary. These are part of economic cycles. The entire world is going through an economic slowdown, and the funding is in some sense a reflection of the money that's coming in as investable funds. And investable funds have come down. See, interest rates have gone up. So it really attracts investment, and investors, when they have multiple avenues for investment, they look at what is safer. So now the money is going to debt instruments and fixed income products and things like that, whereas equity investments are lower. So startups are seeing a slowdown because of that. Second, we have also gone through some significant downfalls. The FTX in the US, and we have had a couple of scandals here in India also. And when this happens, again, the investors pull back, right? And they say, let me review everything thoroughly. Let me take my time to figure out what is really going on. So to me, it's temporary. I am very, very bullish on India's startup ecosystem over the medium to long term. India is the best place for a new business because this is going to be the fastest growing economy in the world. We will go from 3.5 trillion to 20 trillion, 30 trillion, maybe even 40 trillion, which means that lots and lots of new businesses have to be created. A lot of these businesses will use disruptive technology to create a impetus, a acceleration. And so I believe India is the best place to be.
No, that's very reassuring, except for all those people who lost their jobs. There's been a huge cutbacks in an academy. It's been you've seen all the big companies sort of knock off people quite ruthlessly. I'm not sure if Infosys also had a cutback a bit, but not as,
Fortunately, the IT services industry has not had a layoff. Maybe, some people who are not performing, when things slow down, you let go.
Right.
But, I want to address this head on. In a dynamic economy, in an economy that needs to support new business creation, just like investors are taking a risk, you need to understand that employees who join startups are taking a risk. Everybody who gets associated with a startup is taking a risk. So let's say if 9 out of 10 startups are expected to fail. Now, if you join those 9 that fail, how can you expect the job to be there?
Well, Infosys was a startup when it happened. And if you look at a lot of the companies here, they were formed only 50 or even 30 years back, as you were mentioning earlier, whether it was Microsoft or any of these companies, they were originally. So if you look at the startup waves in India, Infosys, let's give it the grant that it's mid-90s was the first wave. Second and third, were there better waves, or why didn't we see the same fallout that was happening in those terms?
There were fallouts. When Infosys was started, many other companies were started, right? Only few survived, Infosys, Wipro, TCS, but many that failed, we don't talk about today. There are, I don't want to name any company because they're all friends, but many didn't succeed. Many didn't succeed as much as an Infosys or a Wipro or a TCS. So I consider that as the late 70s, early 80s as the first wave. The second wave is when Mindtree, Cognizant, that's the late 90s. The third wave is the 2008, so immediately after the financial crisis. Flipkart is an example of the third wave. And the fourth wave is the 2015 onwards, when Prime Minister Modi supported startups right from the top. And that's the that's the fourth wave. And these are, waves, and, many fail, but some survive. Many may not make it to the same level of growth. They may turn out to be MSMEs and things like that. And that's the nature of the innovation ecosystem. And we need it because these are the, the disruptions that bring new technology to the society. And these are the businesses that create an acceleration in the growth of the economy. So if India, grows at 5 to 6%, to take it to 10%, you need a robust startup ecosystem because they will grow very fast.
Now, if you look at what has happened, I mean, firstly, there was a boom because of COVID. COVID didn't allow us to go outside, so we started ordering food. So all the food startups really did well. Education startups, because you couldn't really go to college or school, so Byju's and everyone flourished. Suddenly, after COVID ends, you see this huge dip. Now, is there a need to broad-base startups beyond the obvious sort of things that happen in society? Innovative. So, where do you become the kind of, Oyos or whatever it is that's there? Olas and...
So there are opportunistic businesses. These are businesses that take advantage of something that happens in the short term. So if you look at COVID, the remote tutoring, right? Stay at home and tutor students, etc. I believe that's a temporary phenomenon. Now, a permanent phenomenon is online education, especially for continuing education, people who are working, etc., or people who want to take their own time to graduate, etc. So that is a long-term phenomenon. So you need to differentiate between these two, and any business that wants to create an institution has to have long-term value proposition and must stay continuously relevant. See, if I look at the IT services industry, and we have extensively researched this for our book. When Infosys was started, we were working on mainframe computers. COBOL was the programming language. look at today, right? It's mobile phones and, the programming languages are Python and things like that, very different. But these companies have stayed relevant. They have made sure that they can find solutions to customers in all these technology transitions. So the technology transitions from mainframes to PCs to internet to mobile telephones, now IoT, cloud computing, but these companies have stayed relevant. So when you build a long-term institution, you have to stay relevant. India today, right?
Right.
Has stayed relevant through the ages.
Despite the fact that everyone's gone digital, we are still there.
Yes, yes. So you have
Yeah.
to create the relevant social media handles and all that stuff. So this is what is required to create a long-term business.
I think that's lesson one for startups, is it must be relevant to whatever's happening and a certain long-term.
There has to be a long-term vision of what your solution is going to, bring value to your customers. So that has to be there.
Now let's do lesson two, since you're the guru on this. First you need a great idea and a long-term vision and, something that is relevant to that.
And the stamina to run the marathon.
Sorry?
And the stamina to run the marathon.
Very good one. Lesson two is, don't think startups are startups that you get money immediately and you'll be okay, that you have success.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that Byju's, I spoke to him.
Let's not take any names.
No, I'm just giving you a very positive story. I interviewed him a couple of months ago, and he said he was in a village in Kerala and he was great at tutoring. And then he took that idea, but it took him something like 10 years to really think. It was not overnight that he became a success.
It's not an over.
Yeah, but yes, continue. Yes.
Yeah. So, see, making money is the outcome of providing value to somebody called a customer. If you don't provide value, if you don't create a valuable business, don't expect money to come.
Very interesting. So
Because
that's lesson
you
three.
you don't create a business to make money. You create a business to serve your customer.
Wonderful. Yeah.
And a result of that is, hopefully, if the customer is very happy, they tell other customers and you grow very rapidly, you make money.
So you have relevance that you said, lesson one. Lesson two is
Marathon
man. And number three is
long-term value creation.
Right.
Focus on serving your customers, money will come.
Okay. The other lesson we'd like is, where do you go and get the funds from? Does the government give? How do you go out actually and ask people, look, I've got this idea. How do you shop around?
Yeah. So any person who wants to start a business must be a salesperson, must have a good, knack for selling the idea.
Lesson four is selling.
Selling is very, very important. I think we have to become good at it. I was definitely not good at it, but over time I've become better and better at it.
The pitch that you make.
So of course, there are quote unquote venture capital funds. These are funds that invest in risky bets, which is what startups are, right? They are willing to lose most of their money because the one or two companies that succeed will give them immense returns, which cover up for all the losses. So a fund in its lifetime will invest approximately in 40 companies. Out of those 40 companies, 20 will lose money, 0 return.
Wow.
Maybe 10 will give you some return. 5 or 6 will give you maybe 2 times, 3 times what you invested.
So what is the...
And 1 or 2 will
Right.
give you 100 times return. That makes up for all other losses.
So
that's how you structure a fund.
If you have to understand a venture capitalist, and I'm a startup, what is lesson 6, let's call it, of trying to, one is to make the pitch, right? But what is it that he's looking for that you must go and touch his core and says, look, I like what you're doing?
So, what you look for is, do they have the passion? Do they have the depth of knowledge? Do they have the energy to run the marathon? Is it a plausible idea? Is the market size large enough so that they can exponentially scale up? Is it a disruptive idea? That means it has to be a better mousetrap than what exists today. So you look at all this. Are they leveraging technology? So you look at it, and do they
I
have
like the
prior
word you use, mousetrap. What do you mean by mousetrap?
I'm saying, what exists today, this has to be an order of magnitude better.
Okay. when you say mousetrap, you mean that you
Better
don't get
product.
trapped in a little...
Better product. No, no, no. I'm saying it's a better product.
A better product. Okay. I thought it was that you get caught in your... Yeah, but coming also to the government, I think that's also very important. The government did show a lot of interest in startups. What is it that the government, say the government of India and say government of Kerala has done? And how would you assess their contribution to the startup? And what would you advise them to do more?
See, it has to be led from the top.
Right.
This is my personal belief, where the chief ministers have come forward to support the startups personally. Those states have actually done very well.
Right.
So, if you list, Kerala has done a good job, I believe, in startups. The startup village concept that Kerala created, they have a maker village in Cochin. These are all, very innovative ways in which to promote startups, etc. And in Trivandrum, it's estimated that in Technopark alone, there are some 3,000 startups today. So Kerala has done well. Of course, Bangalore is a good example. Now, the NCR region, it's just that I think it's the center that's driving that to some extent. Then you have Hyderabad,
right,
which is the Telangana government driving. So it's not any party that's doing it. I feel it's that where the chief minister is supporting from the top, they have done extremely well. These states have done extremely well when it comes to creating a startup ecosystem. And overall, India has become the third best location for startups in the world, world, after 2015, when Prime Minister Modi said, we need to support startups and announced the Startup India program.
But that's a good lesson. I mean, I've lost count of must be lesson 8, which is that the government must have a good person on top.
Yeah, if India has to become a 20-30 trillion economy, it has to be because some of these startups become multi-billion-dollar multinational corporations. They have to. We have to create a Tata, we have to create a Reliance, many of these things in the next few years, in maybe new industries. Where are they going to come from, right? We see existing companies grow at 5, 6, 10%. These are the companies that grow at 100%, 200%, etc. They also leverage disruptive technologies, and we need those companies.
Now, just to say, if you look across, because you look at so many companies, which would be the promising sectors now that you think, look, this is a place you all must rush to. There's a lot of vacuum and you can fill up.
Fortunately for us, India has lots and lots of opportunities. So we are going through a transition to electric vehicles in the automotive sector, right? And that entire supply chain is ready for disruption. Whoever is making internal combustion engine parts and things like that, supplier to that ecosystem has to now transition to electric. We need new battery technology, so on and so forth. If you look at the entire consumer space, retail, e-commerce, digital commerce, now ONDC is disrupting these things. Sometimes it's these digital public goods, digital public infrastructure that allows new innovation to happen. And it's a very India-specific model. The entire fintech space got disrupted by UPI. We are waiting for a disruption in healthcare. Because if you have to provide quality healthcare at affordable prices to the remotest corner of India, it has to be on top of technology. During COVID, we did teleconsult. We did so many things. Now we need to scale these up, and we need to leverage these new technologies and these new business models. And those that leverage this will become very successful businesses later on. And those existing businesses, hospitals, embrace, for example, teleconsult and make that part of their regular processes, will succeed better.
Now, is age a factor? Is it too young to start? Must you start? Is it too old to start? Where do you...
It's a mindset. Sam Walton started Walton at the age of 65.
65.
Right. So I now say that at the age of 60, please think of you as a startup founder. Start a second career if you want to. I reinvented myself after stepping down from Infosys. Because I now do nothing in IT services space. Right? I support startups, I support research, I work with industry and government, philanthropic investments,
So you're
Nothing to
neither too old nor too young also. What age should you actually, is there a...
Age is in the mind, in the mind, right? Today, you are healthier when, 80 is the new 60.
80 is the new 60.
That's
I'm
what
sure lots of
everybody
people will
says,
be
right?
happy to hear that.
Right. So you have to work till you die.
Uh-huh.
Don't retire, and start a business whenever you feel, whenever you have a good idea, whenever you feel like good. So I feel that just after education, when you pass out, that's
Right.
first opportunity. When your children go to college, that's the second opportunity. That's probably around 40. The third is around 60. When you finish your career, so-called career, start a new business, and then
And just before 80, you can still do.
I think you'll stay young if you do that. You'll
Okay.
stay young.
We had a guru in the morning. Now there's a new guru here who's telling us about things. But another point that... yeah.
Neuroscientists will tell you that social interactions are key to being young,
Right.
being healthy, and challenge yourself, right? Mentally stimulate yourself.
That's true. No, I wanted to talk a bit about incubators and how do you see that as a major role? Because you do need a mentor. Right? Everybody who has a great idea needs someone to pull him. Now, how do we get those? And what is the, do we need to do something about that? Is that an area?
Yeah. So the ecosystem is extremely important, and that's another reason why certain parts of the country do very well, because they have mentors. These are people who have founded companies, either succeeded or failed. It doesn't matter, but they know those lessons. They can help others who are starting new businesses. Then incubation facility is one where all the services that a startup requires can be brought to bear in one place.
Right.
Rather than distributed. So you don't need to run around and find all the different services that you require. You can find it in one place. You can also get advice. You can get funding. So incubators are very important. Incubators are also very important in the academic scenario, because students to start a business need some support in terms of space, etc. So incubators are important. There are incubators within corporates. So now if you talk to ICICI Bank or HDFC Bank, they all have an incubator now to create startups in the fintech space. So take advantage of these things. Find a mentor, find an incubator. Some funds have incubators themselves. These are all structures that you need to take advantage of. If you're anybody, if you are challenged, if you find an issue, ask for help. Correct? So startup also must ask for help if they stumble.
That's about lesson 13 or 14. Okay. But the other thing that is there is that once you start up, you've got private funds, you want to go public. What is the advice on that? Many people, we've seen Paytm and others go public and suddenly it looks all bad. Sorry, I should name names. They've picked up since then, right? Okay.
Yeah, see, I have always believed that, every stakeholder must benefit from your success.
Right.
Right? Now, in private space, so there are two things I want to talk about here. In private space, the valuation is decided by 5-10 people in a room.
Right.
These are the VCs. Right? In a public space, your valuation is decided on a per minute basis. Every time somebody buys your share,
right,
your valuation is decided at that point. That's a very different way of setting valuations, and people don't realize that. Because the 10 people who decide on a valuation can decide they can dream about a valuation, but in public space, you have many choices. You can invest in a mature company, you can invest in a competitor, you can invest in another industry. There are many choices. So they have to benefit from that. Second, you never maximize the valuation. Don't take, suck everything out.
Right.
Then for the new investor, there's nothing left to gain.
Right.
Right? Leave always something on the table so that the new investor also feels happy that they bought your share. They must see the next day the price going up. So leave
Wonderful.
something on the table.
Right. the way to success on IPOs. But we have a lot of youngsters I can see across in our audience. They're sitting behind. But what would your advice be to them? Look, they must have done college, just coming out. They've got bright ideas. What would you say?
So, as I said, India is the best place to start a business. Opportunities are huge. Disruptive technologies allow you to reimagine businesses. Second, it is cheaper to start a business in India. That's the reason why the entire world is coming to India for innovation. Entire world is coming to India for innovation. Because it's cheaper to do innovation and we have talent in abundance. Our talent is second to none. Second to none. Okay. Third, governments are realizing that they need to support startups. So there are lots of government programs that you can take advantage of. Academic institutions support startups, etc. What you need is, you need to make sure that for the next 5 years, you can live on a shoestring budget or zero income. Because starting a business is a risky business.
Right. You must be willing to rough it out.
You have to willing. Now, I say if you're going to get married, don't do a startup also. You can't take two challenges at the same
They're
time.
not happy with that thing. Don't get married too quickly, he says.
Right? Because you can't take multiple challenges at the same time.
Right.
So you need to be very clear that you are able to rough it up for some time. It's very important. You are able to take risks. If a family is dependent on you, they are looking at you to get a good job and support them, do that. Maybe at a later stage, you can do a startup. So then, of course, you need an idea, you need a team, you need to have a story, you need to pitch it to venture capitalists, and there's a lot of luck.
I'm going to also, I'm sure this will be interesting to you all. We are looking at artificial intelligence. We have now ChatGPT. I'm sure all of you all try to do this for your marks and try and get them to answer your papers easily, sneak in some also. Where do you see artificial intelligence go? Is it a bane, or is it something that is going to be highly good for society? Where does it? Where do you look at the artificial intelligence debate?
See, it's a tool, right? Just like a computer is a tool, a mobile phone is a tool, a car is a tool, right? These all augment human capabilities. If I want to go from here to Bangalore, I have to take a flight. Well, I can drive, but it will take me 12 hours to get there.
But this is much, much higher sort of intelligence.
Because more and more you are getting into what is called knowledge work, intellectual work, what we believe to be human, right? Capabilities.
Right.
White collar work and things like that, which require thinking, analysis, etc. But the thing is, computers are where and are becoming better and better at human tasks. I can probably add 10 numbers in 1 minute or something like that.
Right.
A computer will add million numbers in
Zillions,
one minute. They have been becoming better and better. As I said, if I take a flight, it's faster than me running to reach Bangalore. So machines have been becoming better than human beings for time immemorial. It is for us to take advantage of this technology and use it effectively, right? It's the plane that went and hit the Twin Towers. So a technology can be misused and will be misused, will continue to be misused. It is for us as a society to understand the benefits, put in a railing around these technologies to make sure that we use it for the benefit of humanity. And the benefit is huge, because with AI, machine learning, we can probably help people perform tasks better, simplify things. We can, provide better secure society. There's so many things that are beneficial to us because machines are faster and better.
But all of them must be really worried about the fact that machines, our generation has sort of at least gone through the entire thing, and the machines were not that clever at that time. They're getting better and better. But let us look at the other fact. Why can't we, India, be on the top of the curve of artificial intelligence? We always did BPOs, we always did back office stuff. Is there an, okay, not y'all, okay, software
I'm
development.
looking at how much time we have for
We've
the
got
next
3
debate.
minutes, okay, or 6 minutes, if they permit us. What do you think India needs to do to become the AI capital of the world? Can we do it?
So first of all, before I leave it, in IT services, we have become world's best. Okay, being focused on something and becoming best requires tremendous work, and do not put it down.
Then, okay, take it
The
back.
top 5
We are the world's best.
top 5 companies in the world in IT services are Indian.
Right. Okay.
Right. So
I'm not looking down at it. I'm just saying that we
So
can't we be the Microsoft that does.
Is a work that needs to be done, and we became very good at doing it.
Right.
Now, when it comes to how can we become better in disruptive technologies, we have to invest in R&D. As a country, we are investing 0.7% of money, GDP, on research. And private industry, and I tell my colleagues in the private industry, abysmally low. Out of the 0.7%, 0.6 is government and only 0.1 is industry. We have to take it to 3%, 1.5 from industry, 1.5 from government. We need to have private industry involved in academic research. We need to do research more. Because artificial intelligence didn't come out of thin air, right? It was an outcome of research that happened from 1960 onwards. So many years of investment. Research is something that you cannot predict when you will succeed. You make multiple attempts. Look at Elon Musk. He blew up a rocket. After 4 minutes, it blew up, right? They cheered it because they know that there are lessons learned, and the next time they will not make those mistakes.
But I always ask this question, why can't we get a Google? Why can't we get a Microsoft? Why can't we get an Amazon? Why do we always have to be copycats?
So we have product companies in the application side. The best logistics companies here in Trivandrum. People in this room will recognize IBS software, right? I don't know VK Matthews is here or not. He's the founder of that. So, when you go to Dubai airport, the software that runs.
But the fundamental question, why can't we reach that level quickly?
Google came out of the research at Stanford, right?
So universities are important.
Universities are important. Investment in research is important. Sustained investment. These don't happen overnight. Our best talent is going out because they're not getting opportunities here. These are the same people. Who is the CEO of Google?
That's true.
Of a person of Indian origin, right? Of Microsoft. So it's not about our capability. It's about that environment,
ecosystem.
Ecosystem, and the investment that's required. US is investing billions of dollars. So just like in AI, for example, President Biden announced 140 million, if I'm not wrong, 140 million immediately to say that let's understand the pitfalls of AI. Overnight.
So shouldn't the government now, like it said, Startup India, AI India, maybe I could
So we are increasing slowly as our GDP grows. Our investment in R&D is going up. But as a percentage of the GDP, we need to increase that. Right? It's increasing, but we need to accelerate that. So government has announced quantum mission, AI mission, but we need to implement it on the ground. Unfortunately, our academic ecosystem doesn't have the capacity to absorb so much money. It's not built for it. This is a topic for another discussion.
I think so, yes.
We did a study at IIT Madras. This is one place, and don't blame IIT Madras for this. 95% of the research proposals are less than 1 crore. Because they publish a paper and everybody is happy.
Oh.
Now, that is not going to create a Google or a Microsoft.
Right.
You need to look at multi-year, multidisciplinary research programs like ISRO, right? ISRO is supported by the government for how many years? Again, Trivandrum is where the ISRO started. Tumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station, TERS, is where ISRO started. That was in 60s. Right? It has taken so much time.
Chris, you know, I don't have AI to turn the clock and make it to 5 minutes. So firstly, I mean, this has been a fantastic masterclass for all the youngsters here, for all of us. So many lessons. Let's give him a very warm round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Chris Gopalakrishnan, tech billionaire, guru.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd ask Mr. Chris to stay back for a minute so that we can felicitate him. I'd like to call upon Ms. Dr. Manjunatha SV, DGM Sales, Venki's, to hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan. Up next, we have State Finances, the Tightrope Walk. I would like to invite the session moderator, Mr. M.G. Arun, Executive Editor, India Today, to introduce the panelists. I'd like to call upon the stage Mr. K. Balagopal, Minister of Finance, Kerala Government, Pinaki Chakrabarti, Economist, Mr. K.M. Chandrasekhar, former Cabinet Secretary of India.
Good evening, everybody. In June last year, the Reserve Bank of India came out with a scathing report flagging the deep financial distress in some states. It cautioned against the precarious finances of a few indebted states in the backdrop of Sri Lanka's economic crisis. In August, Prime Minister Modi questioned the remedy of freebies culture in some states and said poll freebies would increase the tax burden and prevent the country from becoming self-reliant. Again this January, the RBI cautioned that debt consolidation at the individual state level warrants urgent attention. States like Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Rajasthan, Bihar, and West Bengal are those where the debt to gross state domestic product, or GSDP, continues to be above 30%. So are we staring at the risk of states falling into a debt trap? How precarious are states' finances? To discuss that, we have today a very eminent panel with us. We have Mr. K. Balagopal, the Minister of Finance of Kerala, Mr. Pinaki Chakrabarti, who is an economist and fellow at the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, and Mr. K.M. Chandrasekhar, former Cabinet Secretary of India. Against the background which I just explained, let me come first to you, Mr. Balagopal. You had stated in December last year that the state is going through a very unprecedented financial crisis. with the COVID pandemic making it a lot worse. A few days ago, you said the center has drastically cut down the state's borrowing limit to 15,390 crore, etc. So we would like to know from you, what exactly is the financial situation of the state? How fragile it is? Is it a situation where you have issues at the one end? And also, is there a further squeezing of funds from the center? We'd like your views on this.
There is a recent report from the AG that the finances of Kerala is improving and there is a very good fiscal consolidation that is also there. Actually, we are facing a lot of decisions by the union government which squeezes our financial resources. There is a serious crunch is there. And if you take the services which we are giving, the facilities which we are giving to the people, the largest percentage in ratio to the population, the PSC appointment, we have the maximum number of employees. We are not making it contract. We have a very big number of schools, around 13,500 schools, which is the largest pro rata ratio. It is the highest. We are giving 60 lakh people social security pension, 1,600 per month. Around 11,000 crores we are spending every, which are 5 lakh. These are the social sectors. At the same time, if you look at capital expenditure and research and development, I think just the session concluded. They were saying about, Mr. Chris was saying about 0.6%, only 0.6% is the R&D expenditure in the country. But we can claim that we are having the highest expenditure in R&D with substantial data we have. And in the infrastructure sector, new kind of employment generation, everything we are doing a lot of things. So the question is not about the spending or beneficial spending for the people. The question is how the union government is looking into the aspects of states. For example, I can say, in the case of borrowing, our Honorable Prime Minister said that some states may go like in the path of Sri Lanka. I can give one detail. In the last year budget and this year budget, the union government is taking around 42% of its total receipts through borrowing. 42% of the total receipts of the union government is through borrowing. And 6.4% is the deficit borrowing. Actually, if you take states like us, yes, we are also taking, we have borrowing, but around 20% only. And we are, our revenue deficit is within 3% now, or related to that, because we cannot take any money more than the stipulated sanctions for the approval of, without the approval of the Reserve Bank. The issue now is coming that those money which we are taking under some especially public sector or special entity like KIFBI, Kerala Infrastructure Investment Fund Board, or some pension company, which government is giving only guarantee. That nowadays they are taking it into, they are calculating it under the borrowing. That is the issue. So these issues are there, and I'm not taking much time. One thing I can say, for the total revenue receipts of Kerala, we are making 71% our own. But at the same time, many of the states in the country, out of the total revenue receipts, they are making, they are taking only 40%, 25%, 30%. If you need the states list, that also I can give.
Okay.
So why this is happening? After GST, the total taxation structure is changed, and their collection is going to not controlled by the state. Then the borrowing they are controlling. There is a stepmotherly attitude to the states, which they are not politically supporting. That is there. So grants also, there is a sharp decline in these years. Kerala state of Kerala is facing that. Many other states are also facing that. That is the issue. It is not a matter of the way where we are going. We are going with a strong financial consolidation path.
Okay. So the point to note is, of course, that Kerala's situation is not as bad as it was earlier. It is improving, number one. Number two is that whatever you are spending is not just some kind of freebie expenditure, but then actual, schemes that are required for the state. And number three is that even the center is doing, the same thing and going into high borrowing. I want to bring in Mr. Chandrasekhar into the picture at this point, because, so you have been a bureaucrat, you have been in the system for the past 4 decades and more. You have seen various governments come in. Do you agree with Mr. Balagopal that, whatever the state has been spending are on actual measures that are required for public benefit? Or do you think there are areas where the state could rethink on the spending?
No, I will reply to your question. But basically, I think I have a problem with this very concept of fiscal deficit of 3%. Determining whether a state is economically viable or not. Because this you've taken from the European model, the Maastricht model. That Maastricht model was for nations. It was not for subnational entities like the state governments. Now, the Maastricht model has 2 elements. One is the fiscal deficit of 3%. The other is public debt should not exceed 60% of the GDP. Now, if you look at it, are there any states in India which have 60% public debt? Kerala, which is supposed to be probably the worst among the southern states in terms of public debt, that has 37%. There are other states here which have 25%. Now you take the government of India, we had around 60% in 2014. That has gone up to a whopping 90% today. So how do you say that the states are stressed? I think we need to change our very thinking in this regard. You see, many things that you would say are welfare schemes, like say the first Namboodiripad government in 1987, they brought in things like free school education. Now, what a lot of change it has happened, because when the Gulf boom happened, people from Kerala went there because we were educated. We had spent a lot on health. They were healthy, educated youngsters who could make use of that opportunity. And from what I could hear of what Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan said last few minutes, here again, the potential is there and we have grown that potential. So you can't just dismiss it by saying that there is a 3% and there is a 60%. Now, the fact is, I feel, and now even the European countries are feeling, that certain expenses, particularly infrastructure expenses that would lead to greater production in the future, that should be outside this 3% gap. And there should be, and Mr. Pinaki Chakrabarti will mention that point, they had said it in the 15th Finance Commission, they had said it also in the 14th Finance Commission. We are not looking at fiscal aspects. Fiscal and budgetary aspects have to go together. And we need to make a combination that will lead to highest potential growth for the whole country. You can't stick to figures taken from here and there. So I have a fundamental difference of opinion regarding that. And I think what the 15th Finance Commission said, formation of a fiscal council, which will look into these aspects, look at how we are, what do we want? We want growth. Mr. Gopalakrishnan was saying our R&D is only 0.6%. Every political party, you read their manifestos, they're all saying we'll do 2.5%, 3%. But it's still remaining at 0.6%. And unless we are able to change that, China is about 2.6%, Korea is about 4.1%. That's where the change is going to happen. Let's think differently.
Okay, so I think the basic questioned the basic argument that states should be more cautious when it comes to their finances came with the Sri Lanka example, because it's a neighboring state and we have we have seen what's happening in Pakistan. I think that is where the debate has come in. So as far as you are concerned, it is more of a redefinition of the way that we structure this kind of borrowing itself. But you are not putting too much blame at the doorstep of any particular government. Maybe I'll bring in Mr. Pinaki Chakraborty here. What, according to you, is the truth? Is it something like something in between, or what is your view when it comes to whether the states should be tightening their belts?
Thank you. The first point that I would like to make here is that we should stop comparing both the union government and the states with the crisis in Sri Lanka or in some other country. There are two reasons for that. I'm not saying that because we should not compare, because it is something that has happened which is not good fiscally. First thing is, our states cannot go the Sri Lanka way because states are not allowed to borrow externally. That's a constitutional provision, and it's part of the constitution. So states cannot borrow externally. So the external debt crisis that led to a macroeconomic crisis in Sri Lanka cannot happen to an individual state. Now let me come to the government of India. So if you look at government of India's debt, government of India's 99% of the fiscal deficit is financed from domestic sources. So it is the people of India who finances government of India's deficit. So our savings that is invested in state government securities as well as central government securities. So I don't see reason why we don't have large exposure to external debt, so we should not be comparing India's macroeconomic situation, be it states or be it center, with the crisis that has happened recently in Sri Lanka or is happening somewhere else, including Pakistan. Now, second point that I would like to talk about the issues related to state finances, I think we need to step back and see what has happened during COVID. During COVID, there is an exponential increase in both debt and deficit of states and the government of India. And if we look at the trend after COVID, that is 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24 budget, I looked at state-wise data. Overall debt to GDP ratio has come down. Fiscal deficit is around 3% of GDP. What has happened is, quality of government expenditure, if you say that capital expenditure is better than revenue expenditure, that itself is sometimes debatable, because revenue expenditure also leads to a huge increase in human capital development, which is the case with Kerala and many other southern states. That has gone up because there was a revenue shock because of COVID, economy was closed, but that things are improving. But what is important going forward is to probably reduce revenue deficit, create more space for capital expenditure so that it generates more growth. More growth will give more revenue, and in turn, a virtuous circle will set in. The last point that I would like to make is, I think it's very important that we look at the big picture. There are states who are at different levels of fiscal capacity. So comparing Kerala's fiscal situation with that of a state, say Arunachal Pradesh, will not be fair because their base itself is very different in both the states. So I think when we talk about state finances going, having serious problems, I think we need to take more nuanced view. Secondly, as far as revenue expenditure is concerned, we also have to look at the constitutional assignment. Constitution actually allows states to spend more on redistributive spending, be it education, be it health, be it rural development. Most of the spending is at the state level. So if we say that these expenditures will have to be cut, what are its implications also needs to be studied. So that's very important. Last point that I would make is with regard to freebies. I think that if we take the terminology apart and step back and see, I think freebies are a debate which is about conditional cash transfer. So what are those cash transfers that you have to give which will deliver that particular outcome? I think that is what should be looked at rather than saying that this should be done or this should not be. I think that's a question of fiscal autonomy, and that autonomy should be left to the state. But design, of course, we should discuss how the money can best be spent. That's an issue that always should be discussed. That is an issue of public financial management. I think the debate should move there rather than saying that it should not be done.
Okay, so the expenditure should be more result oriented, and there should be perfect parameters to gauge whether they are really worked or not. I will come to Mr. Balagopal here. When it comes to the latest issue where the center has lowered the borrowing limit of the state, how is it going to impact the state's finances going forward? Today morning, Amitabh Kant was here, the former CEO of Niti Aayog, and he said that the center, you should read the center's policies in a different way, in the sense that the center is incentivizing good policies, like wherever the states are spending more on capex, they benefit. So, do you think it should be, maybe it's time to look at a different approach? Or do you think here the center is at fault when it comes to not allowing you to borrow enough?
It is not a question of borrowing alone. Actually, why this borrowing, this demand for the stipulated FRBM Act borrowing limit? We cannot go beyond FRBM Act because it is 3% this year. In the 3%, they are saying that the money which you took under some organizations like KIFI or some other organization, even the Vijayan port now, which we are giving some guarantee through KFC or some other organization. Vijayan port, it will be one of the biggest port in the future. Even that capital expenditure, some guarantee state is giving. They are saying it is also coming under the borrowing. These kind of conditionalities are coming. And you take, when looking into the financials, the state COVID period, it was a very drastic economic problems were there. So just after the COVID, in 2021 March, our total tax and non-tax collection was only 47,000 crores. And within 2 years, last 2 years, we improved it up to 71,000 crores. That means around tax, non-tax and tax, it is around 26,000 crores improvement. Increase means 50%. Increase in these 2 years, it happened. So this kind of improvement is there, and reduction of other borrowing is there. And if you take our capital expenditure, both KIFBI and through budget, it is also, plus the human capital aspect, Dr. Pinaki was saying. So that is there. It is not an issue of that. But you look into the liters of income. Actually, we were getting at the time of 10th Finance Commission 3.9% from the divisible pool. The last 14th Finance Commission, we were getting 2.5. Now it is only 1.9. So 50% of the 10th Finance Commission's time division, we are getting only 50% of that. That is one thing. Then earlier, only 10% of the total income of the union government was from cess and surcharges. Now it is 20%, 20 point something. Around 5.5 lakh crores the central government is collecting through cess and surcharges. They are not giving any single penny to any state government, according to their whims and fancies they are giving. Then, if you look into the total expenditure, central government is getting around 62.7% of the total revenue of the country. And the state governments together is getting balance. And if you take the expenditure, the state government have to spend around 62.4%, state governments. So this is the imbalance. This imbalance is there. So if we are, and plus the GST, the last five years back, GST came and there's a very huge loss. And the compensation period, even amidst the COVID period, it is also stopped. So these are the issues where states are suffering. But all the states are trying their best to improve. I'm not saying only about Kerala alone. We don't have any confusion that we will be in a very, we cannot proceed like that. We can forward, we can proceed, we can do all these things. But the eligible amount which is due to the state, if you take last year, our grant, there is a reduction of 9%. 3 years back, it was from 31%, reduced to 10% like that. So there is a sharp decline of the grants. And the last year, Kerala reduced 9%. If you take Maharashtra, Karnataka, and other states, South general states are not getting much. Other states are more. Even those states are getting high, and Kerala is the only state in this part where this much of sharp fall in grants. So where Amitabh Kant is a good friend of all of us. We respect him. Good points or good projects they are supporting. We are having very good projects. We are doing a lot of things. So it is not a question of good project or bad project. It is a question of cooperative federalism. The eligible right of the state governments have to be protected, because the tax which is collected from the country,
right,
it should come to the states. Means part of that should come to the states. So a lot of discussion is coming there, and then they are blaming that states are not functioning well. That is not correct.
Right. Let me bring in Mr. Chandrasekhar here. You listen to what Mr. Balagopal said. You have watched the state very closely because you have worked here also. What is your view? Are there some areas where the state can be a little more cautious on their spending?
No, there are certainly areas. I think particularly in respect of public sector undertakings, there are too many public sector undertakings, and many of them are loss-making. That's one area. I don't know whether politically it is possible to do it, but it's an area of real concern where a lot of money is leaking out. I suppose many of these pension schemes, now with the introduction of Aadhaar and linking with Aadhaar, a lot of saving would be coming there. That was another point of leakage. So there were leakages. But again, I come back to the fundamental question. I don't agree with the view that the center should be incentivizing us to do the right things, because the center does not know what Kerala needs. Kerala knows what Kerala needs. UP knows what UP needs. What is good for UP is not necessarily good for Kerala. We have our own priorities. Let's go ahead with our own priorities. So the entire concept of federalism, cooperative federalism, as the minister said, that should be reconsidered, and that can be done only through consultation. You have to talk to the states. The states have to spend more. The states have to spend in the right way. And then you get the overall growth picture. Don't just stick to formulas developed in somewhere in Europe and say you are not good, you are wasting money. That doesn't make sense to me. If you need to spend more, you need to spend more. Now, how do you spend more? Yeah, for example, if you take 3% is the fiscal deficit norm fixed today, suppose we put 2% for infrastructure, will we not save? Because the cost of infrastructure today will be a lot less than the cost of infrastructure 5 years, 10 years hence. So we are going to develop faster if we give more room to the states, and the states have no room now because fiscal deficit is revenue minus the expenditure, and revenue, income tax is entirely with the central government. Now GST, hardly any room. Now they are depending on stamp duties, excise, customs, and so on to do it. Is that, they don't have much room for that, and they have an expenditure already. So I think we need to see how we can make the states more self-sufficient.
Okay. And maybe, sir, you can also, if Mr. Chandrasekhar, you can also tell us what are the ways in which states can shore up their revenues, because at every point they seem to,
Shoring up revenues, as I told you, I think there is very little room left. Now you've got GST. Now you can do better GST implementation. Make sure the GST, because GST is self-policing. The ultimate thing is that everything will be, your information system has to be pakka and everybody has to be part of it. That's one way of doing it. But then the center has to think in terms of, do we need so many centrally sponsored schemes? Can't we pass on that money, more of it to the states under certain conditions? And you have some body, not Niti Aayog, but some fiscal body, which will look at the taxation structure, which will look at the expenditure structure, which will look at the budgetary structure and how you can spend your money better for the growth of the country.
Okay.
I think that's what I feel.
Okay, Mr. Chakraborty, your views on how the states can shore up revenues?
Well, I think what is most important to look at is the structural change in the tax base itself. So there has been an amalgamation of tax base because of GST. So it's a joint responsibility of center and states, and this is decided in the GST Council. And if we look at the GST when it was introduced in 2017 and the GST that we have now, there has been a significant improvement. So the GST design improvement is a continuous process, and it should give us more and more revenue. That's the large chunk of it. Second, on the question of state revenues from other taxes, the only tax that is left is petroleum products, and other things as stamp duty, motor vehicles. These are all minor taxes, of course, contribute a largest sum of revenues, but compared to GST, it is very small. So I think there we also need to look at what incentivizes growth. So if we are talking about stamp duty and registration, so it is a direct tax when you are buying a house. So can that be rationalized? Would that give us more revenue? These are the issues that at the state level also we should look at. At a very high stamp duty may not give us great revenues. Such rationalization is important. I think a comprehensive understanding of that would give us more ideas about what can actually be tapped as revenue, more as revenues going forward. And last but not the least, I think when it comes to revenue mobilization, overall India's tax to GDP ratio is 17-18%. And in the long run, if we really have to spend 6-7% in the capital expenditure, our tax to GDP ratio should go up more than 20%. That's the national goal I think we should have. And there both center and states have to work together.
Okay, Mr. Balgopal, a final word from you. You heard Mr. Chandrasekhar talk about, maybe some of the areas where you can reduce wastage. When we talk about shoring up revenues, also, to reduce wastage, he mentioned about the state PSUs, etc. Maybe you have some fine examples there of revival, but how do you respond to that? And what are the steps the state government is taking in terms of ensuring its financial acumen going forward?
See, wastages, we all join together for that point, because wastages we have to control. We are trying for that. And in the area of collection, improvement of the system, GST department is improved, a lot of changes is coming. And that is why I said 50% increase in 2 years. That's a remarkable thing. And collectively, we are discussing with all other stakeholders, even to the union government, we are discussing about how to improve. And the PSUs, it's not a major thing, but even PSUs, we are trying to reduce the losses, and we are streamlining the thing. But the recent issues are coming. The last day, 2-3 days, it was a very big decision. The latest details about borrowing plan. We are eligible for 32,500 crores this year, as per the condition. Letter came. Then immediately one day, another letter came. Your borrowing for this year is only 15,390. Generally, it will come with some details of what will be there, how they calculated. Nothing is there. So these kind of attitudes are there. I'm saying this is the recent discussion last through.
There's no consultation.
So no consultation and no statistics. We have our own accounting, all the details we have, and if some confusion is there, we can discuss. Nothing is there. These are issues, and actually, every state government have to improve, and we are also trying for more investment in infrastructure, science and technology. Recently, when our honorable Prime Minister came here, he came for inaugurating the Vande Bharat flag of me. Same day, we had two big programs. One is a digital science park. Around 1,500 crores is the estimated plan. And then Kochi Water Metro. These are all our own programs. So we are spending for these kind of issues. And science park, we are planning for 3 science parks. Around 3,000 crores will be the cost. So a lot of things we are doing for more investment, for more employment, and back home and work near home schemes are also there, because we have a lot of people who can work for going to many places, and we have to make an infrastructure and we have to make an ecosystem where a lot of things can happen. So these areas we can together work, there is no doubt. But when your state is having only liquor petrol and registration and motor vehicle tax, only very minimum taxation powers. The entire taxation powers is with the union government, means it's the GST council. It is the GST council. So actually our power is very limited. Our chances are very limited. Our workspace is very limited. So this is the issue. So a cooperative federalism aspect should be promoted and protected by the union government. They have to take the lead. That's the issue.
Okay, so it's a very intense debate, and it's not one topic which we can end with in one debate. But thank you so much, gentlemen. We have come to the end of our time allotted to us. Thank you so much, the Minister, Mr. Chakrabarti, and Mr. Chandrasekhar for joining us. A big round of applause today.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Balgopal. Thank you, Mr. Chakrabarti. Thank you, Mr. Chandrasekhar. I'd now like to call upon Mr. P.B. Nu, Director Marketing, Kerala Tourism, to hand over the token of appreciation to the guests. Thank you so much, gentlemen. All right. Our next session is on tourism destination South. I would like to invite the session moderator, Nabila Jamal, anchor, deputy editor, India Today Television. I would also like to call upon stage Mr. K. Srinivas, Principal Secretary, Kerala Tourism, Mr. B. Ravi Pillai, Chairman and CEO, RP Group of Companies, Professor K.V. Thomas, Kerala Special Representative in New Delhi.
Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Srinivas, Principal Secretary for Kerala Tourism. We also have K.V. Thomas, who is the Kerala representative in New Delhi. Really appreciate you joining us here on this India Today platform. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me start with a straight question to Mr. Srinivas. If one has to, I will. I know there's a presentation that needs to be played out, but let's break the ice with the audience here. If there are two reasons to why people should come to Kerala to visit, what would that be in your view? I want to ask 5, but let's start with 2.
The 2 important reasons why people come to Kerala is, number 1 is the natural beauty, the greenery, and especially see when you are coming to any of these airports, when you are landing, then you see the lush green areas. So definitely, I don't think any other state will have this type of a picture. So I think this is one attraction, one major attraction for which I think people come from all over the world to see the Kerala.
Number 2?
Number 2, of course, this is the hospitality here, the Atithi Deva Bhava, and the kind of the culture and other cuisine. So these are the things for which I think people come here.
Well, I totally second that. The beauty and charm of Kerala is unmatched, and the food, I cannot resist. Every time I come to Kerala, and 1/4 of me is from Kerala myself, so I have all heart to this place. Let me cut across to a small presentation that the Kerala Tourism Department has put out for us to see. Let's have it. Please play up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will take about 10 to 12 minutes of your time to talk about Destination South, why people should come to South, and what is the current scenario in the tourism industry with whatever limited knowledge I have with the last 1 year of experience. And just bear with me for next 10 to 12 minutes. Tourism industry is, as you know, is one of the major industries in the world with almost 126 million jobs worldwide that is going to be created in the next 10 years, according to the World Travel and Tourism Council. And as you know, many people are depending on a tourism industry for employment. And you know, the COVID pandemic has affected tourism like anything. And then after that, there is it is coming back, and then it's called. Some people are calling as a revenge tourism. So it's coming back strong, and then according to some figures, it has already touched, the tourism receipts has already touched USD 1 trillion mark in 2022. That shows the importance of the tourism industry in the world. Coming to Indian tourism industry, we are almost 6% of our GDP. It contributes to 6% of our GDP. In 2020-21, about $178 billion was contributed to the Indian GDP, and one of the fastest growing economic sectors with significant impact on employment generation. And we had around 31 million tourists visiting India and fetching a revenue of foreign exchange of $30 million. That is the power of tourism in the country. And coming to South India, you may be knowing that only about 30% of foreign tourists they reach South India. This is really very bad, because most people, they touch upon only the golden triangle, the famous golden triangle of India, that is Delhi, Jaipur and Agra. After seeing these three places, the tourists are going back. So our endeavor would be to bring them to South India also, and then all these 5 states, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, they have wonderful locations, wonderful destinations, but 70% of the tourists are not visiting these places. So we need to do something for this. And as I mentioned in the slide, there are multiple tourist attractions, and then they have about 13 international airports connecting different domestic and international destinations, and a good rail and road and rail connectivity. Then coming to this, these are the we tried to do something in the last 10 to 12 years. We tried to create something called a South India Tourism Council, and a lot of meetings have also taken place, and but it has not come to a fruitful discussion. So we would like to have, well, this is what I am proposing. I mean, I spoke to some of the other tourism secretaries, but they're also of the view that we had to do something and then create something like called South India Tourism Council to attract more and more tourists to southern part of India. And we need to develop that, because once we have a South Indian Tourism Council, definitely there can be a comprehensive marketing plan to attract more and more tourists to South India. And just one example, see, the connectivity within the southern states is not much. For example, I hail from Hyderabad, and Hyderabad to Thiruvananthapuram, there are only, I think, 2 flights in a day. So I don't think this will be a good factor to promote tourism between Telangana and Kerala. So we need to have more and more flights. Otherwise, the tourism is going to be affected. So these are some of the circuits, famous circuits in South India, and covering different states like Chennai, Mahabalipuram, Trichy to Kochi, Ooty, Mysore, Bangalore. So about 3 or 4 states are covered in this. Similarly, there are different South Indian circuits, and these are all very famous, and all the important places one can visit. And my presentation cannot be complete without mentioning about Kerala, because I represent Kerala tourism, and this is Kerala, very small part in such a big country. And the beauty of this is that it has got many airports, 4 international airports, and there are flights to, and one side is the like Gulf, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and all that, and the other side we have Malaysia, Singapore, and all that. And I am also very happy to announce that very soon we are going to have direct flights from Vietnam to Kochi, from Ho Chi Minh City to Kochi, thanks to efforts of some of our people like our Mr. Venu Rajamani, who was here till now. I think so. There are many people are trying to do many things for Kerala tourism, and as a result of that, Vietjet is going to operate some flights to Kochi from Ho Chi Minh City. Then this is about the recognitions and accolades Kerala tourism has been getting in the past, and these two are the latest ones. One from the New York Times, and another from the Time, and these two are the, needless to say, the most respected and recognized newspapers in the world. And these two are saying that Kerala is one of the best places to visit in 2022-23. And here some figures. Up to 2019, no problem, but due to the pandemic, it has come down, and we are now picking up. If this is about the domestic arrivals, I am very happy to say that we have crossed the highest figures of 2019 in 2022. So tomorrow, this year is going to be more. And here about Kerala, there are so many products, in my opinion, except desert, which nobody wants to go. We have everything. But due to paucity of time, I am only talking about Ayurveda and backwaters. And here, Ayurveda is a way of life in Kerala, and many people, they go for only Ayurvedic doctors, and advantages. And there is a long tradition, more than 5,000 years of tradition of Ayurveda in Kerala. And the authentic, if you want to have an authentic treatment in Ayurveda, and you have to come to Kerala, there is no other place in the world for Ayurvedic treatment. And of course, this is the largest pool of qualified and trained manpower. I would like to play a small video about Ayurveda.
Matt has always had a back problem. I had been telling him about Ayurveda. I guess he was a bit hesitant due to the pandemic. But once he reached Kerala, all his worries vanished. When he came to know that Kerala has an unbroken tradition of Ayurveda, and it is the home of this 5,000-year-old system of healing, Matt was literally floored.
And I end my presentation with another slide on the backwaters. Backwaters is one of the greatest inventions of Kerala people, because you know this, they are called, the houseboats are originally called ketuvallams. Ketuvallams are used for transporting rice and other provisions from one place to another through canals. But due to the transportation revolution, these ketuvallams have become useless. So they have converted these ketuvallams into houseboats, and that has become one of the best attractions for tourism industry. So I would like to conclude my speech with a small video about backwaters, and is a basic
Travel for the bend in the road. the rush in the head, or the crazy treehouse. Travel for the wildlife, for the adrenaline high, and the 200 feet drop. Travel for sadhya on a banana leaf, for sizzling fish fry, for steaming puttu, or for parambari. Travel for a brand new start, for a bright new day, and a better world. Travel for good.
So please come to Kerala, come to South India and explore South India. Thank you
Travel
very much
for the
for your patience. Thank you very much.
That was so lovely, K. Srinivas. Thank you very much for that presentation. Kerala Tourism has been working towards boosting tourism in the state. I'd like to ask, in fact, when I was jokingly having a conversation with Mr. Srinivas, I did tell you that Ram Madhav had mentioned Karnataka could be one of the best. Amitabh Kant as well. What would you say to that?
Yeah, I think Amitabh Kant sir is one of the pioneers of tourism industry in the country, and he was my predecessor. So he said Karnataka can be one of the leading states, but in my opinion, Kerala is already the leading state, and we will strive to retain the leading position in the country.
Fantastic. So tell us more. You know, I'd like to ask you, as much as you're boosting tourism, a bunch of us wanted to get to the beach last evening. At 8 p.m., we weren't allowed to go to the beach. So it was closed. How do you do this? I mean, to ensure safety, security is, of course, paramount. But at the same time, you know, when one goes on a holiday, you expect to get to the beach, want to hit the waves towards the night. 8 o'clock is not so late, isn't it?
Yeah. I think many people have talked to me about this. Due to safety and security reasons, we have put the timing as 7 o'clock, or maybe sometimes the police will allow up to 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, but many people are asking about this. We will definitely think about it, and then we'll try to increase the timing up to maybe 10 o'clock, and also very soon we'll think about it.
Like, for example, Goa has no restriction at all. You can hit the beach at whatever time you want. So in compared to that, Kerala beaches are so beautiful. It's so clean. It's lovely. I don't know if it is so clean because you have restrictions, but it's stunning, and you're so tempted to hit the beach at post 8, post dinner, have a walk. But there seems to be a restriction there. But otherwise, tell us more about your boost towards tourism, especially adventure sport. We see a lot of scope and potential here in Kerala, but infrastructure-wise, we don't see the finish as international as yet. How would you approach that? Adventure sports.
Yeah, adventure sports is one of the important sectors we have identified, and we have a society also for adventure sports. And my director sitting here, he is also one of the important members of that society, and we are promoting. And not far away from Kovalam there is a place called Varkala, and Varkala is known for adventure sports, and especially the surfing and all that they are doing. And also there's a place called Termala. In Termala also some adventure sports is going on, and we are now working on with the Tamil Nadu administration now. So that a gliding can take place between Idiki in Kerala, and then Theni in Tamil Nadu. Suppose you start from Idiki and then you land up in Tamil Nadu. So this type of new project is also is on the anvil, and very soon we'll be able to start that project.
All right, we're totally looking forward. But Mr. Thomas, when people anywhere across India think of Kerala, the instant thought is backwaters, the beauty of Kerala, the beach, and of course the food. It's such a beautiful memory when you think of Kerala. And those who've been to Kerala, it takes a while for you to come out of that mood. So Kerala has inherently been one of the most stunning tourist destinations. At this point, we see an extensive push by the tourism department to to invite a lot more people. As you represent the state in Delhi, what's the perception there? What's your push for the state of Kerala? What can possibly be done for this state? What more can be done?
It was in 2001. I took charge as the Minister for Tourism and Fisheries in Kerala. After my 3 terms in the parliament, as well as a professor of chemistry for 15 years. So when I came to Kerala and took charge of these 2 portfolios, many of my colleagues said, what a foolish man are you, without taking health or if you have education, you are a professor. But I took that decision because I took these are lighter portfolios. And at that point of time, the state budget of tourism was just 40 crores. You have to look after the minister's travels, the bungalows, etc. And Amitabh Kant was the secretary with me. We worked together. We have T. Balakrishnan.
Yeah.
But we moved very fast. One, we thought we will develop the infrastructure of the state. So in 1997, when we took the decision to have a new airport in Kochi, there were criticisms. Already you have got a small airport in Wellington Island, Naval Airport. Why should you go for that? But that started a new era of cooperation among the Malayalis. That is, Cochin Airport is the airport of the Malayali community. Now we have got Kannur Airport has come, Sabarimala is under proposal. So that infrastructure development gave a boost to Kerala. Second, we concentrated on our own way of advertisements. We had small road shows in different parts of the country and even outside. And we made use of more Malayalis. You know, there are about 15% of the Malayalis outside Kerala. So we made them our ambassadors. We called them for meetings. Just like now these shows have been made, we also had shows. And there were questions on our how we are going to ahead.
Yeah.
I still remember in one of the road shows in Bangalore. And we thought with all the small entrepreneurs coming up, Bangalore may be a good place for Kerala. They can come in the after Fridays and go back on Mondays. So one question, T. Balakrishnan was the secretary, asked to us, okay, we can come to Cochin, but those were the days of lightning strikes. Anybody can have a light strike hold and their transport system will come to a stop. Then they asked me, how can we come to Kerala? We don't know when your strike is going to start. I said, please come to Kerala, experience our strike. So this way, what smaller and bigger things we started, giving advertisements. Then we also decided to have a better infrastructure. So that was, for example, now houseboats. Our first idea was to go to Jammu and Kashmir and find out how they are managing it.
Yeah.
But then we thought, why don't we have our own Kettuvallams, our Nadan boats, make use of them. From that, we developed the present Alapi, where you have got the houseboats. So Kerala has grown faster. It's as I said, it's a small state, highly educated and literate, and media is also very powerful. Not small and bigger things, media will open their eyes.
Yeah.
So with all these conditions, Kerala has grown. And there's further scope in not only in tourism, in education, in health, etc.
You know, I believe, is tourism your biggest industry, Mr. Srinivas? Would you say that for Kerala at this point, looking at your exponential rise post-COVID, would you say this is the biggest?
It can become one of the major industries in Kerala. So definitely.
Yeah, I heard there is helicopter tourism in the state of Kerala, and that's fascinating to me. Would you want to brief us on it?
See, I mentioned in my presentation, the air connectivity is really important. Suppose there are many people here who would like to come from different parts of the country. They land in Kochi. They want to go to a place called Tekadi or Munnar or even Kumaragam. They don't want to spend 7-8 hours of journey. So if they want to go straight away without going checking into any hotel in Kochi and then next day morning to take another taxi to these places. So we are now thinking of having helicopter services between Kochi and Tekadi, Kochi and Munnar, and Kochi and Komaragaon. And then once it is still on the policy level, I'm sure this year we will announce this policy, and then very soon you will find an RFP in the newspapers. I'm sure somebody can do it, and then because we don't want to do it from the government side, we'll give all help to the private entrepreneur, and then it is going to be on PPP mode.
Oh, that's amazing. Karnataka, Bangalore actually has a helicopter ride from the airport to the city. Because that's long, how long it actually takes to get to the city because of traffic. But this is great. Helicopter tourism is something that we haven't heard. I think you could be setting precedents with that. But otherwise, technology in the use of tourism, again, since connectivity-wise, what kind of technology are you using to boost?
We have launched recently, it's called Maya. Maya means it's a WhatsApp chatbot. So you have this chatbot with you, and then you want to know about any destination, particular, just type about Tekedi or Moon or anything, no? Then one voice will call you, and then you can interact with that person, and then that person will give you about all kinds of facility. What are you looking for? You're looking for a hotel. Yes, they will say these are the hotels, and then looking for a taxi, and these are the available. And then all kinds of things. So this is one thing we are now trying to popularize more and more among the tourists here. So it is getting a lot of hits.
Yeah.
So it is getting, and then we want to more people to use this Maya WhatsApp bot, and then I'm sure it is going to be useful to public.
That's lovely. So I wanted to ask you, and I was in fact pondering on that thought. No Uber, no Ola, no cab aggregators here in the state of Kerala. So to move around, unless you know a local guy, an auto rickshaw. In fact, I took a number of a taxi driver right at the gate. So that's a personal connect that I'm able to get public transport through. But are you thinking on those lines as well? Or is there something local in terms of a cab service that you are looking forward to provide?
Yeah, it's true. We don't have much of Uber and the services here, but we have to think about it. See, you are giving a new idea to us, so definitely my director is also listening here. So I'm sure he will come out with a new concept next month, and then we will be able to do something. Right now, we don't have. There is
Is there a reason?
deficit is there. Yeah, there is a problem there.
Okay. There's no particular reason to why you've not invited. All right. Mr. Thomas, as you're representing Kerala in the center, what's the relationship between the center and the state? Are you getting adequate help? Is there a proposal that's waiting to be approved? Tell us more on that front. Your communication with the center on projects for Kerala. Mr. Thomas?
We have got always, irrespective of the political parties functioning in Delhi, we have got a better relationship. And now it is a CPM-led government in Kerala and BJP-led government in Delhi. But when the relationships are very good. The problem is, can we implement the projects in time? One of my experience as a central minister, when Dr. Manmohan Singh was the prime minister, we were all called to PM's office. Then there was a representation from Kerala, along with the chief minister, leader of the opposition. And when the representation was given to the prime minister, and when Manmohan Singh started reading it, he stood up and laughed. The reason is, this was a representation where Kerala needs only 30-meter width of roads. These are some of the problems which we have to impress Delhi. Because when the entire country is moving, we also have to move together. For example, the national highway in Kerala, it has taken a longer time. That in Alleppey, that flyover will take more than 30 years. So it's not the question of central alone, but how we are going to function together with the central government. And I'm happy that forgetting the political differences on development activities, Kerala and Delhi are going together hand to hand.
Okay, that's lovely. Good to hear.
Can I
Sir,
add?
please.
We are working very closely with central government, and central government has got a project called Swadesh Darshan.
Right.
So under Swadesh Darshan 1.2, we got some projects, and under Swadesh Darshan 2.0, also we are getting 2 more projects, and one project in Bepur, other one in Komaragam. These 2 projects are coming up now. So that way, we have a very good relationship with the central government.
You know, sir, from statistics, I just saw that Malaysia, Singapore, places like Thailand and Bali, etc., have tourists extensively from the southern part of India. They're flooding their tourism there. So it seems like underwater spotting activities is so robust internationally. Anything that we're looking at for Kerala? The beaches are beautiful. I'm assuming you have great you have great ecosystem underwater. How are you exploring that?
Due to the paucity of time, I'm not able to show you all those videos here. But we do have many videos on adventure sports, underwater sports, etc. I'm sure if you search the YouTube, we have a YouTube channel, and then I'm sure you'll be able to see some of these videos. And here in Trivandrum itself, in Kollam itself, such facilities are available, and there are people who are running it.
Any few destinations that you want to, suggest to us, the audience here, and those who are watching us? Where in Kerala according to you, is the most stunning, best places to visit and tour?
Yeah, okay. You see, Kollam is very popular, and you're sitting in Kollam, so I don't want to suggest Kollam. And maybe Varkala is also, many people might have seen. But I think many people have not gone to the Malabar area. Malabar, I mean, I worked there in Malabar many years, about 5 years as a district collector there. So maybe the Wayanad could be a very wonderful destination. If you are looking for out of the world experience, I'm sure Wayanad will be one of the best destinations. So that is what is coming to my mind immediately.
Absolutely. Wayanad is stunning. Oh my God, it's stunning. Mr. Thomas, as we speak, pushing Kerala tourism across the country and the globe, with all this expat crowd that you have in the state of Kerala, is there any benefit in terms of tourism, any push that your expat community is bringing to the table for your state?
I said in the beginning that Keralites abroad, they are our ambassadors.
They are your ambassadors.
They are our ambassadors.
Okay.
We consider them as ambassadors. And Kerala has some special contribution. For example, homestays. In Kerala, there's a large number of homestays throughout these backwaters. You can stay with the villagers. I invite you to Kumbalangi, my home village in Ernakulam, which is the modern tourism village in the country, inaugurated at the time of Vajpayee. The similar villages are there. Then art forms, food. Kerala food is so tasty. Our sambar and all those things. So these are some of the items where Kerala is moving ahead and our tourism is moving ahead. And it is not very expensive, Kerala. Compared to many other places, Kerala is reasonably, you can go stay with the people.
Absolutely. Surely moving around in Kerala does not burn a hole in your pocket. That's something I've noticed as well. Mr. Srinivas, finally, Ayurveda you spoke about, and that's really your rich heritage. And your asset, I could truly say. While the world now is talking of Ayurveda, you have the central government pushing Ayurveda through their Ayush ministry. Kerala's contribution there, and how are you inviting people to come in and experience solutions with Ayurveda?
Yeah, see, wherever we go, be it WTM in London or Berlin show, we are projecting Ayurveda as one of our USPs of Kerala tourism. And if you may be surprised to know that there are people who are coming every year after year, to the same resort in Natika, same resort in Poar, and same resort in maybe in Palakkad district. So they are coming. They are very particular about going to the same resort, same room, and get treated by the same person. So this is how they have developed the kind of bondage with the local hotels, resorts, and all that. So it's really because so many people. I mean, especially there are I have seen from Germany Germany is perhaps the number one country which is sending many of the tourists for Ayurvedic treatment. Is amazing. They are coming every year, year after the year they are coming. So we are projecting Ayurveda as one of our major products.
pushes and attraction for tourism. And as we're out of time, I have one last question for you. And this is certainly youth-centric, which the youth really wants to know, a discussion amongst our circles as well on tourism. Yes, does it come hand? How are you inviting the youth apart from adventure tourism? You know, like Goa has a lot of shacks, a lot of clubs. Kerala seems to be bereft of that. Is there anything that you're doing towards that? You know, something more fun for the youth.
Yeah. Kerala is definitely a different destination compared to Goa or any other thing. So we would like to retain its original complexion. But these days, Kerala is attracting a lot of people, especially when you see in the aircrafts. Many couples are coming to Kerala.
Yeah,
for
this
honeymoon.
is a family destination. Yes.
Yeah, it's people are coming, and then of late we are promoting Kerala as a destination wedding for the wedding.
Right.
It's one of the best destinations here, and where we are sitting here, the column itself is one of the best destinations for weddings. So you might have seen in the YouTube, there are many advertisements where we are giving in the last 1 month or so, asking people to come and get married here in Kerala. So I think that's why I think many people who are not married, my request them is to come here and get married, and I'm sure that will be a great experience.
Mr. Srinivas, any concession for married couples who come to Kerala for a wedding?
We will come out with the project for that.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Thank you very much. And I love your answer when you say that you want to keep and retain the true nature of Kerala. Whatever it is, it's got a different feel to it, and you intend to retain that. Thank you for that. Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Srinivas, for joining us.
Thank you, gentlemen, for taking us through the God's own country. I'd request Dr. Manjunatha SV, DGM Sales Venkis, to hand over the token of appreciation to our guests. We'll be now breaking for tea. It'll be a 15 minutes break. On the other side of the break, we'll have Aishwarya Lekshmi, actor, and Mahesh Narayanan, editor and director. And today's showstopper in the evening will be Mr. Kamal Haasan. I hope all of you would enjoy the session as well. So we'll break for a short 15-minute chai break, and then we'll reassemble here. Thank you all.
This is a test of your grit and versus nature. No GPS. Danger lurking every turn. Season 22 coming soon.
We've been watching this for 21 seasons.
Has more adrenaline.
तुम्हारा कितना लीड बचा है?
You gotta go zigzag, right. Hang your back, get your sweat. Get away, you gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
Yeah. Just hold on. Yeah. Sure.
Really, Dad? I'm not 5 anymore.
You know she's off to college next year, right?
You gotta go zigzag, right. Hang your back, get your sweat. Get away, you gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go far away.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
You got a girl, zigzag, T-frag. Hang your bag, get your swag, boot the jack, get away. You got a girl, you got a girl, you got a girl, stop worrying.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
Only the impossible is worth doing. Amrita Hospital. 25 years of doing the impossible.
All right. Our next session is the bold type. Why Malayalam cinema is the hotbed of fresh, fearless, and path-breaking storytelling. And the session is sponsored by Kalyan Jewelers. And I would request the session moderator, Nabila Jamal, anchor, deputy editor, India Today Television, to come on stage and to introduce the speakers, Aishwarya Lekshmi, actor, Mahesh Narayanan, editor and director.
Thank you. I was actually having a nice chat in Hindi with Aishwarya Lekshmi. We aced it. Both of us South Indians, we managed Hindi. I'd like you to please come on stage, Aishwarya. Thank you very much for gracing our event. We also have Mahesh Narayanan, who's a editor, director, a name to reckon with in the Malayalam film industry. Please do have a seat. A big round of applause. I'm sure all of you have seen Aishwarya Lekshmi. She's been rocking it in different languages. Now you're doing Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam, of course. So proud of you, Aishwarya.
Thank you so much, Nabila. Good afternoon, all of you. I hope this session is enjoyable and I hope I don't say anything, say some nonsense, that's all. But thank you for having me here. I am honored that I could be here and represent Malayalam cinema and the amazing scripts and cinema that we produce.
Absolutely, and we're really happy to have you, Aishwarya. Tell me more about your move from saving lives to entertainment.
I was just learning to save lives. By the way, the context is that I'm a doctor. I finished my MBBS and then I started acting. It was God's decision, I would say, because I never thought I could be an actor. And my family was very oriented towards like education, nothing else, like have a career in which is well respected by the society, because they did not think acting was one of that. They still do not. But
I do want you to delve into that a little more. You know, to be doing MBBS and then jumping into modeling is, well, we've heard of stories, but coming from Kerala, I'm sure your family is traditional. You have, and like you did mention, a mindset where education is paramount. Entertainment is not looked upon as a lucrative industry or a safe one.
Yeah, I think it's more like a safety concern, because they've heard very different stories about the entertainment industry. And I come from a very middle class background. My father was working in secretariat and my mother was with the central government. So for both of them, cinema was not something that they thought of as a career option at all for their only daughter. So when it happened, I did face a lot of opposition from home. They did not want me to choose, because even now they are worried, what film are you going to do next? According to them, I have done all variety. Now it's time is up, please come home. Yeah, so it's not easy. It's not easy to be in cinema as such, because every day is a struggle. Every day you have to find, not every day, but at least the next script that I do, next character that I do, I have to make sure that the audience still likes me. And as for a heroine, we always say we have a shelf life. So it is a constant struggle. It is.
You know, I take this question to Mahesh on the safety part of it. Mahesh, does that, you know.
I just want to elaborate, add one more thing. Now they know it is very safe. Like now they are happy on the safety part of it. It's just the financial security part that they are concerned about now.
Financial security?
We'll talk later.
One would assume stars get paid
We'll talk later.
Yeah, Mahesh, why don't you give me a perspective on that? Safety, financial stability, women for women.
See, apparently, like, first of all, thank you for having me here.
Thank
and
you.
for the session. Thank you, Nirmala. So, my point of view is that still cinema runs on the shoulder of male actors. Certainly, that's a truth. Everywhere, it's not only in
absolutely.
India. Like, they are the people who brings money to the table. So that's a hard reality. So, as content creators, like we still have to, like what to say, like blend things together and try to balance everything. Like I often believe that I belong to an industry which is called the midstream, where neither we do this masala, like big spectacle things, but nor into that zone of very arty. Like at times we also have to feed ourselves. So some films will make for the sake of our own appetite, but things will also fail. But end of the day, business really counts. So yeah.
Mahesh, you are a stellar movie, producer, editor, and a director.
Yeah.
Give us the struggles when you work in the industry here in Kerala. Any specific struggle that you want to highlight here today?
See, struggles are everywhere, but only advantage what we have in Kerala is we only have independent producers. So independent producers in the sense, like we don't need to convince a lot of people. Like just like when you go to Bombay or some other industry where where like big studios are functioning.
Yeah,
It's
I was actually coming to that. What I wanted to highlight here is the funds.
Okay.
We believe that the Kerala industry, the film industry, is grappling with less money. Is that true? Funds not sufficient enough to make big budget films?
See, like I will tell you a small example. Like my first film, it was on the nurses' rescue from Iraq. It was titled Takeoff. So that film we had only like 5.5 crores. So we made an arrangement that like this is the money we have, and within that money we have to build Iraq. We'll have to build war. We'll have to build all those infrastructure and everything. That's the limited budget. So we can build, like it's all about the proportion. How much, like earlier there used to be a proportion where 20% of the total budget will be the remuneration.
Yeah.
Now it's close to 95. In some industries it's up to 95. So imagine 5% is what we are getting to make films.
Yeah.
So so still Malayalam cinema survives because because that ratio is balanced.
I think Malayalam cinema survives because your storyline is unmatchable. All the best cinema, at least by far, and that's the perception that India has. That a cinema that comes from the Malayalam film industry, be sure you can watch. It's going to be different. It has a rich storyline.
Like I have to add something to that. It's about like however local you go, like the route, like like when you say a story about a northern Kerala environment, a person sitting in Calcutta is relating to that. Why? Just because because the story has a soul, and people are all getting connected easily. Just with watching the film with subtitles, they are easily understanding. So the good thing for us is that now films are being subtitled in all languages. So with the platforms coming into the scenario, so I have to really thank them for that. So that's the only reason, because earlier it was very difficult. Like even for Malayalam cinema, like I don't think in the early 90s or even in the early 2000s, like cinema used to have subtitles in theaters. Now it's not that. We have subtitles.
Yeah. Aishwarya, tell me a little more about your journey again. I'm going to get back to your MBBS transition towards acting. And today, do you feel like a successful star? Do you feel like you've arrived? Is this your space?
So ever since meeting Mani Ratnam sir, my definition of success has changed. I feel like success is something that you feel you have achieved if you can balance your life and your work. It isn't necessary that you have to have the next big project. You have to have achieved every 5-star review from every reviewer. It's not necessary just that is success, because personal life could be struggling at that point of time. If you can balance both, I call that success. And I feel like I'm very successful. I'm very happy. I'm at peace with myself. And I feel like my perspective has changed towards cinema. I'm not in it for the money. I'm not in it for the fame. I'm in it because I feel very happy as an actor in front of the camera.
Yeah.
And I will feel happier if I can find the next story that I find that I should be in, that I should tell the story. I should bring this character towards the audience. Few days back, I had called Mahesh sir asking for work. That's when we connected again. I
Yeah.
had connected with him long back when he had narrated one script to me. We couldn't make
You
it.
called him asking for
Yes,
work.
yes.
Okay.
Because I love all of his films. I love the way he approaches cinema and the type of cinema he brings to the audience. So I wanted to be part of his films, and I asked him for work, and he said he's writing something, and he let me know if and when he has a character that suits me.
Right.
So I am okay with the waiting period now. I am not at all any more desperate. I used to be very desperate in the first 2 years, maybe. I wanted to do more and more cinema, more and more characters. Right now, I want to do only characters that are memorable, that wants to stay
And
with
we
the audience.
see you, rightfully so, we see you doing a lot of women-centric films, roles that have
Well-written
your,
female characters,
well-written
yes.
roles around you as a central character,
Yes, yes.
as opposed to having a big male star. We've seen that working for you.
See, the thing is, to be honest with you, I don't believe in stories where only females are the, central characters. Because in our lives as women, everybody plays an important role, male and female. I'm not just talking about. So
Sure.
I want cinema right now, currently, what I think of is that it should be a good balance. Well-written female and well-written male characters. Otherwise, there's no point, because cinema is supposed to be a reflection of society, our lives. And in our lives, I feel like the balance should be attained on screen as well. And just to add to what he was saying, the notion that Malayalam cinema is well written is more popular now. But if you go back a little while, Bardhan sir, Padmarajan sir, we have had amazing cinema. And
Yeah.
because of internet, I'm able to see those films again as part of the, latest generation
Yeah,
in
sure.
Kerala who's in cinema. I feel like
Classics,
we are just trying to up our levels because we have been given the best cinema before. So we have to rise up to that. And well-written cinema is the demand, because I don't think our audience is stupid.
Absolutely. I think audience in Kerala are very intelligent, and they're very quick to decide whether it's a hit or a flop. But what's upsetting now for the industry is also the OTT. Mahesh, would you agree? A lot of the cinema going crowd, those who flock to cinema halls, now you have cinema hall owners, multiplex owners who are really bleeding. OTT has really taken off that business. But as a director, has that really affected you in terms of content generation? How have y'all handled this post-pandemic scenario?
Yeah, so my thing is like both these things are going to coexist. It is not going to run away. Like, there is a very beautiful statement made by Mr. Kamal Haasan, which is about like, you have temples. So just because you keep an idol and pray in your houses, that doesn't mean that a famous temple is going to lose the revenue. The revenue in the temple is going to be there always. So collective viewing or mass viewing is always required. It's a part of Indian culture. It is needed. Only thing is that, like, how much space we are getting. Like, for example, like number of films, how many number of films are being produced from a particular industry. That is definitely a thing which we have to address right now, because now it is almost like, say, for example, in Malayalam, it's almost like 180 to 190 films censored on a yearly basis. So out of it, like, every week, sometimes in a week, we have like 9 releases. So ideally, I'm not talking about cinephiles, but a normal cine lover. He will watch a maximum of 20 films a year. So you have to be in that 20. So being in that 20 is the biggest challenge right now. That is what I'm we all discuss, and something we should have that, what to say, that there should be the USP, but what's the USP in that story? Because I often keep a theory right now with my friends that it is that like an idea gets expired very soon. It's not that earlier because people have got lots of other places to see that, and an idea conceived here can
Yeah.
be similar to others. So like it's not that like you put something on development for 3 years or 4 years and you're still not making it. Then my thing is that please don't make it anymore. Like you should either reconceive it in a different manner or script, like just leave the film aside like that. So like my last three films are part of digital platforms.
Yeah.
So I'm thankful to them actually.
Yeah.
That's what actually like See You Soon is the first film to be produced for digital. It was taken by Amazon Prime. So that actually made us those people, those actual figures actually gave us the confidence to make more films for them. And it is not that it's commercially also giving us a new exercise
Correct.
or a new platform to I'm not against that. Only thing is that we also have to feed the regular cinema, regular theater.
You have to feed it.
Yeah,
Well, if you
certainly.
you've got to keep the system alive.
Yeah, yeah,
Absolutely. We know that Malayalam cinema, and how do you feed it? Malayalam cinema gives a lot more importance and precedence to the storyline, less to a star. And to that effect, we've seen a lot of movies actually throwing up superstars. Prithvi Raj's first film, also we believe, the storyline was so solid that he became a star. So we know Thomas, his movie as well. I mean, it's the storyline that really makes the star. I hear the directors in the Kerala film industry don't really keep the actor in mind. It's the storyline in mind. Tell us a little more about that concept, because that makes the actor less glorified as opposed to the other industries that we see, and the director a lot more powerful.
So, like Malayalam cinema had a great literature background. Like, so earlier days, since she mentioned about Padmaraj and a lot of other directors, even KG George, lots of people used to take literary works and then adapt it again. Like, just like how Manisha did Podiyan Selvam. It's a long dream for him. Like,
Yeah.
he was trying to make it from 80s, I think. Like, they were discussing it with Kamal sir, Rajni sir, and everybody. So now, coming back to Malayalam cinema, we still believe in that. Like, whenever this process starts. So, like I'll say a small example of like, how a project is green lighted here.
Yeah.
So this green lighting happens in a day or two. So in Hindi cinema, it is like, 3 years, 4 years, sometimes like, people sit on that, develop it, and then like, multiple ideas come in, multiple drafts. And I'm seeing writers stuck with like doing it. I am on the 21st draft, man. I don't know what to do next. So we look at it in that manner, like, we can't hold like that. So that's a great advantage here. And that is only because of independent producers,
Yeah.
because they have that trust in the project. And still, there is a back of their mind when we become ambitious, then there comes all these figures. Okay, there is this 100 crore club, there's a 200 crore club. Where do we want to land? After all, my point of view is that we basically need to entertain people. The
Yeah,
crore
yeah,
club and
yeah.
everything is like, they're all figures. That's it.
A basic idea is entertainment.
Yeah.
But what about
And
commercial?
also there should be a definition for entertainment. Entertainment means something which is engaging.
Yeah.
It is not that like, just a slapstick comedy or a star, glorifying a star or something. Is that entertainment? Doesn't count. Like, for me, entertainment is something which is engaging. Like, people say that a film is...
Whichever genre. It
Yeah,
could be
whichever
comedy,
genre, whichever
horror,
genre. Yeah,
emotional, whatever it is. Engaging is of course your focus. But Aishwarya, how important is it for you to have commercial successes? You could have movies which could have positive critical, acclaims that you get from critics, positive reviews, etc. But unless you have a commercial success, that you won't have, I don't know, the kind of fan clubs, the craze around you. We see these heroes with a mass following, or actresses with a mass following as well. But
Yes.
are those days gone?
Not at all. I believe that is one part of the system. There is also the part where we have to produce more and more cinema that actually talks to the person while they are watching it. I was giving this example a while back as well. So I watched Good Will Hunting very recently, and there is a scene where he talks to the therapist, and the therapist talks about the scene where his wife actually farts. That scene where when Robin Williams' character laughs, I laughed with him while I was watching it. I laughed with him. I want cinema, like again coming to the point of engaging, whatever be it. It should be engaging to the audience from scene to scene. Their
But look at the
emotions.
movies in Bollywood that do so well. I'm not going to name them,
I'm not
but
against
no, I'm just saying.
entertainment.
I'm asking your perspective on that. They do so. I'm not going to name the movies that have done really well in terms of crores of earning. It could really satisfy the whole industry for a year or more. Crores of earnings, but absolutely no storyline.
But they were
Just big
engaging
stars in the picture and women dancing around trees. That still works. Would you ever do a film like that?
I would love to. See, if
that was my question.
If it is engaging. So, like Sir said, entertaining and engaging is the same thing.
Right.
From scene to scene, if you can visually captivate the audience, if you can interest them with the songs, with the fashion, because as women, we are drawn to things like that. As human beings, we love a good album, something that we can listen to on your day-to-day basis. Like
Yeah.
you break down it into simple pieces. If you can take and assimilate few things from that into your daily life, if you can remember a scene when you're driving, like for me, the Good Will Hunting scene is something that I still remember. And there was a conversation with Mani sir that I had recently where I was very confused about a script. It was not the same template as how we usually, when I take a film, the central character has an arc, there is a conflict, then there is a resolution. There was no conflict in the film. And I was like, there's no conflict. So I was so confused because everything else I like, but there's no conflict. I was looking for conflict all through the narration. There was no conflict. Then I was so confused. So I asked Mani sir, this is what the thing is. There's no conflict. So I'm in two minds now. I want to do that because there is no template, but I'm also worried there is no template. So sir said, is it engaging? Is it engaging scene to scene? Are you captivated as an audience? And I was. So that was my answer. And I hold that close every time I'm listening to a narration or I'm choosing something. I
Yeah.
hold that very close because if it is engaging, I feel like I'm in the right track.
All right, engaging it is. But what about you, Mahesh? Would you ever direct a movie that involves dancing around trees?
No, see, an
with
industry.
just big star faces, but hardly a.
No,
I
no.
mean, for commercial success, even that works with audiences.
See, primarily everything has to be there. Recently, if you look at the Oscars, Everything Everywhere All at Once, it was made as an indie film. It was made as an indie film with very low budget and everything, and finally look where it achieved. So the thing is, like,
No,
it
a
is
low
about-
budget film does really well because somehow the storyline is solid.
No, no.
But imagine crores of rupees spent on a movie to make a movie without hardly any storyline. Not great a watch. You would possibly tune off in 20 minutes, but the crores it earns.
No, I will tell you a different example. When I started as an editor,
Yeah.
So we used to do a small exercise where where when the scenes are there, when the draft is there. So normally Malayalam cinema, there are also writers who used to write on location also, improvise mostly on locations. So when this draft is ready, we basically look into that in that perspective that we randomly remove scenes. In between, without even looking at it, and then reread it. So read it again. So after a second time, third time, we are not feeling anything which is lost. So after a point, the script is just 10 pages. And still we are finding it not, then we will tell them that better not to shoot that. so this is an exercise which we practice always. So that's what, anything which has to have that soul. The soul is very important. The
Correct.
connect is very important. Why a song like Natu Natu, even though it's a commercial film,
Yeah.
why it is getting connected? Because there is a connection in the basic logline of the film. You have to understand that it's a commercial film.
Correct.
It's done for the masses, but still it has got a connect. So that connect is very, very important.
Well, do you believe that stars still have that appeal, like a Mohanlal, Mammootty, the kind of mass following these stars have, like a Rajnikant for that matter? Today, has that ecosystem changed? Have our audiences spoiled for choice? With OTT, you have so many stars now, just so many. talents
Yeah.
that we've discovered. Gone are those days, you believe, Mahesh?
See, stardom will always be there. Because, imagine like, in Bombay, you have Prithvi Theatre. So I believe
I,
that...
I can't think of a few more stars. Like right now, the Khans enjoy what they're enjoying, but the next generation, I don't see that kind of ardent blind following at all.
No, but they will come up with something else. Like, they have to come up. It is not about...
Basically, now it's all come down to your talent. You don't have talent, that's it. You're written off.
My comment is always that you should not go with the templates or the Excel sheets. Those are the things which we kill, like the tick marks. Okay, whether this is there, which is the reference of this thing. Like, okay, this worked. Just because of that, we will follow that, and this will again work. It's not that. So everything, on daily basis, people are used to different things. That's why, what's the USP? Why am I going to watch it in theater? That is a specific, that question we have to be answered. A director has to address that.
Yeah. So it comes down to the script and the talent and all of that. Industry has changed. People have evolved. You've come down to watching quality stuff on TV and cinema as well. Aishwarya, tell me, what are you looking forward to? Is there anything that you're really keen on doing per se? Anything particular that you're working towards?
I'm always looking for the best script that can come to me. I am very greedy as an actor. I feel like I want to do every well-written script that is there in any industry possible. But yeah, that's in an ideal environment, ideal world.
Scenario. But
yes.
Can I ask you, I was told by somebody, women-centric roles and movies that have women as the main protagonist usually draws less crowds to theaters, or the response is, timid. Not as much as a male star or a big face. Both of you, the question to both of you.
No, see, it all depends on the film. Say, for example, a film like a Dirty Picture. It is a massive hit.
Right.
A film like, Kangana's Queen. Tanu Lakshman.
Queen, yeah.
All are big hits. Like, even in Malayalam, we have hits like that.
Yeah.
Only thing is that, like, where we are addressing, where we are going, like, are we pitching on the right line? You should, like, the balance has to be there. The essence should like, you have to be always make sure that the idea of what you're trying to communicate, it should properly transcend. Otherwise, it is lost. Like, if it's lost, it's lost.
Right.
And I believe a well-made film, and that which doesn't come under the category of, run-of-the-mill, same template story, well-written, every character should be well-written, engaging, entertaining, then it works. And also when you term it as success, it is on the cost of production of the film. So if it is making, I feel like if the producer is safe, if you have done the business, that film is a success. You cannot say that the film is not a success. If you're trying to say about the 100 crore, 200 crore club, then maybe not. Then the question is different. Only a few female-centric films have achieved that. Also, only a few normal, hero, heroine, all those films, only a few films have achieved that. So definitely the proportion is lesser. It doesn't mean that cannot happen. Tanu Vets Manu is the female-centric film that has had the...
But mostly we've seen, Bollywood successes, the money revenue they've earned also is phenomenal. From the South, are we going to see a movie on that scale, especially the Malayalam film industry? Could you tell us a movie like Ponniyin Selvan, the kind of investment and just the magnanimity of that film production and the sets? Mahesh, we're looking forward. Are you going to come up with a film like that?
See, we are
on
all
that
trying.
scale?
We are all trying. Only thing is that territorially we are very small. So we have to look at the business also, the angle. Like, also audience here are in a way, like, they need to see something which is very relatable. So they're used to that. So we always try to it's not be like, go with a giant leap, slow, like, go with a small leap, slow, like, try little, push it little harder, then we'll understand how it is going to function. So here, like, I have to add one more thing, like, making a film for digital is the more challenging part. Why? Because people have this thing called remote. Because every time, like, I used to say, like,
so switch.
Yeah, you can switch.
So easy.
And you can forward. And, like, somebody can, like, I'm not interested in this particular area. I can go and see. what is in the end, just like reading a book.
And so the natural response or reaction, I think, in a director's mind is, I might as well make good quality, small budget productions rather than go into magnanimity of it. Because, I mean, I can't even imagine the kind of people and the number of people you need for a production like that. But with this kind of, with Kerala as a state itself having such an expat crowd, do you believe that investment on that, in that front is coming your
Actually,
way?
now, like, it's only after 2017, I think, like, I will tell you an example of my first film. So it was sold to Middle East for 75 lakhs.
Yeah.
The total collection was more than 10 crores. But it was sold already. But the benefit is not to the producer. It was for the film title Takeoff. So because it deals with the diaspora over there. Now people from here, like producers from here, are also trying to distribute it independently over there and monetize that revenue over there. So that is a need.
Well, all right, Aishwarya. Every actor has a Hollywood dream. Do you have one?
I want to act in any and every language possible. I'm just waiting for the right script.
How are you? If Hollywood is your dream, anything that you're doing in particular, give us your daily routine. What's Aishwarya's life like on a regular day?
Okay,
I mean,
not
not aiming at Hollywood all day long, but I'm just saying, what's your day like? Let us know.
Okay, so it's very simple. I just be like, whatever I want to do, I do. I don't restrict myself. I want to eat chocolates, I eat. I want to work out, I work out. I want to read, I read. So I feel that is success for me right now because I'm not tied up to anything. I'm safe, I'm secure. So I can do what I want. I have responsibilities, but not major ones. No major financial constraints. So I'm free to do what I want right now.
You've done most of the southern languages. Anything in Hindi that we're looking forward to?
I've heard scripts, but I'm waiting for the right one. I think that's a story of my life right now. I feel like I've become too choosy. I think
Too
that's a good
choosy?
thing. Yeah, I want to be too choosy because I feel like in this world where if you open your phone, you have entertainment, you have something or the other that catches your attention. I want to be there in your memory. I want to be there as like that's the impact of watching good cinema.
And this is Aishwarya in 6 years of her career.
Yes,
Has also turned producer, I hear.
Yes, and with every movie that I watch, with every good film that I watch, I want to be more and more like the best scenes that I see. Like, as in, I want to be part of the best scenes that I see. I want to be part of the memorable scenes that I see. Otherwise, I don't want to be part of it.
Ponniyin Selvan, your character itself in the book is the most crucial and important character. But in the movie, the character was really small. You had very little airtime, but surely noticeable. You were lovely in it. But we hear that Mani Ratnam asked you not to read the book.
Yes.
Because you'll be disappointed that your role would.
No, he didn't want me to have any preconceived notions about.
Don't look at it because then you'll be disappointed that your role was reduced to.
About the whole film, not just my role. Yeah.
So you still went ahead with it.
Yes, I did. That's why I think he likes me. But because I already started reading the book before I met Sir. After I met Sir, I told him I'm reading the book. He said, don't read it. I went back and read it. He asked me, you completed it? I said, I completed it. So he had no problems with it. He knew I was going to complete it. I also feel like I was able to differentiate the script from the book. I was in no way amalgamating both of them. So I was fine. But it was only when, if I was very strict that what has to be in the book has to be in the film, then there's a problem. I read the book.
But your character in the book is so important.
Yes,
but in the movie, it was a small role.
Yes,
you were fine by that.
Very much. I just wanted to be part of Mani Ratnam sir's one single frame. So I'm getting a character that is there in 2 films. I'm happy.
A big round of applause for that. Unapologetic, Aishwarya Lekshmi, so lovely. It was such a delight to have a chat with you, and I'm only wishing you all the very best for all the future endeavors. Mahesh as well was super lovely. Aishwarya, can I ask, do you sing?
I don't want to try that right here. I'm guessing they're here for a lovely evening. Kamal Haasan sir is coming soon. Why do you want to do that?
I hear you do.
I don't actually. I can, but not now.
Okay.
Some other time.
No, I can't force you now. All right. Thank you very much, Mahesh and Aishwarya. Such a pleasure to have you with us. All the very best.
Thank you.
Big round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, Nabila. Thank you so much, Aishwarya and Mr. Mahesh. I'd request the guests to be on stage for a minute. I'd like to invite Mr. Ashok Varghese, Pro Vice Chancellor, Hindustan Group of Institution, to hand over the token of appreciation to our guests. This session was also sponsored by Kalyan Jewelers. A big round of applause for the guests. Up next, we have Industrializing Kerala, Opportunities and Challenges. And this session is sponsored by Sham Steel. Let me invite the session moderator, Mr. M.G. Arun, Executive Editor, India Today. And I would like to call upon Mr. P. Rajiv, Minister for Industries, Law and Coir, Government of Kerala. Mr. Rajesh Jha, MD and CEO, Vijayan Port. Mr. S.N. Raghunathan Nair, President, Trivandrum Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kerala is ranked at the top among states when it comes to social development indices, but had several challenges in becoming an industrialized state, unlike its neighboring Tamil Nadu or Karnataka. One major factor has been the limitations of the land itself, as CM Pinarayi Vijayan highlighted at this forum in his keynote speech yesterday, where only 30% of the land is available for human use. Kerala also had a troubled past with trade unions too. But a lot of things are changing within the state. To hear more about this and discuss some of the opportunities as well as challenges the state is facing, we have an eminent panel here comprising Mr. P. Rajiv, the Minister of Industries, Law and Coir, Government of Kerala, Mr. Rajesh Jha, MD and CEO of Vijayan Port, and Mr. S.N. Raghunathan Nair, he is the President of the Trivandrum Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Let me come to Mr. Rajiv first. Kerala had seen some unprecedented challenges in the recent past, starting with the 2018 devastating floods, followed by the pandemic. After that, there are certain policies you have initiated, especially the Rejuvenating Kerala, and as well as the recent Year of Enterprises initiative, etc. Are these sufficient enough to change the perception about Kerala as a non-industry friendly state?
Thank you, Arun. Actually, this propaganda is far away from the reality. But we have certain limitations. This presumption, yes, it was there. But I think now it has been changed. That is true. You have mentioned about the difficulties we have faced in the recent past. That is 2 floods, thereafter 1 pandemic. And also in addition to that, the constraints from the union government with regard to the financial support and borrowing limits. After recognizing these objective realities in the state of Kerala, we have adopted a new plan. Kerala model is well known for its advantages in the social service sector, education and healthcare. But we could recognize some limitations for Kerala model of development. That is stagnation in the primary and secondary sector, that is agriculture and industrial sector, and also infrastructure development. The last government has taken that responsibility to strengthen the advantages of Kerala model, that is quality education, quality healthcare, in addition to strengthen the infrastructure and also improve the agriculture and industrial sector of the state of Kerala. Then now we have improved our position in ease of doing business. Earlier it was 29th. In 1 year, we could improve our position from 28 to 15 in this year. But that is true. The most of the media in the state of Kerala is looking for negativity. This is not a big news. We could achieve this 28th to 15th in a year. That is not a big news in the state of Kerala. If you fall to 29th from 28th, then it would be a big debating, breaking news for several days. That is the normal nature of the Kerala media. And in addition to that, the economic growth of the state of Kerala, that is 12%. 17.3% of the industrial growth rate. That is first time in the recent history. The significant feature is out of this 18.9% is the contribution of manufacturing sector, the industrial sector. Kerala is well known for the service sector. Manufacturing sector, we are below 5 or 6%, but this year we could contribute 18.9% in the manufacturing sector. You have correctly mentioned about the year of enterprises. You have quoted our chief minister, the limitation of land. That is a major issue, land scarcity. We have only 1.1% of the land of the country. One side belongs to Western Ghats regulation. Other side belongs to CRSL regulation. In between, wetland regulation. The recent Supreme Court judgment, thanks to the new judgment, it has been made some alteration to the earlier judgment. According to that judgment, High Court of Kerala, that is in the metro city of the state, the Kochi, that is in the eco zone of the one Mangalavanam is there. That is the reality. Then big industries are not suitable for state of Kerala. But we have a big advantages, that is availability of highly skilled human resources. Then we have decided to observe the last financial year as a year of enterprises. Our target was to establish 1 lakh enterprises in a financial year. We could achieve that goal within 245 days. Micro, small and medium enterprises. And 1,39,000 new enterprises were registered in the last financial year. One interesting factor is, out of these 1,39,000 new MSMEs, 45,000 entrepreneurs are women entrepreneurs and 17 are transgenders. That's a good achievement for state of Kerala. Recently, Prime Minister has recognized this is one of the model in MSME sector.
How many of these are in manufacturing? Is it mostly manufacturing or services?
No, as per the definition, trade also included in this. But manufacturing sector, due to this, we could achieve the 89.9% of the contribution in the manufacturing sector. Around 35 or 36,000 are in food processing sector. And also some industries in the electronic sector and IT sector also.
Okay. Okay, so we'll come in detail there. Despite the fact that Kerala does not have a great track record so far as far as being industry friendly. I mean, it could be a matter of perception also, like you said. But the fact remains that there large corporates have shied away from investing here. But the Adani Group has made it possible that such a large investment could be done, and the Vizhinjam port, which is going to be one of the largest transshipment ports in the world. Mr. Rajesh Shah, you would have a lot of experience dealing with the government and taking this forward, and it would have been not easy because so many challenges from various sides, including the pandemic. If you can just briefly give an idea of the experience you went through.
Thank you, Arun. Let me first thank India Today to bring the South Conclave to Trivandrum. It is a lovely decision, and I really thank you for this, because Trivandrum is a happening city. Not only you see this port, in fact, one small incident comes to my mind. Initially, during the announcement, it was said Vizhinjam. Then Arun spelled it right. And when I was coming to take charge, say around 4 or 5 years back, so I was asked by my fellow passenger as to what responsibility I'll be taking. I said, I'm here to do Vizhinjam project. He said, the day you will be able to pronounce Vizhinjam properly, you'll be able to complete the project. And I hope I am able to pronounce it properly. Coming to the question specifically, yes, it is a mega project. And any mega project, by the very nature of the mega project, it is a long gestation project. It takes 4 to 5 years because there is so many jobs to do. And let me tell you that our journey has not been simple. We got impacted by practically everything that could impact us. 2017 November, we got impacted by Cyclone Oki. 2018, it was by super flood, once in 100 years. 2019, again, it was a very severe flood. And 2020, mother of all problems, pandemic struck us. In spite of that, if you are talking about completion of the port, this September end, the vessel will be coming. In fact, Honorable Minister Rajiv came last month. It cannot happen without the very active involvement and support of the state government. Let me tell you, I have done projects in many states, Odisha, Jharkhand, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Bengal. We have a Minister of Ports who comes every month to the site and reviews the project. In fact, this simple action of spending 1 hour at the project site goes a long way in pushing the confidence of the people who are doing the project. So that is the kind of support that we are getting. And this project, we are very fortunate that we are getting support from central government in terms of VGF, in terms of outer ring road, the state government in terms of land acquisition and pushing up all the approvals. So it is a very happy experience for us.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great to hear that story from you. Let me bring in Mr. Raghu Chandran, because you have been very actively involved, liaising with a lot of entrepreneurs and with the government as far as investment is concerned. What do you think are still the major challenges that the state faces?
Thank you, India Today, and thanks for hosting your South Conference in Trivandrum. Welcome to Trivandrum. The fundamental thing, I think we need to really know what Kerala is. Kerala is only 96 lakh acres. The state is only 96 lakh acres. 32% is forest. 30% is ecologically fragile properties. We are God's own country, so we have the coast, we have the river. 590 kilometers is the coastline, CRZ. 44 rivers, average length 64 kilometers. 2,810 kilometers is CRZ on either side. We have the backwaters, 1,950 kilometers, again CRZ. 1,75,000 kilometers of road network. Then you have 1,050 kilometers of railway network. Then you have developed cities. In fact, Kerala is overall developed, if you see. From 96 lakh acres, if you start discounting all this, today Kerala has almost less than 12 lakh acres for development, which means land is a very big issue here. This is where the government is trying to find a solution. Now, we also suffer we are victim of perception of our reputation, because there is a perception that nothing happens in Kerala, and there's a perception that the reputation is suffered because of that. That basically because Kerala has to do a lot of PR exercise to bring it back, which they have been doing. But here, over the period of time, maybe it's a blessing in disguise, we don't have polluting industries here. Because of the various situations, maybe because of there's a feeling that there's a union militancy and all that, but that is no more there. And also regarding the ease of doing business, which the Kerala government has now stepped in, and we have done well, and today we have come up from 20th rank to the 15th rank. But here, the challenge here is that to bring people, we have to bring only industries which can perform well in Kerala, which requires talent and resources. And here the talent comes, we have ample talent in Kerala. So the industries which can do well in Kerala is basically tourism, healthcare, you have education, you have knowledge, IT, and other related industries. Now these industries have started slowly coming in big way. So in Trivandrum, for example, we have been able to sell Trivandrum because this being a capital city of the state, and we have brought in all the southern districts together, like Koilon, Pathanamthitta. We have been able to bring and sell this place, that so much so that we have multinational investments coming in and major brands coming and investing. And the best example is the Adanis, which has come in a large way to invest in the port and also in the airport. Now the airport is also now on the verge of takeoff, because new master plans have come, new things are happening, new flights are coming, new connectivity is coming, everything is coming. So this is one area. The other area which is coming is we have brands like Lulu coming in with a big mall, and also like a hotel like Hyatt. So all this adds to that confidence that investors can daringly come and invest in Kerala. There's nothing there's to be fearful. And like the minister said, the MSME, the response to the MSME thing was fantastic. They had a target of only 1 lakh. They crossed that target and exceeded the target in the big numbers.
Okay, so are you trying to say that the ease of doing business has really improved? Is that, I mean, when an entrepreneur approaches the government, for setting up an investment and for an enterprise, what is the experience? Has it improved from the past?
Pardon?
The experience has improved from the past?
They have improved very fast, because there are a lot of services available online now. What is left now is only the one is the final stage is K-Smart, where all the construction permits will be coming on online. See, that permits are expected to be given in 30 days. And in case you don't get the permit in 30 days, it will be considered as deemed permit, and you get it sanctioned by the system itself, which means there's no human intervention at all.
Okay, great. I want to come to you, Minister, with another point that is generally being discussed. At a time when the center has gone in for divestment in certain loss-making, or rather not only loss-making, but rather it's a stated policy to get out of, governance of these kind of enterprises, or ownership of these enterprises rather. Kerala state has been trying to revive some of these units, for instance, the Kerala paper products and the FACT, etc., etc. Can you just give us an idea of, how the turnaround has happened, very briefly, so that maybe it could be a model for other states?
Before that, I would like to add some points with regard to the ease of doing business. Actually, we have taken several legislative steps to streamlining the licensing process, simplifying the procedures, and speedy readdressal mechanism. Anybody can start an industry in the state of Kerala without any licenses for 3 years if the investment is up to 500 million Indian rupees. And if the investment is above 500 million Indian rupees, then all licenses, that is a composite license, should be given within 7 days after submitting the application with all relevant documents. And recently, our Legislative Assembly had adopted a new act, that is a constitution of a statutory grievance address mechanism. If you have a grievances with regard to starting an industry or running an industry, you can approach district level and state level statutory grievance address committee. This is a committee, the composition is consists of the head of all departments. Actually, I am the industry minister, but I have no authority to give any license to any industry in the state of Kerala. It is with LST, fire, and health, factories and boilers, not under my control. But this committee has the right to take any decision with regard to address these grievances. It should be bind to all officials, irrespective of the departments which they belongs to. They should take the decision within 30 days after receiving the complaint, and the officer should implement this decision within 15 days. The failure of the failure in implementing this decision in the stipulated time, this authority has a right to penalize the officer up to 10,000 of rupees, and also to recommend department disciplinary action. These steps we have taken, and we have also adopted KSIF, which Mr. Ravindra has mentioned. And in addition to that, we have a KSIS, that is Kerala Centralized Inspection System. The software has decided which enterprises to be inspected and who is to be delegated, delegated to inspect that enterprises. And the report of the inspection should be uploaded to the website, available in the public domain within 48 hours after the inspection. These are some steps we have taken to streamlining the licensing process. And you have mentioned about the de-investment policy of the union government. I'm using the union government. In the constitution, there is no mentioning of central government, only union government. Their policy is to disinvestment. They have decided to disinvestment HNL and one other company, Hindustan Paper Corporation in Assam, at the same time. 105 employees died in Assam paper mill after the closure. Kerala government had expressed its willingness to take over this central PSU, but union government had not agreed for that. Then we had participated in the bidding process and we got it. We had established a new company, KPPL, and now 23 newspapers in the country are utilizing the newsprint produced by state-owned KPPL. That is a great history to regenerating these public sector industries.
Great. Mr. Rajesh Jha, if you could just give us an idea, because not many people who look at Kerala from outside, would have, rather they would have certain concerns about labor unrest, and especially when you're doing a large project like this, the issue of, the locals, which the protest from the locals, which you have experienced. Could you let us know, how you tackled some of those issues? Because, that could become a lesson for a lot of entrepreneurs who are looking at, states like Kerala.
Yeah, these issues, protests are there everywhere, whole of country. Nothing unique to Kerala, but yes, this is also there in Kerala. In fact, recently we were impacted by one agitation by some motivated groups. How do we tackle that? I think it is a teamwork between Kerala government, us, the administration, and the high point of this is Honorable Chief Minister making a statement on the floor of the House that if you're talking about any other demand, yes, we are willing to discuss and we are willing to do it. But if you're talking about the stoppage of construction, we can't discuss. That is the kind of support once you get, then practically as a team, you can solve any problem.
Could you also tell us about the progress of the project and when you can actually see it into business, the port? The progress of the port as far as the construction activities, etc.?
the crane which is supposed to come by September end, and the first phase, which is 800 meters length of berth and practically 3,000 meters of breakwater, that should be ready by May 2024. So the first step with the equipment is coming by September end. Actually, we would love to bring it during Onam, but it has to depend on the weather condition, because you have to understand that each equipment, each crane is 100 meters height, 75-meter boom length, and 1,600 tons in weight. So it is very sensitive to the weather condition. So we have to, God permitting, yes, we would like to do it during Onam.
And what is the kind of capacity as far as how many containers you can handle? If you can just give an idea of the size of the project.
So first phase, the capacity is 1 million TEU, which is expandable to 1.6 million TEU. The final phase, as I said, that from 800 meter of jetty, it will go to 2,000 meters, and the breakwater will go from 3,000 meters to 4,000 meters. And the final capacity will be something like 3 million TEU to 4 million TEU, depending on the type of vessel, type of container, the type of handling capacity, our efficiency. And we think that we should be able to handle 4 million TEU in the final phase.
Wonderful. Mr. Raghuchandran, backstage you were talking to me about decentralizing this model. Like you talk about development of Trivandrum. I mean, as far as the city is concerned, you have a particular group which sort of presses on key issues. Having that model, various other. Can you just talk about that decentralized model you have proposed?
See, under the Chamber of Commerce, we thought that just assisting the traders and our community, we should go beyond that. So we felt that we must have, in fact, the capital city or the state capital, we don't have godfathers to take us forward. It is only an initiative of all the public. So we got all the public. So what we decided, we brought all the people, the associations, under a body called Awake Trivandrum. Under Awake Trivandrum, we have about more than 100 people working with us, the retired people, youngsters. So we started listing, because that was the COVID time. So we started finding out what are the projects coming up in Trivandrum. And we listed out 125 projects. And while listing it out, we were finding out the government funding, the state funding, PPP and all that. And while we came up with the figures, it was mind-boggling. We have about 32,000 crores of work happening in Trivandrum, of which 22,000 crores of work is happening in Dr. Shashi Tharoor's constituency. 9,000 crores is happening in Adur Prakash's constituency. And out of all this, the constituency-wise, if you look at it, 9,400 crores of work is happening in Kovalam constituency, where the port is coming. And the next growth center in Trivandrum will be the Karakutam constituency with 4,800 crores. Trivandrum constituency with about 2,400 crores. The Nemang constituency, 1,900. Narvangar constituency, 1,900. So we have listed out and we keep track. So our job was, we have told our guys that our job is not to expose corruption and our job is not to find fault with the officials. So we just go across and untie the red tapeism in the system. So we go to each office, meet the concerned officer, make him understand and untie that thing and get it moved so that our local MLAs, 14 MLAs are in the picture, our MPs are in the picture, the ministers are in the picture. We have 3 ministers from Trivandrum, which is in the cabinet. So through them, we have been working and the system is working very well. And we've been able to entice more and more people to come and invest in Trivandrum. We held the Trivandrum Airline Summit, be calling all the CEOs of the airlines in the country and abroad and brought them here and said why you should connect Trivandrum. Which from 34 flights which we had earlier, now the flights have gone up to 84 flights per day. We are planning to touch 100 in the next 2 months. So like that, we were bringing in connectivity because connectivity is important, because job is important. At the same time, being in the construction sector, I need to tell you that the migrant laborers or we call them guest laborers in Kerala, we have about 35, almost about 25 lakh of them working. But the strange part is that we got unemployment of 22 lakhs. But the migrant labor sends out remittances from here to their native place to the tune of 35,000 crores. So we are trying to tell our people, why don't you take up the job so that this money gets rotated here? So in the process, we also say that Kerala cannot be depending on only the old way of revenue.
Right.
So blue economy should be the one revenue which I think Kerala government should look at it. And being a consumer state, we should be looking at circular economy. So that we are being a consumer state, we should rotate our stuff and get the economy back. So that's another economy model which Kerala should look at it.
Okay, great. Finally, coming to you back, Mr. Rajiv. There was a time when a lot of youth used to leave Kerala for better jobs. You know, they go to other cities, to the Gulf, that is well known. Now we have an influx actually back from the Gulf, a return from the Gulf. But the migration to the cities continue because of the lack of jobs in the state. You have completed 2 years in office last week and 3 more years to go. What are the kind of programs that you are looking at to specifically help the youth of the state to get more employment?
It's a very relevant question, Arun. Actually, we are trying to attract more youth to start investment here, enterprises here. And also we are trying to strengthen an ecosystem. Recently, Kerala has established the first graphene incubation center of the country. That is, and in addition to that, one Kerala company is produced graphene, and also it is available in the market, the trade name Grapheno, first time in the country. And recently we have established a genome data center that would be helpful for life science industries. We have very good medical devices companies in state of Kerala. The largest blood bag manufacturer after Japan company, that is one Kerala company, it is in Thiruvananthapuram, and the largest artificial teeth manufacturing company, that is from state of Kerala. And more than 1.5 crores of the Indians had utilized one consumable developed and produced by a Kerala company for D-dimer test during the pandemic. That is one multinational company from the state of Kerala. Now we have established a Center of Excellence on Synthetic Biology at Cochin University of Science and Technology. We have established the first digital university of the country at Thiruvananthapuram. Recently, Honorable Prime Minister has laid down the stone for the first digital science park of the country at Thiruvananthapuram. We have established 3 more science parks related to the state universities in collaboration with the foreign universities. And one innovative steps, we have decided to start campus industrial park. Recently, we have adopted a policy, private industrial park.
This is with private participation?
Yes, private industrial park, anybody can, individual or trust or a company can start a private industrial park. We will give all facilities, as same as the government industrial park. We are ready to give 3 crores of rupees for infrastructure development. And the same pattern we are adopting for campus industrial park. Higher education institutions can start industrial parks. One condition is should give priority for the industrial production of the outcome of the research of the higher education institutions. In addition to that, they can allow other industries. If the student is working in an industry which is related to the syllabi of his course, he should get one credit from the institution, also additional wages from this company. These are some steps we are taking to attract more students to stay back in the state of Kerala.
Okay, wonderful. In fact, in the audience today, we have quite a few startups, young budding entrepreneurs. We could see a lot of them meet Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, who was here, and take his advice on a lot of things. So it's heartwarming to see those kind of activities happening also on the other side. Thank you so much. We have run out of time. All the 3 gentlemen, the Minister, Mr. Jha, and Mr. Raghuchandran, for this wonderful session. And over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. An insightful session on industry and the commerce of Kerala and the future of Kerala. A round of applause for the speakers, please. Let me now call upon Mr. Sunil P. Nayak of Sham Steel to hand over a token of appreciation to our guests. Thank you so much, sir. Up next, we have a new Congress after the Bharat Jodo Yatra. I'd invite now the session moderator, Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today, onto the stage. And the speaker is Mr. K.C. Venugopal, member of Rajya Sabha, General Secretary in charge organization, Indian National Congress, and he has a big smile after winning the Karnataka state.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Do settle down. Welcome once again to the India Today South Conclave 2023 here in Kovalam. India Today brings out a power list every year. Now, if you had a Congress power list, you would probably have the Gandhi family. You would have Mallikarjun Kharge as the Congress president. And you would almost certainly have Mr. K.C. Venugopal. Because Mr. K.C. Venugopal, according to most people who observe the Congress, there is no decision in the Congress taken without some element of K.C., as he is known, some role that he has in any decision that the Congress takes. He's looking at me very suspiciously as I call him part of this power list. But am I right, Mr. K.C. Venugopal, that you are today seen in many ways for Rahul Gandhi what Ahmed Patel was for Sonia Gandhi? You are the new Ahmed Patel of the Congress party.
Arey, Rajdeep, this is the South Enclave you are meaning.
Sir, I am asking you, you are now a national leader. You are not confined to Kerala. I know you are in your home state. That's why you are smiling.
No, whatever good words you are talking about me, okay, it is a pleasantry for me. But the real fact is, entire decision of the Congress party is taken by the Congress president. My role is to communicate that decision taken by the Congress president. Of course, whenever Congress president asking feedback from me, I used to give feedback. This is the only thing, nothing else. All the decisions in Congress party, which in my signature is coming out, is Congress president decision.
Congress president meaning Mallikarjun Kharge, or de facto some believe the Congress president, i.e. Rahul Gandhi?
This is what we are not expecting from India Today, this type of questions. Nowadays, we are expecting some channels this type of questions because of they are having only one agenda to haunt Rahul Gandhi. Here, you have to understand, you know Madam Sonia Gandhi also. When Congress president had been elected as the president of Congress, she is the first person to reach his house. Congress president want to go to her, but she told, no, I am coming to your house to compliment you. But media never say like that. I'm not telling about the entire media, the so-called media. This decision, whichever taking in the name of Congress president, is the decision by the Congress president.
Okay, that's an important clarification you made. Any decision taken by the Congress president is taken by the Congress president. Is that one of the big changes?
No.
You know, since Mr. Kharge took over, we saw it even in the Karnataka crisis or whatever, the leadership battle, everyone was coming to Khargeji's house. It was Mr. Kharge's house where all the decisions were taken. You were also seen there with him. Are we to suggest that in a way the power has shifted in the Congress from 10 Janpath, from Tughlaq Road to now Rajaji Marg to the residence of Mr. Kharge?
Congress president is president in the party. Power is vested in the Congress. You know that whenever Madam Gandhi was the Congress president and also Rahul Gandhi was the Congress president, there is a procedure, there is a process of taking decisions. They never take decision in their own capacity. They used to consult with the senior leaders. They used to consult with all other stalwarts in the Congress party. Then they will take a final decision. Of course, now Khargeji, our Congress president also, whenever he is taking major decisions, used to consult Sonia Gandhi. What is wrong in it? Used to consult Rahul Gandhi. Used to consult other senior leaders of the Congress party. Then only, this is not a dictatorship party like Modi.
So in a way, what you're telling me is that the Congress leadership today is such that it is consultative.
Yes.
And Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, their role is only to provide inputs. The final decision is taken by the Congress president. Am I correct?
Of course. Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. I will take your word for it. But let's talk, sir, about, you know, I see in you an extra energy after Karnataka. Is this that the Congress believes now that we have won Karnataka, India next? 2024 is only 10 months away. What has Karnataka done to the Congress party? Has it revived? Has it sort of brought back the morale to a party which appeared demoralized?
Certainly. There is a perception created in this country that BJP party is invincible. Because Congress cannot win any election. This is what the perception created. We won Himachal, where the BJP national president is coming. Now we won Karnataka. Actually, Rajiv, you were, I know that. You were there in Karnataka, I think 10, 15 days. You were traveling length and breadth of the entire Karnataka. Is there a level playing field for the opposition parties in Karnataka in this election? Last 10 days, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was there in Karnataka for campaigning. What about the television space for Congress party in those days? Entire Modi's roadshow, entire Modi's public meeting, entire television is showing only that. Where is the level playing field? Whenever we want to fly to some place, to some other places, there is no airspace, and their space is booked for Prime Minister. Okay, it is up to him to travel, to have a campaign on 9 days in Karnataka. It is up to him. But we need to have a level playing field for the opposition also. Why we are putting code of conduct? Why we are putting guidelines for the elections?
You're telling me that you won Karnataka despite the fact that you claim there was no level
coming to
playing
that
field.
point, not only despite that fact, you know, how many Congress candidates had been raided during the election? 67.
How many?
67 Congress candidates had been raided during the period of election. How many BJP candidates raided? 0. Entire Enforcement Directorate, CBI, our PCC president had been summoned 2 times, TK Shivakumar, during the election period. CBI, Enforcement Directorate, Income Tax Department, and even I am saying Election Commission also. Whenever we are putting a complaint to the Election Commission, nothing will happen. When BJP putting a complaint to the Election Commission, sudden action.
No, you're making a very serious
No,
allegation.
You're
claiming that the Election Commission of the country is no longer a neutral umpire.
No, in Karnataka, our experiment is that whenever this Narendra Modi statement, Prime Minister statement, Congress is supporting extremist. Do you hear that statement? Congress is supporting extremists. We given a complaint to the Election Commission of India. What was the reply? Whenever Priyank Kharge given a statement, he got a notice within 24 hours.
When he criticized the Prime Minister.
Therefore, we fought not only with BJP, we fought against these agencies. We fought against these things. Therefore, we are expecting neutrality from the Election Commission. I'm not criticizing them because the government of India putting maximum pressure on Election Commission. They are trying to put pressure on judiciary also nowadays. This is the situation in this country. In this situation, winning Karnataka with 138 seats is big boost for Congress party. It's a big boost for democratic forces of this country.
You know, but sir, you will also admit that Karnataka is not India. You have more challenges coming up. You have Telangana, you have Madhya Pradesh, you have Rajasthan, you have Chhattisgarh in the winter, and then you have the general election. You also have an election in Mizoram, before I forget, in November, December. I want to understand from you, Mr. Venugopal, do you agree that particularly in the North Indian states, the Congress will find it much tougher than you found in Karnataka? Karnataka, you have a solid organization, and in Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar, you had two leaders who worked together, at least during the election, and a strong face in Siddaramaiah, organizational man in Shiv Kumar. Will you find that in North India? Would you agree that the Modi factor, particularly in North India, will be tough to combat, sir?
No. Fair enough to say that we need to travel a lot to reach that 2024 victory. We also know about that. Congress alone cannot do it. We need support from entire like-minded political parties. But don't think that BJP cannot be defeated in North India. Himachal is one of the biggest baton for BJP. You can take it from me, you write it now. Madhya Pradesh also we are going to win hands down this time.
I'm writing it down.
You can write it down.
Madhya Pradesh, you are winning hands down.
The laboratory of the BJP. Advani told Madhya Pradesh about the laboratory of the RSS.
No, you're becoming like Amit Shah. Amit Shah also says, write it down.
No. I'm not like this. We are very confident. We are getting inputs.
Okay.
Why
so you are winning Madhya Pradesh.
Why this change? This change happened because of so many reasons. One of the key trigger in this point is Bharat Jodo Yatra. Bharat Jodo Yatra. From our Karnataka experience also, I can say that we traveled 521 kilometers in Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi took that yatra in 521 kilometers. In 21 assembly constituencies, 7 districts from Chamarajnagar to Raipur.
Yes.
Raichur. Out of the 21 seats, Congress won 16. One independent independent also won. BJP got 0.
No, 1 minute. Are you saying, Mr. Venugopal, that you are going to give credit for the Karnataka victory now to Bharat Jodo Yatra and Rahul Gandhi and not to Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar, who are working night and day on the ground in Karnataka? No, this is the problem with the...
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Siddaramaiah, Shiv Kumar, Mallikarjuna Kharge.
Yes.
The man from Karnataka.
Yes.
Of course, our entire cadre been electrified. You can see the video of Raichur, Bharat Jodo Yatra, Raichur.
Yes, I saw it.
You saw it?
Yes.
Bellary roadshow. Bellary, this time we swept all the seats we won. This is not only, the credit is not going to Bharat Jodo Yatra. My point is, our cadre had been electrified during the Bharat Jodo Yatra. That given a big boost for Congress in Karnataka.
Fair enough.
I am coming to that point. Madhya Pradesh also, whenever we started Bharat Jodo Yatra, everybody told us, Kerala, it will be a success. Beyond Kerala, it will not have any impact. But you see in Vijayan, you see in Indore, how was the response? Basically, I am telling the narrative we try to put in Karnataka election is poor versus rich.
That was the battle you're saying now.
Yeah.
Poor versus rich.
That was the battle we are going to fight in 2024 also.
You're telling us that the battle the Congress is fighting is poor versus rich. Post-poll survey certainly shows 11% edge among the poor to the Congress in Karnataka. You're saying you'll repeat that in Madhya Pradesh. What about Rajasthan? The one state you are actually an MP from Rajasthan, Rajya Sabha. I want to understand. All I see from Rajasthan is Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot fighting with each other. It's like a long-running political soap opera. When is it going to end?
Here also, Rajiv, little justice have to be shown to Congress party. You are every time you are talking about Sachin Gehlot. Why don't you talk about Vasundhara and this Shekhawat?
So you're in good form today.
No. I'm telling very really, very real. The BJP inner fightings in Rajasthan is in a high pitch.
And yours? Your infighting?
Our infighting, ours, I already told earlier. Our party is a democratic party. Their party, it's a one man will decide, second man will support. Nobody can say anything about that. This is what BJP dynamics. Here we have a democratic party. Sachin and Gehlot both are assets of the Congress party. They have differences. They will have differences in future also. Siddaramaiah and Divka Kumar having differences. When the election point is coming, everybody will together. We will win Rajasthan. You can see the programs of the Rajasthan government.
No, you're telling me Sachin Pilot will stay with the Congress and he and Gehlot will be there together to fight the election.
I am confident on that.
Will you give Sachin Pilot some assurance? He must be listening to you. He wants to know what is the roadmap. Does he have Mera number kab aayega? He's asking.
How can I?
But
how can I say entire strategies of Rajasthan Congress Party share with you?
Sir, because
something you leave to us party to decide.
Sir, this is the India Today forum. This is the forum where we like you to tell things that you don't tell others. So but you're saying that Sachin Pilot will be with
No, I think Rajasthan is going to be a good state for Congress. We will fight together. Ashok Gehlot, Sachin, and all other leaders.
How will you accommodate Sachin Pilot? What will you do?
I told us, Sachin will be the part of entire Congress party in Rajasthan. What is the point? Everything will be settled out.
Okay, so Madhya Pradesh, you have said, write it down, you're winning big. Rajasthan, you're saying Sachin Pilot and Gehlot ji will work together. Chhattisgarh?
Chhattisgarh will win hands down.
Hands down again. Again, I'm writing it down. You're really becoming like Amit Shah ji today, sir.
No. Chhattisgarh, everybody is telling. They are also, BJP also telling Congress is going to win.
Okay, so Chhattisgarh also. Then we come to the state, not too far away from here. We are in the south, Telangana. What's going to happen there?
Telangana, basically 3 months before Telangana, there are difficulty for Congress. Now I am talking to you with the latest feedback from Telangana. Clearly, the fight between Congress and TRS is very close now. Very close now. I'm not telling we are winning today, but we will win Telangana also. Because earlier, 3 months before, our situation was not like that. BJP is trying to have a second position. Now BJP is far away from us. The fight is between TRS and Congress. Fight is very close.
What has changed suddenly?
That we know that last 3 months we are holding Padayatras. Our PCC president and CLP leader, they are in the fields. Huge turnout all over Telangana. Immediately after the Bharat Jodo Yatra, these 2 yatra had been conducted by 2 leaders, basically PCC president and CLP leaders, getting biggest attraction from the people of Telangana.
What if you're winning, you're saying Madhya Pradesh, doing well in Rajasthan, winning Chhattisgarh, in the fight in Telangana, what about India 2024? Anyone I speak to, any seasoned political observer says Mr. Modi is the front runner. That in 2024, the fight is Modi versus who? How do you respond?
In 2024, the fight is between Vajpayee and with whom?
2004.
We won that election. India Shining campaign was very much. India opposition was divided. But 2004, when election came, finally Congress led UPA government came into power. The situation in this country is not like 2019. The people are now understanding what the delivery point of Narendra Modi. The people, unemployment rate is high in this country. Price rise is there everywhere. Only one answer you are giving, religion or polarization. This will, people, okay, of one time it may be worked out, but every time it is not going to work out.
But is leadership also an issue? Because the prime minister's campaign managers will try and make the election almost presidential style. As I said, Modi versus who? Is Rahul Gandhi the answer when you say rich versus poor? You mentioned Bharat Jodo Yatra. Is that really do you really believe Rahul Gandhi can be your face to take on Mr. Modi in 2024?
Rajiv, I told the country need a change in government now. I think you are a senior most journalist in this country. What is happening in this country nowadays? Where is the freedom of press? This type of governance, whether we are expecting clearly a dictatorship, in every way of administration, government is bulldozing their fanatic religious ideas. I told you already, entire opposition party is being targeted by agencies on political ground. This is a high time to decide to remove this government from the center. So therefore, I'm coming to that point. Therefore, we are very, very open. We are very, very, our main objective is to defeat BJP, defeat Narendra Modi in 2024.
Who your leader is? I asked you a question.
That will be emerge immediately after the election result, within no delay, that will emerge. Who is the leader?
What will Rahul Gandhi's role be?
Certainly, Rahul Gandhi is the main campaigner for the Congress party, who Congress president himself told in Hyderabad during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, he will be leading the Congress party. But that doesn't mean that entire opposition having that same feeling. Therefore, we will sit together. We will sit together.
No, you're saying the entire opposition will sit together, like-minded parties. I want to understand, does that mean parties like Arvind Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party, TRS, which KCR says, I am also opposed to the BJP, Naveen Patnaik, who clearly is softer towards the BJP, Jagan Mohan Reddy, who's softer towards the BJP. Will you call all of them or only the existing UPA parties?
No. There are ways. In some states, for example, in Kerala, we are sitting in Kerala. You never invited our Kerala leaders in this conclave. They complained me. They didn't get a chance to represent for Kerala Congress Party here.
I promise you they will be there next time. But go ahead.
Only invited ministers. Therefore,
you are good enough for all of them, sir.
Here we are fighting against CPM.
Yes.
Because the main fight is between CPM and Congress in Kerala.
Yes.
We cannot even imagine have an electoral lens with CPM in Kerala. Same way, we are fighting against TRS in Telangana. This was happened in 2004 also. This was happened in 2009 also. Therefore, there will be a pre-poll alliance and post-poll alliances. This is the way to settle all these things.
Pre-poll, you're making again an important news point. Pre-poll alliances with like-minded parties, post-poll alliances, much more strategic, like in Kerala, possibly with the left, because...
No, I'm not telling likely Kerala. That the situation will tell you.
No, I'll tell you why, sir. Earlier today...
Don't make it as Kerala, we are going to be a post-poll alliance. I'm clearly telling it is very difficult for us to have an alliance with CPM.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because earlier today, John Brittas, the Rajya Sabha MP of the left, was here. He said Congress should be rational. They should fight 150, 160 seats seriously and do very well in them. In some states like Kerala, they should allow us to lead the fight. Are you willing to allow Kerala to be the fight to be led by the left?
Kerala, our party is very strong. Last time, how much is our tally in parliament? 19 out of 20.
19 out of 20.
Therefore, how can anybody tell that Kerala you leave?
No, but he's saying
Then-
fight. What he's saying is fight 160 to 200 seats, whether Kerala or outside. Focus on limited number of seats.
No, our focus will be everywhere. Basically, main focus will be against BJP. That they don't worry. They have to worry about West Bengal or Kerala. They can come where they can contribute it.
What about Aam Aadmi Party?
Aam Aadmi Party,
Can you have a tie-up with them?
because I told you broadly, our stand is very clear. Our principal enemy is BJP. We are very much sincerely concerning about to defeat BJP in 2024.
Kejriwal also says the same thing.
But he has to show it.
Are
Pan-
you willing for a tie-up?
No,
Let's
no,
say he
no.
says, I will give you 4 seats in Delhi. I will give you 3 seats in Delhi. You contest, I will contest 4. I will give you 3. Are you ready?
Oh, that things will be this type of things. Alliance
You're
discussion
open.
will be,
You're open
No,
for
that they will, we are not open. That things will be. We need a deliberation with our state units, because this is the Democratic Party. I told you earlier. Without asking Delhi PCC, without asking Punjab PCC, how can we go with the Aam Aadmi Party? Certainly, we are fighting each other. Punjab, who is fighting with Aam Aadmi Party? Congress. Therefore, we need to have a understanding with our state units.
You know, you mentioned Kerala. We are in Thiruvananthapuram. There's a huge question mark whether Shashi Tharoor will contest Thiruvananthapuram again. Is he still a important member of your party, or are you all angry with Shashi Tharoor for taking on Mallikarjun Kharge? Honest answer.
He is one of the biggest asset of Indian National Congress.
Biggest asset.
Biggest asset of Indian National Congress. Shashi Tharoor is.
There is no fight
Shashi
between.
Nothing is there. Shashi Tharoor contested in parliament by presidential election. Nothing wrong in it. We only told for Congress party only installed for an election, democratic election. He contested.
Sir, one political observer in Kerala was telling me, why doesn't Congress project Shashi Tharoor for the next state election? They will win Kerala. They need to have a new face for Kerala, but the old guard in the Congress doesn't want Shashi Tharoor to be projected. Is that true?
The entire India Today conclave is to trouble Kerala Congress? Isn't it?
No, is this group?
You are not giving any space to that leaders to speak. Then you are asking me this question. Shashi Tharoor, Sudhakaran, Sadishan, Mr. Chennithala, all are biggest assets of Congress party in Kerala. All are deserving personalities for any position in Kerala. But finally, party will take a decision unitedly, and High Command will also have some stand.
You know, the reason, of course, is when we raise this question, because over the years we have found that the Congress often, sir, with due regard, is its worst enemy. That you are a party that knows how to score self-goals to snatch victory, defeat out of victory. This is the perception, that even when things are going well, congressmen fight with each other, and as a result, the party loses out. Are we going to see, particularly with a new president like Mr. Kharge, a very senior man, all of this coming together? Mrs. Gandhi was able to hold it together when she was Congress president, but there's a sense that without her there, will the new leadership be able to bring all these factions across India to fight collectively?
Mallikarjuna Kharge ji, how many times he won the election, Rajdeep ji?
11 times.
11 times. Is it a silly thing? 11 time winning an election. He was one of the topmost parliamentarian in this country, as a leader of opposition, as a leader in the Lok Sabha, as a leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha also, state and center. His capability as an organizer, he was the PCC president of this Karnataka also. One of the best PCC president of Karnataka, Mallikarjuna Kharge.
But you never made him chief minister. He's the best
but now he is the Congress president deciding the chief ministers. He decided the Karnataka chief minister.
He decided.
He decided the Karnataka chief minister.
Final decision on Siddaramaiah was taken by Mallikarjun Kharge.
Ji. Therefore, you have to understand his path also. The way in which came from Gulbarga, how much sacrifices he has done, how much challenges he had overcome. Therefore, he is most seasoned politician in India. He can.
No, in fact, there is a buzz, sir. Now, there's a buzz also in the Congress. Why don't you project Mallikarjun Kharge? Because one of the things we saw in Karnataka, large Dalit voters moved from BJP to Congress this time. And there is a view that if you project Mr. Kharge across India, the Dalits, the tribals, the weaker section, the poor will return to the Congress. Why don't you project Mr. Kharge?
Therefore, that's I'm telling. Whomever want to project everything, Mallikarjuna Kharge himself will decide. Don't worry about that. Congress president will decide all these things.
You see, the reason again for these questions is because generally there's a feeling that Congress party is umbilically tied to the Gandhi family. That you cannot, if you have a Kharge...
Now, can I ask a question, Jagdeep? You are every time selling Gandhi family, Gandhi family. After Rajiv Gandhi, which Gandhi family member hold position in Indian government?
In government?
Huh? Tell me.
But Sonia Gandhi was the longest serving Congress president.
No, that is different. After Rajiv Gandhi, which Gandhi family member hold the position in the government? You are telling Gandhi family, Gandhi family. Whether Rahul Gandhi become the prime minister, whether Rahul Gandhi become the home minister of this country, any chief minister.
Because the BJP keeps saying Congress is a dynastical party. They say the Congress is a party that cannot look beyond the family.
BJP is saying you people are only airing that opinion. You will never give a dissent voice. Whomever is telling dissent, they are anti-nationalists nowadays in this country.
Sir, I am called anti-national every day. So I am used to it. I am looking now. They told me go to Pakistan. I'm not getting a visa from Pakistan. But sir, more seriously, is this therefore a sign? What we sense is that Rahul Gandhi wants to change some of this. He wants to, as you say, actually try and democratize the Congress, get the party at the state level to take more decisions. Is that one of the changes that we are seeing since our topic is Congress after the Bharat Jodo Yatra, that
Sir,
now you are more decentralized, decision making is not all only in Delhi with the High Command.
It was there earlier times also. Who introduced democratic election in Youth Congress and NSY? Only Rahul Gandhi. Lot many people from our PCC people, state leaders are telling, scrap this election. But he took a strong stand, do it. Maybe some shortcoming is there during the election period. But need to have a democratic selection in Youth Congress and NSY body decided by Rahul Gandhi only. He was for sharing powers. Decision-making body also, he need more people in the states also.
You need a Congress working committee. Where is your Congress working committee? You had said in your Udaipur summit that you will have a Congress working committee in place. We still don't have a Congress working committee in place. You said there'll be one man, one post. Mr. Kharge is still your leader in the Rajya Sabha and he's your Congress president. You see, you have to start walking the talk, sir. Then we will trust that the Congress is actually changing. Why have you not got a working committee? What happened to one man, one post?
I think you will have a trust factor immediately, because Congress working committee formation is not an easy thing, because of so many equations we have to maintain. So many.
Have an election, sir.
No, we had already decided to have a 50% below 50 years age. 50% of the CWC members, OBC, SC, ST, minority. No, Congress president is on the job. He is on the process.
There will be a working committee soon.
He is consulting the leaders. He is on the process of doing Congress working committee.
There will be one soon.
Give him few weeks. He will do it immediately. Don't worry.
I'm not worried. It's your party. You all have to be worried. I only observe what I see. But, today Rahul Gandhi, very interestingly, in the US, has said a statement which the BJP has picked up and they are trending it. Rahul Gandhi was asked a question, sir, in Washington. Is the Muslim League a secular? How do you see the Muslim League, as a secular party or not? He said Muslim League is secular. BJP is saying, look at Rahul Gandhi, he's calling the Muslim League secular. What is your response, since you are an ally of the Muslim League, Indian Union Muslim League, not Pakistan, Indian Union Muslim League in India?
Whenever Muslim League is hosting their flag in Kerala,
yes,
BJP will tell that, oh, Pakistan flag is hosting. Muslim League flag is that. This is not a Pakistan Muslim League, which Rahul Gandhi referred. Rahul Gandhi referred about Indian Union Muslim League. I live in Kerala. Here, so many Kerala politicians are there. They are no. I can narrate your incident. Muslim League is the secular party.
Give me a proof of that.
Certainly. I don't know. You know Angadipuram Tali temple,
Yes,
one of the famous temple in Malappuram.
yes.
Fire had been happened in that temple in 2007.
Fire.
The first person reached that temple is Panakkad Sayyid Muhammad Ali Shihab Tangal. Not only that, he took the initiative of renovating that temple. He inaugurated renovated temple with Samudri Raja. He, Panakkad Tangal, inaugurated renovated temple with Samudri Raja. The same day that when this Babari Masjid incident was happened, demolition happened. The first person came outside and called for a peace is Panakkad Sayyid Muhammad Ali Shihab Tangal, President of Indian Union Muslim League. How can you call that party an anti-secular party?
So this is Kerala's vision of secularism, where Hindus and Muslims, you say.
Yes, sir. Here Kerala, in most Hindus, marriage is happening. In my old constituency, Kayangulam, it has happened. In temple, Muslim girls' marriage will happen. Here people are living together. Don't pour venom on that. This advice to BJP, we people used to do.
You're telling the BJP, tell the real Kerala story, don't tell the Kerala story as they show in the film.
No, now they are coming here, Kerala, also big friends of Christians.
Yes.
Nowadays, the entire BJP is telling entire Christians, what is happening in Manipur? What happened in Karnataka? Last 20 days, how many churches burned in Manipur?
222. We
222
just got
churches.
the figure. Several temples have also been attacked, but 222 churches.
Now, my point is that whether any representative of the government, when I am agreeing that Union Home Minister went 2 days before. This had happened 23 days before. They are busy in Karnataka election roadshow when Manipur is burning. When you are telling about the communities, you should have a policy to attract them. What is the BJP policy? What is the RSS ideology? Whether it is suit for Christians? Basic answer they have to give to the people. Otherwise, electoral benefit ke liye, you are going there, you are coming here. Is it the matter?
So you don't think that the BJP can make any dent in your home state of Kerala? Not possible.
Zero. You can count it 2024 also, they will be zero in Kerala. Certainly.
Sure.
Sure.
I must say this confidence, I don't know this is what an election victory does.
No.
I mean, one election victory, and Kerala, of course, is a different case, but I'm sensing in you, we use the word body language often, there seems to be a spring in your step, Mr. Venugopal, that suggests that the opposition is back in the game.
Little bit correction from our parties also we are doing. The way of electioneering. Whenever election happened, we used to go for election stage just 2 months before. Now we changed that entire pattern. Karnataka, we started 1.5 years before. Telangana, we already started. Madhya Pradesh, we already started. Chhattisgarh is also going on. Therefore, our election preparation is also, we are changing.
Right down to the booth, right down to the booth level?
Right down the booth level. We are taking feedback from the common people, from the party workers. According to their feedback, we are making our assessment.
Because the BJP has right down at the bottom level, Panna Pramukhs, one page of an electoral roll. From there, they go upwards. They have election strategists, they have pollsters. Mr. Modi and Amit Shah work very hard on micromanaging an election. Do you have anyone to match them for election management?
Now, we are very much for that. Our election system is totally changed. Coming days, we will concentrate on parliament election seats and these 5 state assembly elections.
You'll announce candidates well in advance this time.
That's what we done it in Karnataka. That is what we done it in Karnataka. That we are going to do it in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Telangana also.
I'm also told that Rahul Gandhi will be embarking on another yatra, this time from either west to east or east to west, either Porbandar to Arunachal Pradesh or Arunachal Pradesh to Porbandar. Is that true?
Discussion is going on, not finalized so far. Some discussion is going on.
No, but is it likely that before the next general elections, Rahul Gandhi will embark on another yatra?
We have a plan, not finalized so far.
No, but is the yatra now the model that you have? that you want to, because one of the criticisms of the Congress was it had become a drawing room party. That you all sit in Delhi in drawing rooms and you all decide everything. You need to go to the people. Have you all again decided, realize you need to rebuild your connect?
Certainly. I'm totally agreeing with you. You need to connect the grassroots level people and common people of this country. We will do that only.
So you're talking of a complete rebooting of the Congress party in a way, accepting that over these years, the Congress party has lost out because you had lost that mass connect. That also means you have to create mass, or you have to encourage mass leaders.
Certainly.
Are we going to see mass leaders identified in every state? Because North India, sir, particularly in Uttar Pradesh, in Bihar, the Congress has virtually disappeared. Are you really going to see a revival in the next 12 months of the Congress in states like UP, states like Bihar?
Everything cannot be done through an overnight. It will come out. Certainly, I am hopeful, party is hopeful that coming days is for a revival of Congress.
What role will Priyanka Gandhi Vadra play? There is some talk that she will be the one who may contest from Wayanad. Rahul Gandhi has been disqualified as an MP. If elections are announced in Wayanad tomorrow, will Priyanka Gandhi Vadra be your candidate? That's the buzz again.
We are not bothering about the by-election in Wayanad.
Not bothered.
We are bothering about the process which they have done to disqualify Rahul Gandhi, which Indian media is not at all discussing. Unfortunately.
No,
we are worried about the process of disqualification from the parliament. Why disqualified? Why disqualified? What was the reason? That you see the sequences of the judicial process in Surat court happened. The case was stayed by the petitioner itself in Ahmedabad court. When it was revoked again, after he raised the question against Adani in the parliament, we had the records, we had the details. That day, Narendra Modi decided, when he raised the question on Adani on parliament, that day, Narendra Modi decided, this man is not needed in the parliament.
No, but Narendra Modi cannot influence the court in Surat.
I'm not telling influenced, but people are all watching all these things.
No. You have to be very clear. You said Narendra Modi ji decided the day Rahul Gandhi raised Adani's name in parliament, Rahul Gandhi has to be disqualified.
Because I'm telling this. There is a reason in that. I told you, this case was happened in 2019 parliament election.
Yes.
Understood. Kolar. When Rahul Gandhi was in Kolar, I was also with them at that point of time. I was in charge of Karnataka that point of time. He spoke these things. Gujarat, one MLA has given a complaint to the Surat court. After 2 years, after 1 year, the petitioner went to Ahmedabad High Court to stay the proceedings of this entire case. Court stayed. When it is reopened in 2023, I am not remembering the exact date, February. This was happened immediately after the speech in parliament. That man is a BJP man. The petitioner is a BJP MLA.
Yes, he is. Are you saying the judge is also a BJP man?
No, you don't put your words in my mouth. But I'm telling this is the BJP MLA. My point is that he himself, the petitioner himself, went to the High Court for staying this case. Suddenly he withdrawn after the parliament episode when Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of Adani. Therefore, Narendra Modi decided those who are questioning against him on corruption, that people need not to be in parliament. This is a bigger issue than Wayanad by-election for us. Wayanad, whenever by-election won't happen, I'm challenging Mr. Rajivji with humbly. We will win with a margin of lakhs of votes. There is no problem of winning Wayanad for Congress party or UDF.
You know, you're sounding so confident. The reason we sound skeptical because in 2014 and 19, in direct fights in Lok Sabha between Congress and BJP, BJP won most of those seats. And many believe the Congress is the Kamzor Kadi in this alliance, that you're the weakling. You seem to suggest that all that has changed. Karnataka is evidence and it will spread across the country.
No, our thinking that the country's mood is changing.
Mood is changing.
This is what we are also getting inputs. I told you, we are also getting inputs, professionally getting inputs from various states. The country's mood is changing. If I'm again telling Congress can alone not having the capacity to beat BJP now, entire opposition has to be together.
So how many seats are you giving Congress in the Lok Sabha of 2024? Because last time you were down to your lowest number, 52. How much are you saying?
Kerala, Rajibji, so many astrologers are there, but I am not one of the astrologer family.
You are an astrologer for Madhya Pradesh. You are saying you are winning hands down.
That is very nearby.
No, but we are coming towards the end of what has been an eye-opener, because this is the first time you've come in a way on a stage like this and being so candid about the state of your party, both the pluses and the minuses. In the last few years, you moved from Kerala politics, 5-time MLA and MP.
Yeah. 3-time MLA and 2-time MP.
So 5 wins.
And 6-time Rajya Sabha MP.
6th Rajya Sabha. You moved to Delhi. What is the biggest challenge that you found? I find now that you are also starting to speak in Hindi. Questions are asked to you the other day on Rajasthan, you immediately broke into Hindi.
Thoda.
Thoda. Is that the biggest difficulty that politicians from the south find when they go up north to adjust to a Hindi heartland? You have to learn Hindi?
It is a challenge for all of us. We have to learn. Hindi is also our national language. We have to learn Hindi.
Because when you took up this very important post, one fear was, will a MP from Kerala, experienced of course, be able to adjust to the politics of North India, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, UP, Bihar? Their politics are very different. How have you adjusted? How have you changed? How has KC Venugopal changed?
The circumstances make your position change, all these things. That circumstances will demand you.
What is easier, to do politics in Kerala? You were tourism minister, I think, here for a while as well. This hotel, in a way.
After Mr. Thomas, I was a tourism minister.
That's right. You let poor Mr. Thomas out of your party. But I want to understand, what is more difficult, doing politics at the state level or politics in Delhi? Is this the more difficult challenge in very ways?
My understanding is those who done Kerala politics, it is very much easier for them to have national politics also.
Let's repeat that.
Those who have
experience in
Kerala politics, they will have an easy turn in Delhi national politics.
They'll have an easy turn. Mr. Karnakaran didn't find that, he was one of your most powerful Congress leaders in Kerala. When he went to Delhi, life was not as easy.
He was there.
He was there in and around.
He was very, very much. And Antonyji was there very much for a long time. You know that.
His son has now gone and joined the BJP.
Doesn't matter. He is 100% stronger congressman.
Are you disappointed that so many young congressmen, people close to Rahul Gandhi, have all left you and joined BJP? Jyotiraditya Scindia, RPN Singh, Jitin Prasad, all close to Rahul Gandhi, all have gone to
I'm disappointed that thinking about the future of that young boys, what they are doing in BJP. because Jyotiraditya Scindia is one of my best friend. Best friend. We used to sit in the same chair in the parliament. But now, when I see him, no happiness in his face.
You have become a face reader.
No. I'm telling you. You are talking about the people, the left Congress party. What about Jagdish, ex-chief minister?
Jagdish
Shettar. What about Saudi? How many BJP people joined in Congress also? This is also one complaint from our side to media. Whenever a Congress DCC president joined BJP, big breaking. DCC president joined in BJP. Whenever an ex-chief minister joined Congress from BJP, small shot.
No, not true. On the day that Mr. Shettar joined, our reporter traveled.
India Today done.
Our India Today reporter traveled 8 hours by car to get me a OB live with Jagdish Shettar at 9 p.m. on the day he left the party. So you cannot.
You are different little bit.
I am different little bit. You're saying little bit very quietly, but that's okay. I can still live with that also.
If Congress party is giving a good certificate to you, it will be troubled you a lot.
That's right. That's right. Anybody from the Congress gives me a certificate, it is troubling. We've had a completely wonderful time. Mr. Venugopal, you've opened up. I think it's the air of Kerala that makes you. I've been asking him for several months now in Delhi,
Yeah.
to invite me over for breakfast because I want to have nice dosas. What does he do? He invites Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah. And then sends me the photograph. Look at it. They've resolved all the issues over breakfast. I said, what happened to my breakfast? I want news from you. You have to give us news also.
Certainly.
Why are you such a private person? I don't see you opening up in Delhi like you have opened up in Kerala. I think
No.
it's something about here.
My job is not to open up all the decisions of the Congress party. My job is to work in Congress party for the party and for the party leadership. That we are doing.
Your personal ambitions, do you have any personal ambitions?
Die as a congressman. Die as a congressman.
Die as a congressman. You told me something very interesting. You told me you joined politics at the age of 13, 1-3.
Yeah.
What were you doing at 13?
When I was in 8th standard in Madhamangalam Government High School, you can check. It's a very, very remote area in the state. There is no bus also at that point of time. There is no travel. We used to walk to the high school, government high school. Then I stand a candidate of KSU, leader. Here, school election also that point of period, political basis, KSU versus SFI. I started my political career from that point of time.
At the
I
age
become
of 13?
become KSU's Taluk secretary when I was 13 years. I'm telling now it is I'm 60, 47 years I was in politics.
You don't look 60. Look at my hair. It's all gone gray and I'm 58. Huh?
You are so intelligent, therefore hair may be white.
No, I seem to have all the problems. You don't seem to have all the problems. My hair grows gray, but we have still 5 minutes to go. What is it about KC Venugopal that we don't know? Apart from the fact that you started your political career at the age of 13, are there other things about you that we don't know?
That interesting things. I
Yes.
used to play volleyball in my school and college life because I'm not intended to come in politics at all. My family want to become a lecturer or engineer or something. I done my PG in mathematics. Then I studied, I am interested in mathematics only. But incidentally, that during the period of education, I used to contest election in the colleges as a university union councillor, university union chairman, senate member, this type of thing. It already automatically made me a politician, student politician those days. Then, incidentally, that point of time, when party decided to contest in Lok Sabha election, my first election was Kasaragod Lok Sabha election. I lost that election for 2,500 votes.
First election? Which year was that?
91. 91.
And volleyball is your favorite sport?
Yeah.
Because volleyball is the ultimate team sport.
Jimmy George, Kerala.
Yeah, the great Jimmy George.
Jimmy George. He was the icon of volleyball that point of time for me like people. In Bharat Jodo Yatra, you used to play volleyball.
You played volleyball during the Bharat Jodo Yatra?
Evening time, he used to play.
Did Rahul Gandhi play volleyball and Rahul Gandhi was kept out of all
Rahul
this?
Gandhi used to watch that type of World Cup football was there. We used to watch World Cup football.
That's a nice life, yeah, watching World Cup football after
walking.
After all that walking, while you all played the volleyball.
Yeah.
That Bharat Jodo Yatra, I was I walked for part of it to report on it when it completed 100 days. That must have been a huge organizational exercise. Your rivals are asking, paisa kidhar se aaya? This is the BJP said. They put all that the Congress says they have no money, but they have money for a Bharat Jodo Yatra.
How much money we spend? That they didn't know.
How much did you spend?
Very. We didn't spend much at all because our state unit is doing. We never doing from AICC. Whenever we are in Tamil Nadu for 3 days, entire Tamil Nadu PCC is taking donation from the people of Tamil Nadu and they are doing the yatra. When we are in Kerala, entire Kerala PCC is capable enough. Within 30 days, they collected 5 crores in Kerala, from Kerala. Through 137 challenge. They named it as a 137 challenge. We had a system for like that. In Karnataka PCC has done.
So you deny that this was an extremely expensive exercise that the Congress overtook?
Nothing, because that was a great experience for all of us. The people from all walk of the country joined Bharat Jodo Yatra.
One final question. You and Rahul Gandhi, as I said at the outset, are reportedly very close to each other. He confides a lot in you. Is it true that you all were sitting next to each other in Parliament when you were an MP in the Lok Sabha and he was, and sitting next to each other, you all became friends? That's why every congressman now wants to sit next to Rahul Gandhi after that. If I sit next to Rahul Gandhi, I'll become the next KC Venugopal.
I used to sit next to him only, but my relationship was there earlier also when I was in Youth Congress, but it was built up during the period of 2014-19 when we were in the opposition bench. We were only 43. That point of time, we were only 43 members. I think if you can witness how much energy we have there to fight against BJP with these 43 members, I am one among that 43 with great fighting mood.
The BJP has projected Rahul Gandhi as a pappu. What is the reality? Who is the real Rahul Gandhi?
That Rajiv has to give a judgment. If you have a sincere, independent view, you have to give a view to viewers now whether Rahul Gandhi is a pappu or not. No, in my view,
yes,
you can see his speeches. He can speak speeches. My view, in Kerala during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, every individual came to him and speak to him. He talked about them. Journalists are there, farmers are there, students are there, engineers are there.
He should speak to journalists also.
Journalists also speaking. Whomever is coming, he is speaking to their subject in a very, very knowledgeable way. Because I know that him. I wondered, once he talked about Narayana Gurudevan. You know Narayana Gurudevan in Kerala, greatest reformist. Whatever things he know about Narayana Gurudev is an amazing thing for me also. He know everything about Narayana. Whenever Karnataka even, Lingayat Guru, he know about him. Basavannaji. But he is a person who is listening, he is a person who is reading, he is a person who is knowing. But the life factory of BJP and RSS have one point agenda to destroy, tarnish his image through this word of Pappu. But now Bharat Jodo Yatra destroy that image also. I am very sure that now the India realizing he is not a Pappu. He is an intelligent, sincere, humble, simple politician of India.
KC Venugopal, this has been an education for many of us to find out who is that voice behind this powerful figure in the Congress party. Your tone certainly indicates Congress abhi zinda hai. That you believe like Tiger zinda hai, Congress cannot be written off. We'll wait and see what happens in the next 10 months. You will be a figure to watch out for. But you've given us a big insight into the way the Congress functions. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand.
Thank you.
KC Venugopal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rajdeep. Thank you so much, Mr. KC Venugopal. I'd now call upon Mr. B.V. Rao, Group Consulting Editor, to hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. KC Venugopal. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. That was a very fiery session. After a long time that we have seen a GSO, what they call in Congress Party, GSO speaking his mind out in front of the media. We will now have a quick 5-minute break as the actor himself, Mr. Kamal Haasan, is reaching the stage in next 5 minutes. The Vishwarupam, the man himself, will be here in next 5 minutes. Please don't go anywhere. Hold on to your seats as the showstopper will be here soon. arrived. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, in just few seconds, Mr. Kamal Haasan will be on the stage. All of you, please remain seated. A big round of applause for Mr. Kamal Haasan. The session will be now. The session now will be moderated by Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today Group.
Wow, that's quite an entry. We had the politicians, now we have the star politician. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finale at the India Today South Conclave 2023. It's been 2 wonderful days here in Kovalam, and we have with us to end this wonderful session, the one and only mega star, someone who has gone often where few others have dared to tread. Please give a big hand to the one and only Kamal Haasan. How should I introduce you today? As actor, superstar, or founder of the Makkal Nidhi Mayam? In what capacity, Kamal Haasan, are you most comfortable at the moment?
I'm very comfortable with today. And since it's India Today, we'll start with today. I'm a neo-politiculturist, so you can introduce me.
No, so what comes first? The actor in you or the politician in you? Are you at the end of the day an actor still finding his feet in the turbulent world of politics?
Yeah, I think it's not finding the feet. I think I'm financing my sojourn with my acting.
So you're doing your acting only to finance your political career?
I have chosen my trajectory, and people have been very kind to me, and they've taken care of me for more than 60 years and kept me in a pedestal, deservingly or not, I don't know. But I'm very happy for what they have done to me, and I'm returning that with thanks, with my participation in their life, in their future.
No, you're being rather modest here because, you keep saying you're only in cinema to finance your politics, but your cinema is doing bloody well, if I may say so. You've just had another big hit in Vikram. It sort of created huge waves. If I may ask, and this is for an actor who many thought, now is going to slowly fade away. You're not fading away. You're getting even stronger and stronger on screen.
Yeah, the same might happen in politics as well.
Is that more difficult though? Let's be clear, politics, Kamal Haasan ji, and I think I've asked you this when you first decided to enter politics 5 or 6 years ago, politics is 24/7. It's ruthless. Compared to cinema, you find politics far more difficult. Making a cinematic debut was perhaps far easier than making a political debut.
No, it wasn't easy. As a matter of fact, in cinema, I have to prepare, write, create the film, and then people will say yes or no. They might cross it off or give me a tick. But here in politics, I have to work with the people. The script is written by them. I think this is a better place to be, comfort-wise and duty-wise. This is the best place to be.
But while you've had all these string of big, super hits, your political career has not yet taken off. 2021, first time you went big in the Tamil Nadu elections. You all won what? 3%, around 3% of the vote. You also lost from Coimbatore after giving a fight in the early rounds. You all didn't win a single seat. It seemed to me from the outside that here was a film star struggling to make a mark in politics. Is that how you see it? How do you see that period from 2021 till today?
Well, we now see Kamal Haasan as a star, but Keralites here will remember the beginning when Prem Nazir Sahab was ruling as the emperor of Malayalam cinema, and MGR, Shivaji were there. And they said that I had no place. I shouldn't even be here. Small bits, crumbs will be thrown at you. Be satisfied with that. And it wasn't easy and for me, the greatest teacher, professor in my life has been failures. I learned from them, and that's how I am sitting here, and that's how I produced Vikram.
What did you learn from that 2021 defeat? When you suddenly found I don't have any seats, all my candidates have lost, what did you learn?
Nothing. I've had films fail where money was at stake. Here it was only prestige at stake. But I'm still fighting for people, and I'll continue doing so.
So what role are you now? Actors change roles, and you've been remarkable in the number of roles that you've done. What's your new role? I saw the other day Mr. Siddaramaiah being sworn in, and there you were on the stage sitting next to, I think, Farooq Abdullah on one side, Sharad Pawar on the other, and there I see Kamal Haasan. What is your role as part of this anti-BJP alliance, a Congress-led alliance? What is Kamal Haasan's role now?
Let me clearly place myself being a centrist.
Being a centrist?
Centrist. My concern is about India, not about parties. I'm party agnostic, so it doesn't matter. India is very important. I think wherever I am placed, I will do my best for south of India. I'm not being parochial now. Kerala is my place, Andhra is my place, Karnataka is my place. And I can call each one of that home, and no Malayali will deny me that. And I can say the same thing in Karnataka. And I can say that I said it in Kerala, I'm saying it in Karnataka. So for me, India first, South India is my most important goal, to give it the prestige and placement it deserves.
No, but let's be honest. You're saying you're party agnostic, but I haven't seen you going hand in hand with Narendra Modi on any yatra or any visit, but I've seen you going hand in hand with Rahul Gandhi. I see you at the Congress.
I was invited by Mr. Rahul Gandhi. He called me as a citizen. Dear fellow citizen is how he addressed me. I'm yet to receive a letter like that from Mr. Modi.
No, 1 minute. Are you telling me, Kamal Haasan, tomorrow morning, Narendra Modi is watching the India Today South conclave and says, Kamal Haasan wants an invitation, tells PMO officials, invite him over for breakfast. Let's discuss how he can put his party as part of a BJP alliance. Will you be part of it tomorrow?
No, alliance is a different thing. Breakfast is a different thing.
No, so you'll have breakfast with Mr. Modi, but you will not ally with the BJP.
No, it's an attitude, because it's an ideology. For right now, people are very important. Democracy, for me, is very important in its finest form. So there might be, we will agree to disagree.
No, but when you say you're party agnostic, you made your party preferences very clear. Why not say that I am part of this grand alliance which is in the making, and I want to be part of like-minded parties. The Makkal Nidhi Mayam wants to be part of like-minded parties and fight the 2024 general elections as part of that alliance.
Now, more important than that is to fight for certain democratic rights for which it doesn't, I will beseech all parties to come together, to talk and have a dialogue. I mean, we can even talk about the parliament. I know you will ask questions about
I will
it.
ask about that.
So we'll talk about it when it comes to it. The idea is alliances are election oriented. For me, it's country oriented, democracy oriented.
No, all of that is sounding well. I'm trying to understand from you, sir. The buzz is that in 2024, the Makkal Nidhi Mayam will be part of the DMK-led alliance in Tamil Nadu. Yes or no? Are you willing to be part of that alliance?
Why should I say yes or no now? Especially being a screenwriter, the story is being written and I want to know the climax. I won't do that spoiler.
No, I'm even told that they've decided to give you the Coimbatore seat. The one seat that you all will get is Coimbatore, where you will contest. Is that true?
Nice story. I like the idea, but we haven't had any discussions like that.
But you like the idea?
I like the idea, but what is liking and what happens are two different things.
But look at the trajectory you've taken. When you entered politics, you were saying that you were someone offering an alternative in Tamil Nadu politics. You were attacking the AIDMK, you were criticizing the DMK, and you effectively said you'll be part of a third front. In fact, at that stage, I even saw you occasionally with Arvind Kejriwal, and there was a talk that you also wanted to emulate an Aam Aadmi kind of model for Tamil Nadu. Now we are seeing the possibility of you being part of a DMK-led alliance led by Mr. Stalin. Have you also realized in politics, you have to make compromises?
No, I'm not even talking about compromises. I'm talking about coming together, especially south of India coming together. That's the reason why I'm here. I want to pass on the message, to not advise, but beseech them. It's a moment of truth and you'll have to come together.
What do you mean by come together? You're telling me that all the South India states have to come together in some form
have
of
a
a grand
dialogue
coalition.
And have a dialogue with whatever you disagree with, whatever be the party, BJP, Congress, whoever it is. Let's go back to the 70s, then we'll have a different discussion about emergency.
No, but you're calling on all the parties of the South
Yes.
to sit across a table.
And have a dialogue.
On what?
On how the nation should move forward, how the constitution should be. And that is why I wrote in a letter to the PM and also addressing the opposition party, not to boycott the parliament, but continue the dialogue, debate.
Let's talk about that. You're saying that you believe that the opposition party should not have boycotted the parliament
Yes.
inauguration.
Yes.
Why? Explain that to us.
Because that's my building too. Disowning it is only stifling your voice, and your voice won't be heard. That's the best place to be heard. And there are certain things we want to ask questions about the expansion of it and why there wasn't a dialogue with us meaning all of us.
So you don't go by the opposition's view that the Prime Minister was inaugurating the new Parliament building, hence don't attend that session. You believe they should have attended it. They represent all Indians across India, and therefore don't take a hardline position.
Now, as much as they insist that the president should have been invited, I think I would insist that the party should participate because it's my parliament, our parliament.
This is your centrism. Therefore people say if Kamal Haasan continues what they call monkey balancing, you'll fall off the tightrope one day. Are you willing to sort of be very clear in taking positions? In politics, you have to make adjustments, make compromises.
Let me give you some monkey talk.
Monkey bath or monkey bath?
No, not to be confused with monkey bath. Nothing to do with bathing here. So I'm talking about monkey balance is a fantastic balance. And it doesn't balance on just the biped, it uses all fours. And even when it loses balance, it can come back up again. So monkey balance is nothing to be ridiculed about.
we are entering a phase of politics. You suggested that you believe democracy is under threat. Am I correct? Do you believe democracy is under threat, is in danger? Let me you seem to suggest that these are challenging times for Indian democracy.
Always, democracy is not like money in the vault. You keep it there and come back and collect it later on. Democracy needs constant vigil. And that's what I'm calling for. That's what we should do, all of us. Keep vigil and ask the right questions at the right time. Have a debate, disagree, but then understand why things are being done. Consult.
What worries you most about Indian democracy today? In the past, you would speak about money, power. You've spoken to me about dynastical politics. What worries you about democracy today?
Well, I have a litany of woes. Let me make it short. I think I'm concerned about, not because I'm a lawyer's son, I'm concerned about the judiciary. I'm concerned about the number of seats we are going to get as South Indians in the parliament. If it's by population, we must come and have a discussion on it. Because just for good behavior, we shouldn't be punished, because we are the highest taxpayers in the country, the south of India. And good behavior and controlling of fertility rates and keeping the population down, we shouldn't be punished.
So you're also coming out strongly against the possibility that delimitation in 2026 could result in more Lok Sabha seats for the Hindi heartland states, which have higher populations and fewer for South India.
But
I mean, you almost seem to be now playing on a South Indian identity. You're moving from a Dravida identity to talking about a wider South Indian identity.
Let me surprise you with one more line.
Please do.
The Dravidian identity does not stay only with Tamil Nadu. Dravidian identity is pan-national.
Explain that.
Yes. Go to Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, go to Kiradi, you'll find the connection. And look at the race, the mix of the races. Malayalis, Kannadigas, some of them. Now we are all mixed, we are a potpourri, but most of them are Dravidians. You look at their lips, look at their eye color, complexion, all that. Yeah, one or two mulattoes like me will be there. But I think Dravidianism cannot be limited just to Tamil Nadu. I've said it in a Murasoli meeting. Murasoli is
the mouthpiece of the DMK.
Yeah, DMK. In that, I said it cannot just belong. You can't be just the bastion. It belongs to the nation, and that's a bigger dialogue.
No, but there are when you are talking today about building a South Indian identity, at least a political identity, possibly a social identity, there will be those out there who will say this is, this could lead potentially to growing North-South friction. That if all the South Indian states, as you're saying, need to come together, consult with each other, build a consensus on delimitation.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, please.
But you tell me when there'll be more friction, when two states in North India, just two of them, Bihar and UP put together, will supersede by numbers all of the South Indian states put together. Will there be friction or not? So that's what I'm concerned about. That's what I'm worried about. And we should address that. And I'm not talking about appeasing us. Consult us, convince us. For the nation, we are willing to do certain things, but not life sacrifices.
So you're telling us that you believe that if any decisions have to be taken on delimitation, where the South will lose out, they cannot be taken without consultation of all the South states.
Yes.
All the leaders of the South, of the Southern states need to be taken into confidence before any such decision is taken.
Yes.
I'm getting a sense in this India Today South conclave that we've actually laid the platform for what will become a big issue in a couple of years, delimitation? Because several speakers who've come on this platform have expressed similar concerns. Is this going to be the election agenda that you go with to 2024? Vote for us in big numbers so that we will stop delimitation, not allow the BJP to bring delimitation in 2026.
That need not be the primary call, but that could be one of them. It could be.
Could be one of them.
Because it's something that concerns me as a South Indian. I pay my taxes. You can ask the IT department about my reputation. So I'm concerned. I should not be punished for my good behavior while criminals walk free.
Do you worry about some of the other issues which you raised when you first entered politics? Brazen use of money power, dynastical politics, the need to sort of make politics more merit-oriented. You had first said, that when you came into politics that you will make the Makkal Nidhi Mayam a party with a difference. A number of your leaders left you because they felt you're going nowhere. I come back, the original idea of your joining politics, is it still alive in you or over time has got diluted?
No, it is very alive and I'm more clearer. As I told you, failures are my greatest professors. And there are lecturers too, but I listen to professors.
Let me for a moment, just for a few moments, turn to your other avatar and then we'll come back to politics, of course.
Yeah.
You had one of your biggest hits, if not the biggest hit of your career in Vikram last year.
No, it is, without much ado, it is the biggest hit in the Tamil film industry.
Ever. Pretty impressive. Did you think that, if I may ask, you were 66, 67, you look very young.
Thank you. You reduced 2 more years. Thank you.
But did you think that, look, in what many believe is the automobile career, you were doing Big Boss, you were doing other things also, that here I come and give the biggest hit, as you said, in the history of Tamil cinema. What do you think worked for Vikram?
I think the film was good and they have not seen too many of such films and not seen too much of me. And at the same time, Big Boss, I'm doing the next season as well because it's a great platform for me to talk to people.
No, you say that, but many will say that, you spend far too much time still because your love for cinema is so great, or your love to be on, do a program like Big Boss. Do you get enough time then to do the rest of the things that you need to do as a politician?
My love for people is far greater. I'm not.
But you can't win Tamil Nadu by doing Big Boss. You have to win Tamil Nadu by traveling across the state.
Which I'm doing. Even for this conclave, I had many such engagements. Yesterday night was a very late night, but I keep going around now, not only Tamil Nadu, but south of India.
Where is the... Thank you very much. But you started your cinema career at the age of 6. I thought it was 6'4". Started at the age of 4. Remarkable. You've been doing this for over 6 decades. And you still seem so remarkably enthusiastic, fresh. And you're getting bigger and bigger with all these hits. Big Boss, new audience, younger audience. What keeps Kamal Haasan going? What is this love affair you have with cinema?
If I had not been a cinema actor, I'll be a cinema buff. I still am. I love cinema and I love people, and both come together when fame comes. And politics is another venue, which is not a profession, it's my commitment.
But in the last few years, we've seen this, since we're talking about South India politically, while South India may feel that North India is dominating them politically, particularly through delimitation. In the cinema world, this is a glorious period for films coming out of this part of the world, whether it's the RRRs, the Pushpas, the Bahubalis, the big ticket movies, or indeed the Vikrams. And you've got all these pan-India stars emerging. from the South. You were the original pan-India star. Ek Duje Ke Liye was early 80s. Are you in a sense feeling vindicated today when you see South cinema
No.
make its mark and become
No,
pan-India?
I'll have to quote Mr. Raj Kapoor. They were finding the difference, the divide between art cinema and the kind of cinema that Mr. Raj Kapoor is making. And he said, I don't see the difference. Cinema is art. So I don't see the difference. I am Indian and I have talent. And there are people who are much more talented than me who are not exposed. The light has not shone on them. It doesn't matter. For me, my greatest doyen guru is Mr. Dilip Kumar. He might speak a smattering of Tamil, that's all. He might not even understand if I express my love in Tamil. But that's how the country has been, and that's how it will be. And this is cyclic. It will keep changing like the weather. Uttarayan and Dakshinayan is a great example. The sun will shine slightly in different angles, the way of the world. And we did not feel any vindication or even, we can be sportive about it.
So are you saying cinema is language agnostic? At the end of the day, good cinema, whether it comes in Telugu, Malayalam, Tamil, Kannada, can compete with Hindi cinema or any cinema and be replicated now in multiple languages.
Absolutely.
As you did with Vikram.
Yeah, I think the new international is the regional ethnic. The more ethnic you become, the more international you.
The more ethnic you become, the more international
You become, because they really want to know. They don't want us imitating or aping them. They want to know about us. And the world is ready. It wasn't before. It is now. The playground is being leveled. It's not yet leveled, but it's being leveled. And we should talk about this different parochial differences in India. We should aim for the world like Korea did. And that's where I see Indian cinema going. And that's the direction I want to live to see that.
So when you saw, if you woke up that morning when the Oscars were announced, RRR wins an Oscar award, do you feel that this is all small steps, baby steps, some
Small
big steps being taken towards this?
The finale will be when Hollywood actors come to receive Indian international awards.
Hollywood actors come to receive Indian awards.
Yes, that's been my, not a fantasy, but a vision for India, where they can go. Unlike China or Japan or even Korea, we are an English-speaking country. We have defined our own language with our accents, our guttural R's, all that is forgiven now. We have our own language. Some of the best English novelists are of Indian origin. So I see that will happen in, and Mr. Gandhi was international.
So do you want to be part of is that what you'd like to be next? Part of a grand collaborative effort where an Indian production is going global, Kamal Haasan stars in it? Is that what, because you've achieved everything that you could have achieved in cinema.
More than Kamal Haasan starring in it, my company can produce it. I have other things that I told you about, politics. So my company is now producing many films, and I've started a company called Kamal Haasan's House of Qadar.
Kamal Haasan's?
House of Qadar. And that sells dresses we started it in Chicago. We have 12 outlets in America now. And what I'm wearing is khadi. So this is what I see. This is my vision for India.
You're an entrepreneur, quite apart. So that's another role. You see, you do these wonderful films where you play various roles, that famous 9 roles that you
10 roles, yeah.
10 roles that you played. So your latest role is a bit of an entrepreneur who looks after all these stores. Is there someone managing?
No, somebody is managing it. Like my company, Raj Kamal Films, which was first called Haasan Brothers. When we started it, I was 24 when I started the company. So, and it's now in its 40th or 42nd year and in our 52nd production.
I wanted to ask you this, that cinema, Kamal Haasan, in a way has become politicized. You've seen with recent films, Kerala Story is an example of it. Some states like Bengal have banned it. In Tamil Nadu also, there's a question mark whether it's been banned or it's not being shown in certain theaters, allegedly because it's seen to demonize the Kerala Muslim. How do you see it? Do you believe that it should have been banned? What is your view?
Let me talk now. We are talking cinema. I have the.
It's cinema and politics both.
Yeah, but I have the right to talk about both.
Absolutely.
So, as a director, writer, and an actor, I never believed in hyperbole or on-the-nose kind of films. It has to be subtle. It has to be truthful. And rhetorics and exaggeration sort of takes away the suspended disbelief that cinema actually anchors its whole philosophy on. So I'm against films which go over the top. I have done some of them. That's why I started my production company, so that I could rectify the mistakes. And most of my productions have been decent films, cinematically speaking. And some have collected, some have not collected so well. But there have been a truthful attempt at cinema, and the content was not blatant and falsified.
In your view, is that what Kerala Story has done?
I have not seen the film. I only heard what people spoke of it. From what I could derive, certain things could have happened, but you cannot increase the numbers, exaggerate the numbers, and make it look like a national crisis.
Would you ban the film?
I wouldn't ban any film. Let them talk. But I would try to tell people to understand the film and what's the purpose of that film. That's what I'm doing when people ask me about not only Kerala, because my film was banned in Tamil Nadu. Vishwarupam. Still people are wondering why it was banned. And there was a case between Rajkamal Films and the Tamil Nadu government. We won the case and we released the film. And I will not advocate banning of any film. As a matter of fact, I was one of the strong advocates of this certification board turning into a censor board and banning or editing films. This country should have free speech. They can certify the film and say certain people could not see the film.
And you're saying audiences should go to the film with a certain dose of skepticism, recognize perhaps that the filmmaker...
Suspended disbelief.
Suspended disbelief. Audiences should go to watch a film like Kerala Story with suspended disbelief.
Yeah, and then think before, because we come from a land of filmmakers. You can either be Goebbels or you can be C. Annamalai of Tamil Nadu. The choice is yours. And what did Mr. Annamalai do that Goebbels did not do? I'll tell you, it used to be called Madras. Now it has become Tamil Nadu. I have a list of things that Annamalai achieved through writing just in films and then coming into politics. And the complaint, you were saying that it's a recent kind of a situation where the South feels neglected. We felt neglected even before independence. Periyar was one such voice. And Annamalai has said, Vadakku vazhgirathu, Tekku theigirathu. The North shines and we wane. That's been a complaint for a long time. It has not been addressed.
You're speaking in a way, you're giving a very nuanced answer, which I'm glad on Kerala Story, not black or white. But it's not just Kerala Story. Last year, one of the big successes was Kashmir Files. Again, the critics said this is a political propaganda film. Both films were promoted by the ruling BJP. Now we've got a film coming out on Savarkar, a biography of Savarkar, and there's talk that the RSS is speaking to a lot of producers, directors, saying, please make such films, we'll fully support it. Do you believe cinema and politics should mix in this manner? Would you advise politicians to promote a film?
Cinema is a medium, like the press. You could talk to the people through it. It is not as direct as a stage like this, but it still can talk to people. What should not mix is religion and politics. I'm concerned, I'm frightened about that. Because around the world, we have examples of things going wrong when it happened. And that's my concern. Otherwise, cinema can talk. You can, in America, they make a Malcolm X, where the majority of them are Caucasian, and they make a film called Malcolm X, and Martin Luther walks across the streets in Washington with Marlon Brando beside him.
There will be those who will say the best way, in a way, to then promote the kind of ideology your beliefs is make another strong film that tells possibly of the dangers of mixing religion with politics.
I've done it about 23 years back.
You've done a few, yes. You've done it 23 years back. I'm saying, would you do it now in today's context?
Will it be allowed now?
Sorry?
Will it be allowed now?
Why won't it be allowed? Are you worried about that? You went on the Bharat Jodo Yatra at a time when many film stars and celebrities were reluctant to go along with Rahul Gandhi, fearing what adverse reaction will it have. Was there any backlash?
Well, we'll see. I shouldn't talk too soon.
No taxman has come to your house, has there?
They can't, because I pay my taxes. If they do come, they'll come to collect, respectfully.
No, but are you saying somewhere that in that earlier answer that you gave me about, will I be allowed to make such a film?
No, I'm just joking.
I'll tell you why. Because Rahul Gandhi, with whom you did this Bharat Jodo Yatra, goes around the country saying there's an atmosphere of fear, that Indian democracy is under threat. Do you believe Indian democracy is under threat? Do you believe that there's an atmosphere of fear?
I'd like to amend that by saying that democracy will always be under threat by avaricious, power-seeking politicians. It will always be under threat, and we have to keep that vigil. That's what I said before. I repeat it again, reiterate that democracy is not something you plant and it'll go into a tree. You'll have to constantly watch that. It's not a cactus. It's a gentle tree. We'll have to foster it and make it grow.
We're sort of winding down on the conversation, but I want to understand from you, Kamal Haasan, how do you see yourself over the next few years? These are important years, big election next year. There's an election in Tamil Nadu in about 2.5, 3 years from now. How will you divide your time between your cinematic work and your political work? Will there come a time when you will finally say, I've had enough of this. For the next 3 years, all I will do is just focus on public life. Can that ever happen? Is that possible for you?
Yes, I was almost ready to do that, but I needed the money.
When you keep saying this to me,
I needed the money to run the party because it's a lot of money. And I'm not even paying the voters. It still is costing. So I might have to do it for some time, but then if push comes to shove, people are more important than cinema to me right now.
Because, Rajnikant, your great, I won't call him competitor, but two of you were sort of iconic figures for the longest time in Tamil cinema. Eventually backed out from politics because I think he felt that I can't devote that kind of time. I don't want to get into this world of politics. I will only focus on cinema. You took the big plunge. Do you have any regrets? Do you think Rajni did it right? Maybe I should have been a Rajnikant. I could have just focused.
Not at all. If possible, if only his health would permit, I would have convinced him to come back.
You mean you would have had a double star, you and him possibly together?
Let him be in the opposition, but I believe in democracy. We'll agree to disagree.
Because as we've seen, South Indian stars have had a mixed track record when they've entered politics. NTR was a huge success, and this is his centenary year. Within 5 months of joining politics, won a huge election in Andhra Pradesh. MGR remarkable success story in Tamil Nadu politics. But then you had a Shivaji Ganeshan, you had a few others not so successful in their political careers. What is it that you think it takes to become an NTR or an MGR? Or is that era over where you could translate your star appeal directly onto into politics? Is that era over?
I came into cinema when Mr. NTR and Mr. MGR were ruling the roost.
In cinema?
In cinema.
Yes.
And I did not want to become an NTR or MGR. I became Kamal Haasan. So even in politics, I will not emulate them totally. There are some good things they did. I will try to incorporate them if I'm given the opportunity.
The reason I'm saying this is, as I said, is it more difficult now than it was then? Then there was a novelty factor in a way. You know, stars coming in, there were these, NTR almost as taking his mythological roles from Krishna, Ram, to becoming this superstar in politics. MGR also, the character was created very carefully by Anna and others so that he could become this big star. Is it more difficult now for an actor to make that transition into politics? Amitabh Bachchan, for example, the biggest star of Hindi cinema, gave it up, couldn't do it.
I think it should be made difficult for anyone to just jump into politics and become successful. They must show their earnestness and be responsible. That should be the qualities they should be looking for. And I think they'll find that in me.
You know, you, with films like Vikram, reach millions of people, cinema audiences. You go for a rally in Coimbatore, you reach out to a political audience. As you connect with them, what's the difference you find? Is it easier for you to connect with a cinematic audience because you're confident of your craft, as opposed to connecting with a political audience where you're still learning the craft of how to woo them?
I don't know whether you saw the footages of people crying and saying, when I lost. They said, what happened to our votes?
What happened to your votes?
Votes, our votes, they're saying. We voted for him. This is the people. What happened? And I've made people cry in movies, but many people helped me do that. Here, it was just me. I'm happy that I've made that connect with that demography of people. They are not talking about the actor now. They're not looking at a good or bad performance. They're looking at the injustice of it. And I like it.
What did you tell that old lady who said, I voted for you, but you didn't win?
No, I watched it on television. So
oh, you watched it on TV?
So I was moved. That's all I can say.
If you were to become the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and it's a huge if, right? What is the first thing you would do?
Right to Services Act, right to information, all that with teeth, not just signing. Once that is committed, when politicians will have to be responsible, that will be the done. Not just me, any chief minister, I'll beseech, convince, and ask him to do that.
First thing that you would do, give teeth to a right to information and a right to services.
Yes.
And make the politician, including your colleagues, more accountable.
Absolutely.
Effective in that is, you believe today's
Since you said if I were to sign it, including me, will have to be answerable.
Effectively, what you're saying is today's politicians are not accountable. That the fact is they're not accountable to the people of the country. Let's be honest. The same politicians you were sharing a stage at Mr. Siddaramaiah swearing in, most of them, are they accountable?
They must be.
No, must be is different. Are they accountable?
They are. They must be accountable. They must come forward and take the responsibility. If they have not taken it, I will be the first critic. It doesn't matter. Alliance or no alliance, my party failing or succeeding, doesn't matter. This is how politics should be.
I've just got a question from a friend of mine who's watching and saying,
No, I can't call a friend, so you just ask the question.
expectations are sky high from your collaboration with Shankar, director. What can you tell us about the much anticipated Indian 2? Happening, not happening?
I beg your pardon?
Happening, your collaboration with Shankar?
Yes, it is.
Excited about it?
Very excited. And if people felt that Indian 1 spoke politics, they won't be disappointed with Indian 2.
Okay. You are the ultimate all-rounder. Actor, director, producer. You've been a lyricist.
Yes.
You've been a singer. You've been a terrific dancer. You've been a cameraman.
Assistant.
You've been an assistant cameraman. And you've been a politician. What is that role that you're most comfortable in? In all these roles that you played, what's the role that the true Kamal Haasan comes to life in?
In a democratic country, as a citizen of India.
As a citizen of India.
That makes me very proud.
That's a politically correct answer.
Now, why do you expect politically incorrect answers from me?
No, I thought you'd say that my favorite role was when I was assistant camera person.
No, I learn from my past and understand the present and try to forecast the future.
As you said, you've crossed all language barriers, geographies, especially in the south. We have a large audience here of people from the wonderful state of Kerala. If you were to give a dialogue in Malayalam.
No dialogues. പറഞ്ഞാ മതി. ഇവിടെ ഡയലോഗ്സിന് അത്ര വാല്യൂ ഇല്ല, സത്യം പറയണം. What I said is here dialogues don't work too well. Truth does.
A nice line. We also have a few people who come from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. If you had to say something to them in Telugu.
ఏం చెప్పాలండి? చెప్పిందంతా మీకు అర్థమైంటుంది. అది మన అందరూ కలిసి చేయాలి. అదే చెప్తున్నాను.
What does that mean?
What am I to say, sir? You would have understood the purport of this conversation, and we'll all get together and do what we have to do.
And when you met Mr. Siddaramaiah, you might have exchanged a few words in Kannada. What would you like to say to the new government in Karnataka and Kannada?
Bartini. Mate Bartini, we'll have breakfast again with the CM. I've had breakfast with the CM many times. I promised to come again. Great breakfast. He gives.
And then your wonderful language of Tamil to your sort of adoring Tamil crowds. What would you tell them in Tamil?
I always start my speech with Uire Urave Tamile. That explains everything. It means my life, my relations, and my Tamils. Tamil, the language.
You know, in these 2-3 minutes that you just spoke so fluently and gracefully in all the 4 languages, you've given us, in a sense, a secret to your magic. And the reason why actors like you, and indeed now being public figures, are looked up to, because you've crossed all boundaries, and in crossing those boundaries, you represent true plurality of Indian citizenship.
Thank you.
And I think that, in a way, is what you symbolize. And may you long continue.
Thank you.
Both in acting, in politics, and all the various roles that you play. Is there any one role that you haven't played in out of all these actor, producer, lyricist, singer, dancer?
Your role. I've always been asked questions. I never had the chance to fire questions at people.
Aren't you doing that in Big Boss, in a way?
In a way, but not like you, not as efficiently and effectively like you.
Can we do one thing? Can I get paid a little bit of a fraction of what you get paid for Big Boss? I'll be okay. I'll do Big Boss, you do my role.
Yes.
Done?
Done.
Done?
Done.
Wonderful. But you got to make sure that you negotiate that contract so I get a fraction of what
Yes,
you get.
yes, yes.
Okay, so we've decided role reversals. I'm going to do the next big boss, and you have a new 9 p.m. anchor, Kamal Haasan. The ratings will go high. If not anything else, we'll get much higher ratings. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been wonderful here to have Kamal Haasan here at the India Today South Conclave, one of the superstars of our generation. Thank you very much for joining us. And namaskara. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajdip Desai, and thank you, Mr. Kamal Haasan. I'd now request Mr. PB Nu, Director Marketing Kerala Tourism, to come over to the stage and hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Kamal Haasan. A big round of applause to Mr. Kamal Haasan, the actor, director, producer, lyricist, entrepreneur, assistant camera person, all in one. I'd now like to announce that the dinner will be open, but it'll be by the beach. I would ask the audience to come for the dinner. It's open right away, and I'd like to thank our sponsors. Presenting sponsor, Kerala Tourism, powered by Kalyan Jewels. Health partner, Amrita University. Knowledge partner, Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. Luxury design partner, Fenesta. Steel partner, Sham Steel. Celebration partner,